Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if we can start to make our way outside, we'll be welcoming the Consul General of India in a little while. So if you can start to sort of prepare yourselves, not immediately, it's not an issue, but as soon as my next announcement comes, if we can all start making our way outside to give a good welcome to His Excellency. Oh, he's here. Right, okay. Abhi's given me the signal. Let's make our way outside now. So if you can start making your way outside now, please, and let's give the Consul General the welcome that he deserves. Let's start to make our way all the way to the seats at the frontier. So all the way to the seats at the frontier, please. Let's not be shy. We've got 3 opening remarks to everybody to make their way all the way to these seats here. If you're able to leave your stands, please do, and come and take a seat at the frontier while we do the first 3 opening addresses. Come and take a seat. Those of you that are on a stand, if you're able to, come and take a seat, guys. Welcome, Your Excellency. Are we ready to go? Are we all feeling Friday? Are we all feeling the Friday vibes? Yeah, Friday morning. Some people haven't even got up yet, but you're all here because this matters. Give it up for Abhishek firstly, please. He's brought you all together. Over the last 3 weeks, he's worked so hard. Where is he? Oh, he's over there, right. Okay, so let me welcome you. A room full of founders, industry, policymakers, and academics and students. That mix matters because today, nothing happens in silos. Welcome to this great hall. A great hall, that's probably why they call it the Great Hall, because it looks so bloody great, doesn't it? It's amazing. And welcome on behalf of Ubiflow, and thank you for sparing your Friday to be with us. And Birmingham is the right venue to be doing certain things like this. It's absolutely fitting because Birmingham comes out with great ideas, then it changes it into an industry. And that's the opportunity that we have here as a city that's plagued with all those bad vibes of bins not being collected, etc. We have that opportunity to change that. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce the real host, of course, from the University of Birmingham, somebody who is an academic in fintech, who is the founder, and her stand is there, supporting collaborations in research in financial service industry to accelerate innovation. She's a bridge between academia and industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Karen Elliott.
Thank you very much, and thank you for making the time to come on a Friday. I know it's a little bit tricky at the end of the week, but yes, we're in the Great Hall, and we're celebrating our 125th anniversary this year, so we've had additional professors come into the university. And what today is all about is trying to build that bridge out again. I was in industry for nearly 18 years before I went to Durham University and left about 20 years ago, scarily. But what we're doing today is we realise now with AI and all the digital technologies that we're using, collaboration, but more importantly, collaboration is becoming more important. So it's no good just relying on the technologies. What the universities provide is that critical thinking to examine what comes out of the large language models we're using, the machine learning that we're developing. I mean, if back to Ada Lovelace, the great female academic, if you have garbage data, what are you going to get at the other end? You're going to get garbage, and it could cause potential harm. So a lot of the work that I do with a UN-led commission and IEEE, looking at standards around how we use these technologies, is to make sure that we don't have harms at the other end. And the UK FIN that you just mentioned there is funded by the EPSRC, so the Engineering Physical Science Council, to actually give money for academics to act like consultants, to go into your company, solve tech problems with you, and pay for the academics' time. Now, hopefully that'll evolve where we actually pay the industry partner as well to actually push that forward. But today is about looking at all the different areas. We've got conscious tech, we're looking at crypto, we're looking at quantum theory, how that's changing up. But as the quote goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Now, every company wants to be a responsible business, and our business school prides itself on that. We have a Centre for Responsible Business, and I derive a hub underneath that that's looking at sustainability and how we measure the water energy nexus around data centres, what's coming next. And we need people like yourselves to help us identify those. My big passion, having been in industry and now in academia, is to bridge that, to bring that synergy. One without the other loses something. So hopefully today with the exhibitors, we'll see where innovation is coming from, but also how we can work and do action together, not just talk, but actually come up with solutions and push them forward. because what we need to be really careful for is I'm seeing students who are just relying what's coming out of the LLMs and not actually critically engaging with it. But the surprising thing is it's made by humans. So Claude is flawed, unfortunately. He really is. He comes out with things that hallucination or confabulation, if you want the real technical term. So there we have to think about how we use this and use it more safely. It'll never be 100% safe because humans made it, but we can go towards safer usage. So today we're going to see the agenda going through all these latest topics and visit the exhibitors to find out how they're putting that into practice and where they can help you grow. Okay, so I don't want to stand here giving you a lecture. If you want that, you can always come to one of my FinTech lectures if you really want to, and you're specifically bored. But what I'm going to do is pass back and we'll have the next set of speakers. So thank you for your time. There will be more people coming in and out for the different panels that we've got. So again, I just want to thank you for turning up, and hopefully we'll connect and improve the next generation of students going forward.
I love the passion, don't you? And thank you for having us, Professor Elliott, here at the University of Birmingham. I mean, you look great for 125 years, by the way. Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Don't you think she looks great for 125 years? 25 years of this university. That's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Right, next. And I love that word, aberaction, because this is about action as well as about doing. Right, next up, of course, the person that's put this together. I've seen him grow as a student from Birmingham City University all the way to how he's a bridge between Birmingham as a city and West Midlands as a region to India, to the Middle East and beyond, and of course across the EU. I'm a big fan of his because I treat him as my little brother, and he's got so much energy that I don't know where he gets it from, Your Excellency. I really don't understand where this gentleman gets his energy. But of course he is the CEO of Ubiflow and the founder of Today. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Abhishek Tripathi.
Welcome, dear friends. A lot of familiar faces. See, when we started FrontierTechX, the whole idea is because we see all this technology, AI, robotics, blockchain, deepin, you call whatever, give the name, all of them are already converging together. They are working together. They're meeting our current challenges and shaping our future. So, as a businessman and you as startup and entrepreneurs, it only makes sense that we stay at the edge of evolution, of how it is and how it is going to be. Because when we are at the edge, there where efficiencies lie. And efficiency is the best friend of entrepreneurs. So that's why we brought FrontierTechX to Birmingham. Birmingham, we have a concept in India. It's called as the land where you're born, it's called as motherland. And the land where you work is called, it's also motherland because that's what feed you. So it was almost such program doesn't happen in the city, which is purely frontier in nature. So we took the risk. We are like, let's do it. We do not care for what is going to be because I cannot determine the result. I cannot determine how it is going to be, what will turn out, what will be the benefit. But what I can definitely do my best is the journey which I'm on. And I swear to God, we give everything. Not even one thing is left. Every time, wherever we are standing, I know, we have given everything. Whatever we were, wherever we were, it's all there for you. So I hope you enjoy a lot. And today you have several workshops, you have discussions by some of the best, these beautiful people coming from all across the country and some different parts of the world coming here, giving their best to you in different fields. As you can see, I wish you the very best and much love. Thank you so much. Namaste.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you for bringing us all together, Abhishek. So it's a great privilege now to have some leadership from across the globe to grace this occasion. And of course, it's His Excellency, the Consul General of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for His Consul General of India, Venkatachalam Murugan. Thank you. Murugan was the brother of Ganesh, wasn't it? Yes, thank you. Please come up. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Dear distinguished guests, esteemed academicians, industry leaders, innovators, students, and friends. A very good morning to you all. It is a privilege to address this remarkable gathering at FrontierTechX Birmingham 2026, hosted here at the University of Birmingham. At the outset, let me thank Mr. Abhishek Tripathi for inviting me for this wonderful gathering. Let me also congratulate other organizers, the FinTech Society, the Blumia Health Technologies Incorporation, for bringing this global platform to Birmingham following its successful editions in Singapore, Dubai, and London. I would like to congratulate Professor Kiran for the support she has given to organize this conference. FrontierTechX is not just another technology conference. It is, as rightly described, a system conversations, a space where founders, manufacturers, policymakers, investors, academics, and students come together, not in silos, but in energy, to explore how frontier technologies move from an idea to an action. And what a powerful setting for this dialogue. Birmingham, a city that helped build modern Britain, is once again at the forefront of shaping the what comes next. Today we stand at a defining moment in human progress. Artificial intelligence, blockchains, quantum technologies, climate systems, financial infrastructures, and advanced manufacturing are no longer evolving in isolation. They are all converging, reshaping economies, redefining industries, and reimagining the very fabric of our society. As I look at the agenda for today, I see a series of sessions that are not only exciting, but deeply relevant, discussions that move beyond theory into application, beyond innovation into implementation, conversations that challenge us to think how do we ensure these technologies serve humanity inclusively and responsibly. The world has come to realize that innovations backed by large capitals bypass large percentage of global population with limited purchasing power. If innovations to serve larger public and social goods, there needs to be new approaches for collaborations among countries in innovative sector. Themes like affordable healthcare, digital public infrastructure unleash immense possibilities to innovative companies and countries. In this context, I would like to reflect on how India enabled these global conversations and shaping this space. Just last month, India hosted India AI Impact Summit 2026 in New Delhi, an important global gathering and the first of its kind in Global South. Earlier, these summits were hosted in UK, South Korea, and France. In India, it was the fourth one and first among the developing countries. India's AI Summit emphasized a powerful vision, AI for all inclusive growth. It focused on democratizing access to artificial intelligence, strengthening digital public infrastructure, and building skills across society from policymakers to citizens. This calls for further international cooperation and multi-stakeholders engagement across our countries along 7 chakras, we call them the 7 pillars of artificial intelligence. Impact Summit is centered around these principles of development of human capital, broadening access for social empowerment, trustworthiness of AI systems, energy efficiency of AI systems, use of AI in science and democratizing AI resources, and use of AI for economic growth and social good. In complementarity with these existing international and other initiatives, we will work to foster shared understanding while respecting national sovereignty on how AI could be made to serve humanity, noting the initiatives across 7 chakras, the pillars of the summit. India today is not only the hub of technological innovation, also a laboratory for scalable, inclusive solutions. From farmers using AI tools in their own languages for crop planning and insurance to digital platforms transforming public service delivery, the emphasis is clear. Technology must empower, not exclude. Equally significant are the conversations taking place here in United Kingdom. Recently, at the High Commission of India in London, we organized a dialogue titled Beyond the New Delhi AI Summit, India and UK Shaping AI Age, brought together leaders from the government, academia, and industry. The dialogue featured distinguished voices including High Commissioner of India, Mr. Vikram Doraiswamy, former UK Prime Minister, Mr. Rishi Sunak, AI advisor Jad Luang, Dr. Pushmit Kohli of Google, DeepMind, and Professor James Bentley Hall. The discussions highlighted the importance of moving from conversations about risk to sharper focus on real-world impact, inclusive innovation, and building aligned ecosystems across nations. These engagements reflect a broader global journey from AI summits in the UK and France to the India AI Impact Summit, demonstrating how nations are coming together to shape an inclusive, collaborative, and responsible technology future. The India-UK partnership stands today as a true 21st century collaboration driven by co-innovative, shared ecosystems and the immense strength of our people-to-people ties. From academia to startups, from research laboratories to industry, the opportunities before are immense. What ties all of this together is a simple but powerful idea: collaboration. No single country, institution, or sector can shape the future alone. It requires partnership between nations, between academia and industry, between innovation and policy. And most importantly, it requires the active participants of young minds, students and researchers, who will carry this work forward. So I would like to say to the academicians present here, you are shaping the knowledge systems and the talent pipelines of tomorrow. To the business leaders and entrepreneurs, you are transforming ideas into impact, driving growth and innovation. And to the students, you are not just the future, you are active participants in shaping it today. As we engage in today's discussions, let us remember that technology is not an end itself. It means to create opportunity, to solve global challenge, and to build a more inclusive, sustainable world. Let the FrontierTechX Birmingham 2026 be not just a conference, but a catalyst for ideas, for partnership, and for meaningful actions. I wish you all wonderful deliberation seconds. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you for sparing time to be with us this morning. So there's going to be lots of exciting panels throughout the day. 17, James has told me, and about 60 different speakers. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And thank you, Obi, for bringing everyone together. And His Excellency is right about the global nature of AI and tech and whatever else. India leading the way on that, and we need to catch up here in the UK. And there was a great article by the former Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, talking how AI has been adopted. One of the biggest countries, the leading country to adopt AI is, of course, your country of origin, India, and my country of origin as well, believe it or not, although I've got a Brummy accent. Okay, are we ready, Professor Elliott, for the first panel? Yeah, so the first panel is Conscious Tech. So as technology becomes more autonomous, the real question becomes responsibility. Who is accountable? And how do we build trust into a system making decisions? So let's explore that. We've got Professor Karen Elliott. Give her a round of applause. Mohana Datta. Is Mohana here? Excellent. Alexis Toft. And Siddharth Deshmukh. I'll hand over to you now, Professor Elliott.
Yep, mic should be working. Fine. So what we want to have to do is just get your opinions on how do we make it safer? How do we make it more responsible? What are the challenges that you're seeing? And I'll just keep going backwards and forwards. If you want to chip in, please do so. Okay? So if you want to introduce yourself and then just chip in your opinion, please.
Yeah. So hi, I'm Siddharth Deshmukh. I am a founder and a professor of practice. So I'm the founder of a company called Fable Lab. Now, Fable Lab is a company that actually looks at how narrative architecture is shaping the world. So it's about storytelling and how it grows businesses. I think the biggest challenge that we've got is the storyteller of our times is AI and not humans. So what we are trying to do is try and shift the narrative and probably build a bridge through whatever we do. There's so many stakeholders in any conversation, in any narrative. They could be your investors, they could be founders, they could be employees, they could be, contractors. And your narrative has to connect to values and as well as a powerful sentiment that builds your brand. So that's what I do.
Okay, that's great. And just a quick question, because you talk about sentiment. So of course we've got sentiment analysis that can go on with the digital tools that we've got. So how are you informing that? Are you using critical thinking to actually capture sort of an ethnographic perspective of the narrative?
Absolutely. So you have to focus on what data can give you and what AI can give you. So there is obviously sentiment analysis. But I think the biggest problem that we've got is that AI is still connecting only probably a lot. If I look at it from a behavioral science perspective, it's probably connecting a lot more to the prefrontal cortex rather than the limbic system. Sure. So what I want to do is make sure that we address all parts of our human brain. Our human brain is actually made up of 3 versions right here. isn't it? So
It is, yeah. I did behavioral psychology, so maybe we'll park that and come back to it a bit.
Okay.
Could we just move to Alexis, and if you could just brief intro?
Yeah, I'm Alex. I mean, we've got me down here for Tough Ventures, but that's more of a business engagement consultancy role that I do, being semi-retired. But my history is all about, actually, recently is running the UK's most active angel network, which was Minerva. So looking at the investment opportunities and also having supported SMEs, for example, trying to get data centres into the UK, and the challenge of getting data centres, which included speaking to all the mayors across the UK, and how we are struggling to have our own national data centre in that respect. We have Yotta from India, who are particularly interested in the UK, but the problem again is that the big bros tending to be cornering that market, so that's the perspective that I'm coming from.
Okay, and we'll maybe touch back on that as well, because I'm doing some research around the water energy nexus and data centres. So last but not least, is it Mona? Am I predicting?
Yeah, please call me Mo. Really lovely to be here. I actually grew up in Birmingham, so very nostalgic to be back. I went to school around the corner. I know it says private markets consultant on the board, but I'm also a founder. I work both on the VC side as a consultant, and I bridge the gap between finance and politics in my startup Parliametrics. And what we're trying to do is bring technology, AI, and efficiencies into government, so decision makers can make decisions much easier, more efficient. My background is I've worked for 2 different MPs, and I also used to work in financial markets. And going from one to the other, going from finance to politics, felt like going back 200 years in terms of technology. And I guess my big thing is the race is on for who gets to provide the government with AI and who gets to provide the government with technology and bring them into the 21st century. And we can either give up our sovereignty to the big AI models or Palantir or someone else, or we could fund UK in-house startups trying to do similar things with a better understanding of how UK systems and legislative procedures works, and that's what Parliametrics is trying to solve.
Great, thank you. And I just wonder around the gender issue as well, because I've just been involved in writing a report for the City of London looking at how we pivot women into digital roles. So similar to myself, came out of industry, did social sciences, but also then did machine learning at London School of Economics to combine the two. So I'm interested to see how your narrative links to what you're trying to do, because we need women's voices. What we found is speaking to a company yesterday to make it conscious tech, they're now looking at SIC codes for employing sectors, and it doesn't include women right now. So I'm kind of focusing on how do we change the narrative, which links to what you're doing nicely. So maybe you want to come back in on that.
I think what I'd like to ask is Claude a woman or a man?
Well, I did say to my students yesterday, and they'll probably realize this, I always think of Clint Eastwood with right turn, Claude. So I kind of think it's an orangutan that's kind of playing around, because they're highly intelligent animals too.
Yes.
Pretty close to us.
Yes.
So Claude to me is Clint Eastwood's Claude.
Brilliant. Okay. So I think what we need is certainly some representation in building that voice. So what we've noticed is that if I look at all the AI slop that's coming out, on LinkedIn, you see it all the time. And the reason why we see it is because we've kind of forgotten all the human friction that builds that voice. So what we're doing is that we are looking at it as a maths problem, and we should not look at it as a maths problem, right? And so women have to be part of that, women, men, everybody have to be part of that narrative building that allows AI to give a friction-oriented, humanized experience as much as possible. But I don't think that human systems can be connected very easily with what AI is doing right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure the audience have found that when you're putting in prompts. I mean, prompts are the skill to this. How you prompt is what you get well back. But like you say, that a lot of the development hasn't included the female perspective from the first instance. So how do we then make it conscious if we can? I mean, that's a whole debate in and of itself towards AGI. So Alex, do you have an opinion, your experience with a lot of politicians and development? What's your overview and take on this to make it towards conscious, inclusive, etc.?
I think I would probably argue most of the politicians aren't getting it. in general. I think they probably depend more on their officers underneath them, where the expertise is having to be learnt. I'm sure you've seen that. I think the knowledge comes up from down up, not the other way around. And you tend to find bandwagons that they tend to jump on, and I often concerned that they don't really understand it. I mean, our own AI growth strategy is basically at the moment, and I'm interested that you mentioned Palantir, is to subcontract it out. We already know Palantir are handling, for example, part of the NHS data and also handling Coventry's child services data. So when we're talking about the gender issue per se, we're somewhat dependent on, it seems more like the Americans and their views and etc., which are spilling over here. And from my own experience of data centers, we've missed the boat. We're not like Europe. We are letting third parties come over, but why is that any different? We've given away our ports, we've given away most of our infrastructure, and hence the focus to quantum computing. So hopefully we can catch that back. It doesn't really answer your question, but what the message is that when we worry about these things, I worry about our ability to control something we're not in control of. Hence the Europeans have just established, I think it's a 250 billion European fund to generate their own AI. They've seen the consequences of some of Trump's decisions when the ICC did issued some of the arrest warrants against his friends, and they lost their Microsoft accounts, so they're trying to develop their own independent services. So I think, again, the ability to influence our future now, is that really in our hands?
Okay, so maybe I'll leave you thinking about, what can we control and how can we do a little bits better, and then come to you again, Mo. What have you picked up from that, and what would you like to share with the audience?
Yeah, nothing to add on, obviously, the training data perspective. Like, we do need more female representation and data sets. But I think the way to acquire that is to actually bring more women to the table on the funding side and the founding side. We really do have to fight for our own representation here. Like, funding is so hard to get in general, and I hear this stat at every single panel I go to, so I'm going to repeat it to you, that only 2% of VC funding goes to all female founded teams, and whereas that is atrocious, because I work in this area, I see on the other side that a big portion of that reason is not that VCs don't want to invest in women, it's just that women aren't, sending their pitch decks and starting enough companies for them to have like a huge selection of people to choose from, women to choose from, and multi-founders to choose from. So we need to fix that by empowering more women to actually go out there and start companies and, bring their ideas to the table. And then that, as you said, goes bottom up. It trickles up to then decision makers and funders and governments and everything beyond that. So I'd really encourage anyone here today that is thinking about building in AI and thinking about building in frontier technology, you are needed, and don't let people think that you're the one
And it was always something, and the Alison Rose were the 2%. I don't know how robust that gets quoted quite a lot. I totally agree with you. I mean, I do accept that there is still an issue in the financial sector with a man with 3 girls, 2 of them which are in it, needs addressing. But secondly is that with the change in the education of, should we say, women coming through as tech founders, then you're beginning to see that shift. I would like to think that anybody with half a brain looks at a business from a perspective of what's that's going to do, how it's going to be successful, and gender plays no part, because it's not just about only women, it's about the whole thing in terms of disability and everything like that. But yes, you are right, and I do blame, and I hate this word, I really hate it, misogyny in the financial sector. And that needs addressing as well to change that, because again, having a daughter who's experienced it, I get it, but again, that's where it needs, and we need to support people, all people coming through the educational system so they get an equal bite of the cherry.
Yeah, and I would encourage female founders to go to angels first as well for their first checks, rather than chasing VC funding, which can have very strict ideas about who they're looking for and the barriers you need to cross. But just to bring it back to conscious tech, I think the human element of things that women often can pick up on that necessarily, I don't want to stereotype here, but if we want to build more conscious tech, we have to think about more than just the numbers and the technology. And I'm not saying that women can't do that. My background is in tech, but I'm saying that a more holistic approach, which requires more diversity of opinions, is needed for the next generation of founders.
Yeah, I just want to pick up that before I come back to you, because that's what we're trying to do in university. As a professor in finance and fintech, there's not many of us. Okay, and like trying to, each year with students that I've coached over the last 20 years, is trying to show them the art of the possible, that you don't have to be a brilliant maths person. There are different tech roles out there that you can train in, like quality assurance and quality control has become a big thing, which women really excel at. The data is there. And also one of the reasons, I looked in the research with Innovate Finance as well, when they published some of these statistics, is that women think that they can't do it. They're not enabled to do it, to stand up and actually push. And we try to do that in the university. But again, with partners like yourselves, we're always looking for innovative ideas like this. Everybody has a different perspective. So if we can bring that together to actually show women how they can actually change their careers, and part of this report that we did that, and DCIT have just started looking at how they can support women. So this brings us back to the psychology of narratives and how do we get that into tech, because it is missing to a certain degree.
No, it is missing. So if I look at how we get that back into tech, is to try and figure out the conversation that you need to have with your own mind. So I'm just going to get a little metaphysical out here.
Okay, you want to explain our brains? Because you and I know, I studied it, but other people might not.
There'll be a lot of biologists wanting to kill me out there after I finish, though. So essentially what we're trying to figure out is, how does AI actually connect to your emotions, maybe your reptilian brain, rather than just your prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for your logical and rational thinking. So how do you do that? A lot of times we find that missing. We don't see the human friction that requires to be happening in order for you to reach deeper levels of your mind or your brain. Now here's the weird thing, and I'll get metaphysical now. The weird thing is that AI gets tokens from us, essentially. Yes? Where do we get our tokens from? Right? We don't, and what's happening is that earlier we used to be in the present moment, we used to be conscious, we used to get our tokens from other human beings or from consciousness, whatever you want to call it. But right now what we are doing is we are just regurgitating AI's tokens. And that's where it's a lack of friction, that's where you get all the slop, it just looks very mediocre, we are all regressing to the mean.
Yeah, so if I go to Carl Jung, my favorite kind of psychologist, it's like engaging with the now. Now is all you have.
Yeah.
So you have to engage with it and re-engage with nature. I mean, how many of us in a week spend most of our time inside? I go from the office to the gym and back again. But we have to reconnect with nature to get your narratives, to think about the conscious. What do we want to have automated in these systems that gives the breath of a human? Now, an interesting prompt putting into AI is, explain to an alien what a human is. And it's actually not a bad answer. It says we're kind, we're flawed, we have all these sort of things. So how do we then flesh that out and make it more conscious, so that we're not just all going to sound like an orangutan?
So, okay, so you mentioned stereotypes, right? I think we need to move from stereotypes to archetypes, right? So archetypes is a Jungian concept, which actually allows us to understand where does the messiness that makes humanity come from.
Yeah, and we are messy.
Yeah,
Let's
we're really
just face
messy.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, like organising conferences messy.
Yeah.
Right? And that's because humans are in it, and we'll decide when we turn up and when we're not going to, when we're going to interact and when we're not. So like you say, how do we then pull that into something which is fundamentally a mathematical model? So I say to people, when you pull it back, underneath is a mathematical model which is recognising and mimicking how it thinks. Mathematically, people make decisions. So this is where the fallacy bit comes in, that people miss that bit and just go, oh yeah, it's my friend, transference onto that anthropomorphosis of Claude into an orangutan. Did it myself. So what are you seeing right now? 'Cause, I'm in a bit of an academic bubble. I rely on my students to sort of ping me stuff, and then I try and keep up with as much as possible, but I'm only one person. What are you seeing, maybe to close this session off, and then we'll maybe throw out to see if the audience have got 2 2 quick questions. What are you seeing right now that you would like to see amplified? And if you can think about that and what we can, I'll come back to what can we control question. And then Mo, if you'd like to wrap up, and so if we start with you.
What we're seeing right now is AI isn't stealing our jobs, it's stealing our minds, right? Yeah. So what we've got to do is get our minds back into the game. So once we get our minds back into the game, the jobs will come. The funding will come, the investments will come, everything else will come. Yeah.
What can we control? And then your answer to this one.
That's an interesting, what can we control? I think I agree with you that we, like you said, we have to get our minds back. And I think what is happening out there is that saying, well, hang on a minute, these systems, the liability still has the human factor. AI doesn't allow you to, so we say, get rid of your liability. So that itself is bringing the control, and that we need to be able to map each stage of these developments and assign where they are responsible for that particular area of development. For example, with autonomous vehicles, it's now becoming more the producer of the vehicle as these systems become more complicated and are built into. So at each stage of the development in terms of AI, we have to have that checks and balances that are given by mapping who is responsible. The problem is regulation will never be able to keep up. It's too blunt, it's too slow, it's too encumbersome. If anything, when we can improve control, is to make our legislator more effective, more efficient by the tools that we can access. So, and you're even seeing it with OpenAI. They are now employing experts in biochemical warfare, so that their systems can't be used in that. So at each juncture and the stage of development, there has to be that gateway and boundary set to keep it under control, so we can develop in a more logical fashion, rather than trying to rush as much as we possibly can do as we compete with other nations to be the best in AI.
Yeah. Thanks.
Completely agree. I guess the only thing I can add is how humans fit into this, and especially students right now. Within the course of my lifetime, I guess the value of a STEM degree has exponentially gone up and all the way back down again, and people actually looking to, I guess, more humanities, more ethics, philosophy, as people, as decision making, finally, I would say, trickles back down in organizations, whereas previously organizations would hire for efficiency and making processes better and really decisions clustered at the top. Now, if everyone really is sitting there helping or using AI in their work, people also have to be better decision makers and logicians and understand the limitations of humanity and knowledge and what you're putting into AI and data. And obviously, building things is very important, but there will be huge opportunities in the future for a more human input, and especially in my organization, I find it's really important that we should not just let Claude do all of the work for us. We need humans, checks and balances in place for decision makers. Otherwise, garbage in, garbage out, you don't know what you're going to end up with. So being holistic learners and being very well-rounded in both arts, humanities and sciences, as well as the more hard sciences and technical things, is definitely the way that we are heading in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, good. Thanks. And just finish off with a sentence like that, going back to Marcus. Aurelius Stoicism, the only thing you can control is your mind, and the best thing you can do is become the person that you were meant to be. Now, he wasn't perfect. He went through famines, he went through loss, he wasn't an emperor, which you could say was diffy, but each day he wrote down meditations to remind himself. He used to say, don't just think about being a good man, be one. So we'll add woman into that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, has anybody got any quick questions that you would like to ask about conscious AI and any of the points that have come up in the panel? Don't all rush at once.
We don't bite.
No. Anybody got a burning question about consciousness or mixing the humanities with the STEM subjects? Okay, it's early. Perhaps you need coffee. Okay, back to you. Thank you very much for your contributions and thank you for the discussion.
Free to connect, LinkedIn, anything.
Mona, I'm so glad you brought the whole diverse of minds there. That was so important. Alexis, from the perspective of politics and what you know from your experience, brilliant. I don't know where you were going, but this whole thing about aliens, humans and consciousness, I just wanted to hear so much more, so I'm going to pick on you later. I want to speak to you later. And Fiona, absolutely brilliantly chaired. Thank you very much. Give it up for Professor Fiona and her esteemed panel. Thank you, everybody. We've got to control our minds is what I got from that, Fiona. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, so panel 2 is agentic AI. You know, I don't even know what agentic AI is, so it's a bit of a learning experience for me as well on the next one. This is about AI no longer being just a tool. It's becoming something that can plan, act, and operate. The real question is, what is your business and how can you manage it so you don't lose your mind of the business to this technology? So the panel, I'm assuming the panel is all here. Karen Ayer, is Karen here? Yep, Karen is here. Rumi Dominic, thank you very much, sir. Divya is here. We've got Rue, is Rue here? Tom Howarth, and, Tom, we were speaking a little while ago from B13, excellent. Yeah. Okay, I'll leave it over to you. Thank you very much, Karen.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here on a Friday. I think this is one of those exciting panels that we just had, and now, a great one to follow it up in terms of agentic AI. So firstly, let's, do a round of introductions. I'll pass it over to Dominic. Tell us a little bit on what you do and where you use AI in your business as of today.
My name is Dominic Rome. I'm currently a master's student of artificial intelligence and business strategy. I've had over 59,000 hours working on technologies of the future like blockchain, artificial intelligence. I'm an author of 4 books, Theory on Technologies of the Future, Artificial Intelligence, Blockchain, Metaverse. Some of those books, when you listen very well to our communication and you are able to give a response, possibly when we are done, I will be gifting 2 of those books to people that can respond to us. And currently in my business, we use artificial intelligence to cut costs 5 times cheaper and make the process of execution to be 7 times faster. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Divya. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Journey On. We are an Innovate UK grant winner for Bridge AI. AI is embedded deeply within our systems. We are a live ticketing solution across Wales and its borders. And as a matter of fact, Birmingham is where we do the highest number of journeys, close to 10,000 journeys in the last 4 months. And the AI element is at every level of our product. Starting from the conversational AI that is used to buy the ticket to a recommendation system that chooses the different types of tickets that is depending on your travel pattern. And finally, for the crowd management within the stations and on in the carts, we use crowd management-based AI solutions as well. Great, thank you.
Interesting.
Hi everyone, I'm Tom Hayworth. I'm the founder of B13. We are a locally based software consultancy working with medium-sized businesses to help to increase their bottom line. Now that can be through efficiencies in their operating software, or it can be through technologies to engage more with their customers and increase revenue. Business owners are being told, you need AI or die. If you don't do it, your competitors will, and you won't have a business. I think that is scaremongering and false. I think actually what businesses need to do is digitalize. 48% of businesses don't even have a basic level of digitalization yet. We work with a lot of businesses that still operate on paper. Most businesses aren't technical. They don't understand what AI is, let alone how to implement it into their business. Actually, the power of AI and what AI can do for these businesses is to create automation software for them. That software used to be very expensive. It was built by developers. Actually, this software can be now built by AI. It doesn't need to be AI software. It's just automation software, and it can help transform businesses.
Perfect. Thank you for that. I think, super interesting panel, right? And I missed introducing myself. My name is Karan. I'm currently the founder of DexWin, which is typically a decentralized sports betting and a prediction market platform. But more than that, I'm also working on an AI project. We're almost going alpha soon. It's primarily an AI gateway. So as of today, you can see a lot of businesses moving to agentic AI. And Tom, I'm sure a lot of businesses may have approached you to kind of implement and set up AI in their companies as well. So what we are typically trying to solve is how can you actually track what is the ROI and cost benefit of these agents, AI agents in businesses, and how you can actually monetize that as well. Another thing that I noticed was at the GPU Tech Conference that happens every year, right, by NVIDIA, the CEO of NVIDIA actually spoke about how AI tokens will actually be a part of salary compensation for a lot of his employees going forward. So that typically tells us that agentic AI is definitely common. It's a great thing that we're going to see more often. But how do you monetize it? How do you track ROI from it is something that, I'm also kind of building to solve. And with that said, I think two things, right? Dominic did mention that, you would ask questions at the end of this. If people got answers right, they would get a special surprise. But I think I'd also like to add, Divya, I think you did, part of Journey On, there was a special offer today around, if you'd like to kind of talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely. So if you travel anywhere between Wales and its borders, so Crewe, Chester, Manchester, Birmingham, Shrewsbury, Liverpool, anywhere in Wales, download Journey On and you can get 35% off for the next 2 months. And what's really fun and exciting is every time you travel, you get points and you can use those points towards your discounts for the next month. So yeah, and the savings are absolutely ridiculous. Thanks.
Perfect. Thanks for that. And, just to follow up with that, is AI already deployed there in terms of, chatting to buy your tickets?
Yeah. So the conversational AI is already deployed, and that's one of that's the innovation that won Bridge AI, for the R&D grant. Yes. When was this? Thursday we introduced our first agentic AI at the Transport Ticketing Global. Where we've introduced these agents which are built completely in-house. For a lack of a better term, I would say using a small language model, not a large generic model, to understand the nuance of ticketing and the context of public transport within various local authorities and nations, basically. So the one that we've just introduced is UK focused, and so that's the innovation, the newest innovation. But otherwise, there is AI embedded already in the platform. Yeah.
Perfect. So definitely, I think it would be a great thing to kind of try it out and get these tickets and the discounts on your platform. So thanks for that. Moving to the next question, right? I think probably we could start with you, Tom, from the other side. So where do you think agentic AI can already create real value inside organizations as of today? And, when we talk about real value, obviously there's a lot that we see in terms of, say the demo works out really well, but when it's in production or actual use case, it kind of falters. So where do you think the real value actually could come in organizations today?
Okay, so maybe we should explain what agentic AI is first.
Oh, that would be a great start, absolutely.
So agentic AI is using the normal chat prompts that everybody's used to, so ChatGPT or Claude or Perplexity, and actually using those to talk to each other and to other users in an automated way, orchestrated by maybe other agents that are talking to these different agents, talking amongst themselves, but also talking to other interfaces, third-party tools like travel booking apps, for example. And the agents can actually interact with these computer interfaces, make bookings for you, communicate with each other, and send the information back to the person that's sitting and consuming this information. Is that a decent enough explanation? Do people understand that? Okay, great. So, how can agentic AI be used by businesses at the moment? So, not every business is technical. Not every business has got a technical team. You're not going to be able to put together orchestrating agents that can talk to a whole variety of different agents. But I think that there's stuff that you can do in the meantime. So, Anthropic have done some research actually looking into how do you get the most out of interacting with Claude, which is their AI. And Claude is effectively an agent that's sat there ready for you. You interface with it directly and it sends stuff back. It can connect to other interfaces for you. Those connectors are set up and you can quickly set them up within Anthropic yourself. But actually, how do you get the most out of just talking to Claude? I think that Claude is set up to be a very generic piece of a very generic agent that's kind of one size trying to fit all for everybody. But actually, you may find that you have specific jobs that you want Claude to do on a kind of a more frequent case. So you want to do maybe, for example, going and checking out, so something that I'm doing at the moment is patent applications. So what I want Claude to do is to go and check for prior art, looking for instances where somebody has already discovered or published information about something that I'm thinking that is novel, that I've found. And so asking Claude to do that is going to cut corners. It's a general thing. It's not necessarily going to be focusing on the key things that a patent attorney might be doing when they're looking at prior art. And so what I would suggest that people could do is to write a job spec for someone that you would want to be doing your job for you. You work with Claude to say, okay, I want this specific thing to happen. What would a really good job spec for somebody, a person, or an AI agent, what would be a really good job spec to describe exactly what I want that person to do, or AI? And then you say, okay, what person in history, dead or alive, would be really good at fulfilling this job? And it will give you a whole list of candidates to choose from. You choose the one you want, and then you say to Claude, right, build me a persona. A persona is the key word here. If you tell Claude to build you a persona that of this person as the namesake or as the inspiration, and create me a persona that's going to be able to fill this specific job. And then every time, and that persona will come out in a file. And then every time you want to do this job, you put into Claude this file, this persona, and you say, use this persona to do this job for me. And this is proper research that Anthropic have done. The results are much better when the AI is operating under strict guidance and strict personality, and it's not going to cut the corners. It's going to focus on the stuff that's really important. It'll cut corners in things that aren't important because it knows that this is exactly what you need to do. So I would suggest that agentic AI is open to everybody. If you have the technology and the teams, you can orchestrate these things to all be working together, but people can use this stuff already.
Makes sense. I think one important part that you mentioned also was, right, kind of setting up, if I had to put it in my words, kind of setting up guardrails and telling the AI what exactly needs to be done in terms of tasks or even in terms of pulling out information from specific resources, to give you the output. That could be another important...
Yeah, and that can go in the job spec, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Over to you, Dominic.
Just to add to what he said, the main theme of our session is moving from co-pilots, a range of tools that assist you to achieve a particular task, to autonomous enterprise, which means that you are moving to an organization that can run itself in your absence. This morning, as I was coming down here, the Uber driver that took me on the ride asked me a question. Where are you off to? I said, I'm going for a conference to speak on agentic AI. And he said, agentic AI? And I'm like, yes. And he said, explain agentic AI for me. And is it different from the artificial intelligence that I use now? So I communicated with him that imagine an artificial intelligence that is able to perform tasks for you when you are away. Imagine you have a company and instead of sales rep to make those calls and tell your customers about new product features, artificial intelligence is able to help you make those calls, tell your customers about that product feature, and also help you to be able to do the marketing or write better marketing campaigns. The reality is this: we're moving from the era of using AI to an era of AI infrastructure. How many of you have noticed that every application you are using right now, a lot of them have an artificial intelligence support to it? So it is helping you to be able to perform a couple of tasks that you would have never used before. But it is important to buttress the point that he said about the guardrails. Now I want you to imagine this. On my left hand here is a power bank, and on this right hand here is a compass. This power bank is the agentic AI. It has the power to execute, perform multiple tasks, and also has a brain that has been built into it through a machine learning process. But the compass is the human strategy. that helps us not to just go very fast with artificial intelligence, but to also responsibly use it and also have ethics around it or guardrails around it that will help to deliver a powerful result. And when people get scared if artificial intelligence is going to replace their job, my response to the Uber driver this morning was this: as more people are leaving jobs, like Amazon fired 16,000 workers about 1 month ago, that's how new job opportunities that are offering positions for artificial intelligence are also being created. So people that are leaving these jobs, all they need to do is upskill themselves one step higher so that they can now start applying for these new job positions. Because if that skill set is not there, these job positions will not be filled. So as a space is being created here, another one is opening up here. So all you need to do is what you have done this morning by making yourself available in this conference hall today to learn about artificial intelligence. And imagine some of those people that are getting laid off their jobs, they will be able to use artificial intelligence to start up new companies using the skill set they have learned before, and they will be able to do it at a fraction of the cost, because artificial intelligence or agentic AI helps you to make the running cost 5 times cheaper and the execution time to be 7 times faster. You know, it is Steve Jobs that said, wise man said, only those that are crazy enough to actually think they can change the world are the ones that will truly change the world. Agentic AI is changing the world.
Well said, Dominic. I think, just to follow up a quick question on that, right? So you did mention, because we do have, a few students in the crowd as well. So if you had to put 2-3 skill sets that could be important, specifically to get into the agentic AI space in this day and age, that could give you an edge in the market, with obviously the unemployment rate being at its, peak at the moment. What would you say would be these 2-3 skill sets that could really get, you over the line? And definitely, I'd love to pass that question on to Divya and Tom post that, but let's start with you.
Skill set number 1 is prompt engineering. The way a lot of people get confused about the definition of prompt engineering. It is, every one of us knew of computer when we were young. It is garbage in, garbage out. So the way you communicate to an artificial intelligence to get a powerful result is prompt engineering. Second skill set that you would need is understanding data analysis. Being able to analyze data for you to train your agentic AI so that when it performs in a training environment and it gets into a real-world environment, it can also perform excellently well. So you need a skill set in exploratory data analysis. And then for you to build some of this logic, you need to understand Python coding. And these are 3 skill sets that you can add to your portfolio to move in that direction.
So I think I'm just going to step back a little bit. Okay, yes, agentic AI is great, but I truly believe that if you want to do further, as in create something on your own, I think start with a small language model rather than just go straight to AI agents. Yes, AI agents are definitely going to be helpful in your day-to-day job, no doubt about it. It doesn't matter if you're a data analyst or any of these jobs. Even if you're a Power BI developer or a finance person, you have to have that additional skill. That's going to become part and parcel. But if you're looking to build something or kind of create an additional thing to the already existing large language models, I would definitely say start with building your own intelligent small language models, and then build AI agents on top of it if that's what you want to do. But that's my take. You'll need a combination of the two, but it's not going away. AI agents are here to stay, and I think it'll be a thing of a past where we won't even be talking about AI agents. Like when we started with blockchain, we used to talk about NFTs. Now nobody even talks about NFTs. No, they just say, digital collectibles, right? So I think that's where we are going. Yeah.
I think that the number one skill that people need to make sure that they are learning and using as much as possible isn't anything to do with AI or technology. It's about communication. It's about people talking to people. I think that AI is going to come in and it's going to do an awful lot of what people are doing at the moment, the administrative tasks, the moving data around, sitting in front of computers, button bashing, that's going to be taken, those jobs are going to go to AI. What AI can't do is communicate to people. People want to work with people, and the people that are making sure they're focusing on how they communicate, those are the people that are going to win. The companies that are looking, how do we communicate better with our customers? How do we take the efficiency that we're seeing with the AI and reinvest that in providing the best customer experience? People dealing with people, that's the future. And I think that understanding the problem is really important. It's being able to communicate with people, delve into what the problems are, and then finding the solutions. Those are the key skills.
Perfect. I think if I had to summarize it, right, a few qualities that probably we could take away from this is, one, definitely in terms of communication and how you really structure your thought, your language is something that goes into prompt engineering, as well as, when you're communicating to other people. The most, simple but very important kind of use case that you need in today's day and age, something that AI can't entirely replace. And definitely, try it out on smaller models and smaller things first before you kind of try it out on bigger things at the end of the day. And now coming to the next question, right? In being the Frontier Tech event as of today, my next question would be, when we look at Frontier Tech more broadly, right? What separates real implementation from hype in today's day and age? What are some factors that you would evaluate or look at which kind of gives a clear differentiation between the two? Because, with the extent of how easy it is to build out new products with a lot of AI systems, it's very easy to even kind of build hype in today's market, right? Across social media platforms, set up certain agents, and it just goes and does a job. So what would be, your take? Probably we'll start with Divya, and then either of you could take it from there.
So I truly see, like what GoDaddy is, 10 years ago is what all of these cloud and everything is. And people are going to build websites easily, for sure. Just like you have agents that you can build, for sure. But then if you actually have to build something that stands the test of time, that is larger than, that goes on to become something big, you have to have the skills and understanding of building models, from ground up. Not to the point where you've got to start from scratch, but at least to be able to know that, what is the base model that I can, can I have a llama? What model can I use as a starting point to build on? So I think that's key. Agentic is great. All our OpenAIs and all of the other ones are also great, but I would say dig deeper, because otherwise you'll miss a trick.
Every time Anthropic or OpenAI increase the version of their LLM model, thousands of companies are wiped out because they've built a company, new companies mainly, but they've built companies as a wrapper around these LLMs. And each time that they improve, the power of these LLMs improve, they wipe out companies. And these are companies that people may have invested in. People have spent hours and days and months building companies that are wiped out overnight because of the power of LLMs. And so I think that if we're talking about hype, I think it's very easy actually to create new companies, create wrappers around LLMs that on the face of it look great until the LLM comes along and does exactly what they've been doing and does it out of the box. So I think that hype is very real. And I think that one of the key things that the businesses that I'm talking to is don't get swept up by the hype. Don't get sold to. Don't be given a solution and then go looking for a problem for it. Really take the time to understand your business. Use AI to help you to do that. And then identify the solutions that are going to work for you and put those solutions in place.
Makes sense. Dominic?
The real hype and the big elephant in the room is the fact that people think that artificial intelligence can operate independently and autonomously on its own without having a human in the loop to be able to control things. Artificial intelligence is like a calculator, but you need a human to punch in those numbers for the calculator to compute. You can automate the labor, but you still need leadership for artificial intelligence. That is one of the craziest hype that is available. And In this course of this discussion, you heard where we said you must use guardrails. Now, this is a human giving instructions to the artificial intelligence to say, go use this rule and go use this rule. But let's come to the real value here that artificial intelligence has created. Artificial intelligence has created real value when it comes to systemization. A lot of companies, like what she has communicated, have seen massive return on investment from just embedding a simple standard operating procedure in a company and giving it to an artificial intelligence to be able to automate that process. Imagine your company still needs to click between two different applications before they get a task executed. Then you are possibly not adopting artificial intelligence the way it should be adopted. Like he said, when you use a system like Claude, you can automate different systems together, and when you are away, when you are sleeping, these different systems will execute for you. In Africa, they used to say, you can never become rich until you are sleeping and money is being made and going into your bank account while you are sleeping. And the age of autonomous agentic AI will truly make this a reality.
Perfect. Well said. I think, that sums it up, right? Agentic AI is definitely something that's revolutionizing a lot of businesses as of today. And it's pretty exciting times, I must say, that we are in to kind of see how businesses stand the test of agentic AI. But thank you so much, to our panelists today. I hope everyone had a great time. We have a lot more beautiful sessions to follow. But yeah, over to you, our gracious host.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Karan. That's brilliant. Jimmy, ages ago, you told me about all this AI stuff. Honestly, it's gone so far beyond I would ever imagine. These guys were talking about agentic AI, and I had no clue in exactly what it was. But one thing that reassures me, Faraz, is it's here to stay. It's changing the world. But Tom, thank you for reminding us that human intelligence is still fairly important in all the decisions that we make. Okay, are we ready for the third panel? We better be. Okay, so our third panel is health and longevity. Technology isn't just transforming industries, it's transforming us. Energy, focus, longevity, these are becoming engineered. And if you're not operating at your best, nothing else scales. So let us welcome our panel: Thomas George, Chris Canning, Tobiah Asif Ahmed, and Angel Yao. Give these guys a round of applause. And I'm wondering who's going to be chairing this. You are. Excellent.
Hello. Hi, everyone. My name is Angel, and I'm the founder of Navy, and I'll be moderating this panel on health and longevity. So with the multitudes of innovation in technology, AI, this panel will discuss how it applies to healthcare. So we'll just start by having everyone introduce yourselves, what you do, and how does your technology apply in the healthcare field.
So, Asif Ahmed, I'm a professor. I've been a professor for 25 years, many years in this place actually. I left here in 2010. I now run, and I'm the founder of Aston Medical School. But now I run a biotech company called Mirzyme Therapeutics, and we're using AI in our digital diagnostic, which is UKCA marked, and it's the only thing in the world that can predict who's at risk of getting preeclampsia, which is a condition that affects women in reproductive age.
Hi everybody, my name is Tobias Parker. I've got a background in big tech, so I worked with Adobe for a few years and then moved into property and tech consulting. I'm now the co-founder of Mimo alongside my brother. We are building a remote radar sensor which sits on the roof and can remotely monitor heart rate, breathing and fall detection. So the idea is if you've got an older person living at home, this can sit there, remotely monitor for any of those critical events and let you know immediately if anything occurs. We're kind of working in the wider kind of preventative tech space, which we think is something we're really passionate about. There's a lot of exciting developments going on there, especially with AI, agentic AI. Google DeepMind is doing some incredible work with retinal scans to predict diabetes and other things like that. So it's a space we're really passionate about and excited to be in.
I'm Chris Canning. I'm the founder of Yauga, which is a preventative well-being ecosystem. We're trying to meet people where they are with technology rather than try and get them completely away from where they're actually sitting, so reducing stress and anxiety from their place of work. So my background, I lived and trained with the Shaolin monks 15 years ago, being invited by the Grand Master of the Shaolin Temple, so I was very fortunate to get the authentic roots of meditation and movement, and I can really see a position within the tech world where this sits perfectly and integrates using augmented reality and smart wearables.
Hi everyone. My name is Dr. Thomas George. I have a PhD in aging and longevity, where I was one of the first people to show that when you take elderly cells, you put them into a young environment, they perform just as well as the young cells do in that young environment. Now, a lot of the kind of social media influencers in the longevity space are using my research to optimize their lifestyles and biohack their longevity. I've started 6 companies now, one of which I floated on NASDAQ in 2022. My latest 2 companies are involved with health data. So the first is called Freya Health. It allows patients to aggregate all their health data from any source, put it into one place, travel with it globally, get insights using AI, and also add it to a data lake so it can be shared with trusted third parties and monetized. And the other company is called Panio.io, and that's a dog longevity company.
Thank you for sharing that. So we have a really interesting and broad scope into healthcare and wellness. So my next question for you guys is, what is one area in health and longevity where frontier technologies are likely to produce real measurable gains in the next 3 to 5 years? So not just headlines, but actual impact.
Okay, so I think there are 2 classes of drugs. One are called senolytics and one are called rapalogs that are really coming to the forefront now, and there are a number of pharma companies that are developing these, and they should be available maybe not in 2 to 3 years, but certainly in 5 to 10 years. And senolytic drugs, they kill dead cells in the body or zombie cells that can infect other cells around them to accelerate the aging process. So they basically give you a more youthful cellular environment. And rapalogs mimic the action of rapamycin, which is a fasting mimic. So when you fast, it extends your lifespan. So this is why things like the 5-2 diet have become really popular. Rapalog drugs can allow you to mimic that fasting without actually having to fast yourselves. And both of these drugs are kind of at the forefront of coming out in the next few years, and they'll extend life significantly. Personally, I think we've got the capacity at the moment to extend life to about 110, 115 without any significant advancements in de-aging. And these 2 drug types are really going to help with that.
I'm very much of the opinion that stress is perhaps our biggest problem at the moment. It leads to all sorts of autoimmune problems, relationship problems, problems with work, and as technology is so rapidly advancing now, our stress levels are worse than ever. Our anxiety, suddenly maybe 10 years ago you wouldn't have thought, I'm an anxious person, and now suddenly there's just some slight signs where maybe you're starting to realize in yourself, how quickly AI is moving along is really affecting me. So we want to be able to give people a more grounded sense with some practices at home, meeting them where they are. So people largely these days are working in technology. If you're in front of a computer, I would say you're working in tech, right? So the idea of going to a forest or going outdoors all the time as your place of de-stress is probably going to increase your place of work as a stressful environment. So actually, we all have the ability to regulate ourselves using our own breath, right? So if we're able to put in those practices at our place of work, then suddenly our place of work doesn't become a stressor, and we have an external environment as our de-stressor. Therefore, these become a little bit more symbiotic. By all means, you still definitely need to get outside. It's very good for your immune system.
I've always been very passionate about kind of data protection and data ownership. I know certainly in the health tech space, we've seen how fickle the public's trust in new technologies can be. And one area I'm kind of seeing a lot of measurable gains at the moment is the use of blockchain technology for when it comes to data ownership. So MIT with their MedRec team is doing some really interesting work on that. And also the Estonian Public Health Service is looking into it. And a lot of this revolves around more so provenance and consent. It allows you to see who exactly is using your data, what third parties get access to it. And I think especially in future, as kind of passive monitoring and preventative monitoring becomes a lot more prevalent, you generate a lot more data. That's going to become a real vital thing. Now, obviously that doesn't stop the weakness, which is always at the end points. But this blockchain technology will really kind of smooth out the pipeline and allow us to assign accountability whenever there is a major leak or something going on, just to really hammer in public trust in the space.
I'll start by saying that we need to understand the basic disease mechanisms. So don't try to do things quickly. So in our case, women health, how do we increase? Accelerated aging happens because there is loss of protection in the mother. So preeclampsia is an early clinical manifestation of aging, of vascular disease. And that's how for women, this is. And we've been able to, so we've got a drug called MZE786, which is going to in clinical trials in 12 months. And that drug, I will take it once it's safe for mothers and babies, because I know that it prevents so the lining of your blood vessels is the basic what your aging starts from. Or many diseases have a line effect, and if you can address that, so to address that, you have to go back to a place like this, the universities, where you have to understand the basic biology of the disease before you can apply it to disease processes. AI has definitely helped us but you have to have the basic science done first. You can't jump into AI without that.
Yeah, definitely. So to reiterate, the biggest, I think, fact to think about is that within healthcare, with these new innovations, that we really need to validate, clinically test and trial all of these technologies in healthcare before we can release them to the general public. And just for Thomas, about what you said earlier about fasting, is this something that you personally do?
Yeah, I do actually. I generally kind of follow a 5-2 style diet, or sometimes I just kind of eat one meal a day, and I think that's enough, because actually the point of fasting is you want to kickstart your ketosis pathways in your body, which causes fat breakdown. And like fasting for 16 hours, any additional fasting over 16 hours kicks on this pathway to allow you to break down your fat and use that for energy as opposed to glucose. And this is really good for also activating your regenerative pathways in your cells, so your body kickstarts their regeneration as opposed to getting rid of the cells. And in this way, you actually don't use up all your stem cells as quickly, and it can extend your life.
Thank you for sharing that.
I just wanted to say that I'm a Muslim, and just a few days ago, there was a 1 month called Ramadan where we fasted for the whole month, from exactly what you're saying. So that's been fun. But biology is one thing, but the more important thing about fasting for me is that you're going to get fed at the end of the day. There are people around the world, 365 days a year, they don't know where they're going to get their next meal. And that's the important thing as well. So there's both health benefit and social understanding, and we need both.
And also, the kind of protocols for fasting aren't necessarily the same for every single person. So you can, for some people, they really struggle to fast, and they'll go straight for the kind of sweets and chocolates as soon as the fasting period's ended, which is actually quite detrimental to you as well. So you need to figure out what pattern works for you, how to integrate it with a healthy diet and lifestyle alongside the fasting if you're going to go down that route.
Such interesting responses. For Chris, with your yoga and, of course, the yoga that comes with it, is fasting something that you do as well?
Yeah, I operate around like a 16-hour fast a day. And then every Monday I'll fast for 24 hours as well. So I find it brings like huge clarity. Every now and then I'll do like a 4-day fast as well, and it brings out your appreciation for food as well, right? But like you said, like if you're just going to refuel yourself with food that's perhaps not as nourishing for you, then what's the point?
How about you, Tobias? Is this something that you do in your own personal well-being journey?
No, unfortunately, I'm horrible at fasting. I do exactly what he says and reach straight for chocolates as soon as the timer's open. So I found just straight calorie deficit works best for me. Some of the tools that are out there, for just barcode scanning are some of my favorite things to use. That's what I found is just my simple method.
Yeah, so that's really cool. Fasting actually won the Nobel Prize more than a couple years ago, but so there's some real clinical benefits of fasting, as well as the mental clarity and the appreciation for food that you have afterwards. So
Can I just add one thing?
Yeah, of course.
So one of the most important things that I've come across with longevity from a 20-year career in it and setting up numerous clinics and processes to both test patients and also implement interventions that can help extend your life is that one size doesn't fit all. When you look at someone like Brian Johnson, where he's testing everything on himself and then giving a protocol that he thinks is going to work for everybody, it doesn't. You need to test yourself. You need to determine exactly what your parameters are, where you're lacking, where you're doing well, and then optimize your longevity protocol based on your own profile as opposed to anyone else's.
Yeah, definitely. Healthcare is so individualized. We're all different with our bodies, with the way that we function and operate. So it's really important to make sure you get individualized, personalized healthcare. So for the next question, across frontier technologies, where should we be most careful when thinking about innovation that moves faster than the actual adoption into healthcare systems?
As you say, where should we be careful? In my area, which is very regulated by MHRA, which means that there is already checks and balances. So those are, and that's why I'm concerned about things that are not regulated. And we need to have a moral, ethical structure. But it shouldn't restrict. In the old days, I remember doing an experiment in St. Thomas's where I had an idea and the anaesthetist said, okay, let's try it. So, those days are gone now, but you need to have a clinical trials and validated stuff. And then even then after, we have a UK CA marked product, but it needs to be still implemented in real world before you can commercialize it.
I'm going to continue to harp on about, I think, data protection and kind of the importance of building for privacy from the groundwork of your product. So I don't know how many of you remember in 2017-ish, Google's DeepMind team got given access to about 1.6 million NHS health records without explicit consent. And the fallout from that basically sent shockwaves around the industry for years, up until recently with the emergence of LLMs and larger models. So contracts were cancelled, access was shut off to countless companies just because of the sheer outrage that was spread from that. And we said it before, when any kind of major event like that happens, it doesn't just affect your company, it doesn't just get your company shut down, it makes the job twice as hard for the next founder that comes after you. So I think one of the main ways we kind of all need to look at preventing this is by building for privacy from the get-go. So one way we tried to do that with Mimo is it was very important we don't have any cameras on the device at all. It uses a point cloud sensing system, which means that all data is fully private and anonymized from the get-go. All the processing happens on the device, and it just ensures that our hands are clean of any major data processing and none of that personal data is stored on any major servers we hold.
I'm inclined to agree as well, because as part of what we're building, we have a smart wearable ring. And what's on offer right now with our own smart wearables, nearly everybody here has some form of Apple Watch, Fitbit, Whoop, Aura, whatever. Nobody's actually asking the question, where is that data going? Who is using that data? It's yours. It should be yours, and you should decide where you're selling it to, if you choose to. And I think around how technology is emerging so fast with AI as well, it's causing humans to kind of like infracture with each other and kind of lose a connection of, we should probably be looking after each other and seeing, okay, there's a fallout starting to happen, right? with how we're treating each other, with how investment's treated. If you haven't got AI included in what you're pitching, then okay, this maybe isn't for me. There's so much hype at the moment, and that's causing a huge fallout on how we're interacting with each other and how we're treating each other.
Yeah, so I'd like to echo what Chris and Tobias have just said. We at Freya Health have designed our product for health data capture with privacy by design and sovereignty by design, so that all of your data is stored in its area of capture with whichever healthcare provider has taken that data initially. But then you as a patient have a token on your local device that can identify using blockchain exactly where all your data is stored globally and in what order it comes. So you can stream that data from its area of sovereignty to your device, look at it longitudinally, share it with a trusted third party for either a long time or a limited amount of time, and anonymously if you want to as well. And then you can revoke access at any time. So it puts all the data in the control of the patient and allows them to aggregate all their data from multiple sources into one place, which hasn't really been possible up to this point. One of the keys for medical data globally, and one of the issues for utilizing it effectively, has been that it's siloed in places where you can't really access it, so you don't get a full picture for a patient. And I'd like to just say as well, one of the other things that's kind of quite a concern for healthcare in general is how we're using AI. And a lot of people think AI is a silver bullet, and they try and use wide data sets with LLMs and these models that are open to the internet, and you get hallucinations, you get data that's not actually representative of the use case that you want to get an output for. So in my view, there are 4 things you need to do to use data for longevity for anything medical. And the first is you need to get a validated data set to train your model on, and you need to make sure that you're using data that is applicable for the use case, and no data that could skew your use case in any way. Secondly, you need a very clever human to write the prompt correctly and make sure that you're feeding that data into the model effectively. Then you need to have the right model in terms of architecture to get the output that you want. Then you also need a clever human at the other end to look at the output and say, does this fit with the use case that I was trying to instill at the beginning, and is my output validated, and does it fit with the output I was expecting? And if then you follow all 4 of those steps, I think you can have a validated model that you can use clinically. Up until that point, it just becomes a tool, and you need an oversight from a clinician to determine if your model is working and if you should give that data to a patient.
Can I just say one thing? When you're talking about longevity, we have to remember longevity for clinical trials will take 15, 20 years. There's no one's going to do that kind of study. So you've got to have markers that you can pick up quickly. And that's why I said to you, preeclampsia is a window, clinical window into accelerated aging for women. So in the same way, and why our men should be interested, because women are part of your family. So that's the reason why it's an important thing. So we need to find ways of looking at aging through a different lens.
So Asif, really good point. And I think there's starting to emerge some biomarkers that we can start using now to assess rate of aging, in particular aging clocks that look at methylation of the DNA. So with these, alongside some of the kind of more traditional methods and biological methods, and looking at things like preeclampsia as well, I think we can get to a stage where we can assess aging quite quickly in somebody and assess the trajectory of that aging to see if it's been changed by any interventions. It's quite interesting.
So healthcare inequality was something that was said, Asif, where women are constantly underrepresented in medical research, healthcare, as well as people of color. For instance, at Navy, we are a dermatology mole tracking app. So what we often see is that there is so little research on dermatology and moles in people with darker skin tones. And you'll find that historically they're not very well represented or included in much of the research that's been done. So this is something that now we have the technology to be more inclusive and be more aware of including women and people of color in more medical research and innovations. So I would love to hear a little bit more about your personal story with healthcare and wellness. Why did you guys personally get into this field, and what inspired you to create your company and pursue the products that you have created?
I'll start with that. So when my daughter was 10 years old and I was in this university a professor, this is going back 2006, and she says to me, Dad, you work on VEGF, but how is that going to help me or my friends? And literally next day, my lab changed from being molecular-centric to patient-centric. And that started the journey. And then when I founded Aston Medical School, I realized that my research, which was world-renowned, is not going to go anywhere, stay in the universities. And I needed to move it out of the universities into a company corporate structure. And that's how Mirzam was born. And it's now going strength to strength.
Tobias?
Yeah, so my background actually isn't in medical care or medical tech, but we kind of ended up in this through a story and circumstance. So prior to Mimo, my brother and I were working on a VR product under Stride Industries. So I don't know how many people here have seen Ready Player One, but we were building an omnidirectional treadmill for use in VR, and we were working through countless different sensor designs, pressure sensors, optical sensors, things like that. And we had some Innovate UK funding, which really propelled us. But towards the end of that development, our next door neighbour who was getting on, he's about 80-something years old, he had a fall. His wife was in the home, but because she was downstairs, he was upstairs. She didn't find him for 3 hours. Now, thank goodness he was okay, but when she found him, she called us over. We went, kind of dusted him off, and he's all fine. But it just so happens at the time we were experimenting with millimeter wave sensing. And while we were looking into it, we found an old MIT paper on how it can be used to detect minute chest movements to monitor vital signs. While I was at work the next day, I was kind of messing with the idea in my head, and I wondered if this has been used for elder care and things like that. And turns out, not heavily. There was one student paper that used it in a care home, but never for at-home care and monitoring, which is where we felt it was needed because of events like this. So that sent us down a path of trying to develop this idea as quick as we can, see if we can get it working. We bought a bunch of cheap sensors online, and eventually we found one that was powerful enough and sensitive enough that we could build our own firmware and software for this and got it working. And at the end of the day, it's not a complex product. It's less of a diagnostic tool and just a sensor. It just finds out, it monitors has the person fallen over, and is there the presence of a heart rate or breath rate. It's not acknowledging, it's not analysing that. It's just seeing, is it there? Because that's all it needs to do. So our presence in the health tech space and developing that has come from one of necessity in our own story, where we had the technology and we just found out this is a use case where there's a real gap in the market for it.
So I was very fortunate that I had a very authentic experience at the Shaolin Temple, direct through masters of a lineage of 1,000 years. And I noticed that authenticity doesn't necessarily exist in the West. Now anybody can go and do a meditation course in 2 days and then change their LinkedIn, put their fedora on and call themselves a meditation teacher. And that's a big problem when you're trying to get something that is authentic. So going back to COVID, I've been coaching chairman, CEOs, celebrities, businesses for the past 9 years on health and well-being. And during COVID, I was teaching yoga and meditation classes every day. And what I noticed that the accountability that was missing was largely the Zoom, right? Being able to switch a video on, being able to switch it off. As soon as you switch it off, who knows what you're doing, right? We needed an extra layer of accountability. Now, my background's not tech. I didn't go to university, but I'm being asked to go to the universities and speak about this and see how yoga can be implemented in universities for preventative well-being for students. And seeing how we could use augmented reality to follow people's bodies anonymously and not store that data, because that's a huge thing, right? If you're having yourself recorded in your home, your personal space, we need a way that is tracking you to be able to give you the feedback, but not necessarily capture your whole background. So this was where the idea for Yoga was born, and we started off in the metaverse because that is an extra layer of accountability where you get your little person to walk around before you come to a meditation. Yeah, the real drive for me is to bring authenticity back to well-being when it comes to meditation, when it comes to yoga, because we're sent to these third-party apps that are potentially script-read, largely, and you see that in the drop-off rate because people don't retain it. And then the other alternative is go and watch a YouTube video. So, people that are really struggling with their stress and anxiety and they're going to the NHS, they're referred to things that potentially after 1 or 2 times of doing it, they feel, So we're trying to give people a more trackable, authentic way to be able to monitor their own meditation and yoga.
So when I first got into aging and longevity 20 years ago now, there was not really much of a distinction between what was actually aging and what was gerontology. So gerontology is like disease with aging. So and most people, when they age, they have your natural aging process alongside some sort of disease that comes at the same time. So what I wanted to do initially was study people who didn't have any disease and were at the peak of their performance so that you could get a pure model for aging. And in order to do this, I looked at muscle, because muscle with everybody reduces with age, even if you're an elite athlete. So one of the cohorts I looked at in my early studies was elite cyclists who were competing at the top level, but gradually their times were declining over time with age until about 75 or so. And then you would see a steep drop-off due to the aging process. And this wasn't to do with any disease, it was just pure aging. So when you study these kind of pure aging populations, you can get much more of an insight as to what you can do in your everyday lives to combat the aging process as opposed to combat the aging process and disease associated with aging as well. And this approach was quite novel when I started, and I've continued along with that kind of approach to optimizing the aging process. And since then, I've been working with medical data for 20 years now as well, globally. And one of the things I've noticed is that about 80% of the data that is used by pharma companies, by different CROs, by institutions to train their AI models now, comes from people of white European genetic origin. And so this means that basically 80% of the data is underrepresented. So this is one of the things I'm trying to do at Freya Health now, and I'm very passionate about, is to try and readdress some of that data disparity by taking high-quality data from underserved populations and adding this to the data pool so it can be used by pharma companies and researchers to optimize their treatments and AI models, processes, that kind of thing.
That is such an important point, and I'm really glad to hear that you're trying to bring more equality into the medical space. So since this is a health and wellness panel, we'll just end off with a quick question about what is your own personal favorite wellness tip, action, or favorite wellness hobby that you do in your personal time?
Well, I just have a personal trainer who trains me once a week, but that's my own personal kind of thing. But for me, the most important thing is to make preeclampsia history so women can have a successful, healthy outcome, as you say, because it is the early clinical manifestation of accelerated aging.
Tobias?
I think one of my main tips would be we're entering this golden age where early preventative tech solutions are becoming a lot more prevalent. So at-home blood tests, things like that, general wellness exams, things that are becoming cheaper than they ever were. They're a lot more market available now. I had the chance a little while ago to try one of those at-home get your blood done test kits. And that's I don't regret that one bit. I think it cost me about £40, £50 to get it done. And it gave me a bunch of insights that I wouldn't have got normally. I know personally when it comes to going to the GP, I have to be pretty much dead and dying before I make that phone call to take an appointment. So if I'm able to spend £30, £40 a month and get a constant picture of where my health is at, how I'm feeling, that to me is worth it entirely.
I'm very much of the opinion we need to do more hard things when it comes to physically and mentally. So I've actually just completed the world's coldest ultramarathon 2 weeks ago in Mongolia, a 100-mile ultramarathon across a frozen lake. It was horrendous, but there was 4 months of daily ice baths, 5 minutes a day, every morning, regardless of the weather. There was 6 days a week, strength and conditioning, meditation every evening, yoga for mobility. I think if you're up here talking about healthcare, you have to practice what you preach.
Wow, that's impressive. Yeah, so I'm a big advocate of that in terms of stressing your body and pushing your body so you can be more resilient and cope with stress better. That's one of the keys with aging, I think. And obviously, not everyone's going to do ultramarathons in the cold, but there are other ways of doing that too. And also, the more you test yourself, the more data you get on yourself, the more you can understand where where you need to optimize. And if I was to suggest one thing in terms of supplementation that's probably something that can benefit everybody, it's glutathione. So this is you can take it as a liposomal form, so it's more bioavailable, but this is a master antioxidant that goes towards improving oxidative stress in every tissue in the body. So taking this on a regular basis is quite useful for reducing that stress, helping your body cope with the additional stresses you're putting on it in everyday life.
Can I just say, what I would suggest to people who are young is get your baseline done and then use that as a comparison as you get older and older, because that will give you a baseline of your blood results, etc. And talking about antioxidant, I'm an expert in hemoxygenase is what we discovered, and so your ability to compensate to stress and what happens in pregnancy, in preeclampsia. Pregnancy is a risky business itself, right? So it stresses you, and then it's those women who can't compensate for it end up with preeclampsia. And so that's why it's an early test.
Thank you guys so much for listening, and thank you to experienced and very varied and intelligent panel for all your answers. And that's the end of the health and longevity section.
Give a round of applause. Thank you very much. We now have a short break coming up. If you want to catch any of the panel while we have a short break, and there should be refreshments still out in the front lobby. And then if we come back here for 11:45, please. Thank you very much for your attention. I've been sitting patiently. So now have a quick break. Toilets are out the door, to the right, down the stairs. Okay, thank you very much.
And after this, there is a panel on quantum and blockchain and real-world assets. So let's find out real-world applications. Do look forward to meet you in a few minutes. Thank you so much, guys. And after that, there is a comedy show in the Frontier Technologies. Comedy for startup. Don't miss out. Be back soon. Thank you.
If you would like to take a seat for our next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to take your seats for our next speaker, Dr. Hex Miller Bakewell. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever wondered what quantum cryptography can do for you, for the future of our fine nation, of our world, this next keynote is for you. We have Dr. Hex Miller Bakewell, CTO of Health Data Avatar, ready to break down in detail what to expect. We'll be starting in 3 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you to come join us for the next lecture on quantum and cryptography. I am not the expert. I would not be able to tell what it is, but I tell you that is going to change the future as we see it. So please join. Break is over.
Fantastic. Amazing. Hello and good morning. I'm Dr. Hex Miller Bakewell. I'm going to be talking to you about quantum cryptography. So, last week, the Turing Award was granted to Bennett and Brassard for work they did in 1984. They call this protocol BB84. It's a key distribution protocol. You and a friend start with no shared information. You then go through this protocol, communicating in public, and at the end of it, you have shared secret information. What makes BB84 different is that the guarantee is built on physics, not on computational complexity. I've only got 10 minutes, so I'm going to try and run you through quantum cryptography, quantum computing, and also what you need to know now and what you can start doing. For context, I am Dr. Hex Miller-Bakewell. My PhD is in quantum computing. I'm actually here as CTO of a health tech startup. So if you have any interest in managing your health data across any language, format, or provider, please come and talk to us. If you have any interest in quantum computing, come and talk to me. So, for comparison, Diffie-Hellman is a classical key distribution protocol. It does the same thing as BB84. It was invented beforehand, you can do it on classical computers, and it's still used today. But quite importantly, the security that it's built on, that guarantee that the shared information at the end is secret, is built on conjecture. The conjecture is that no one is going to be able to crack it. And we spent about 50 years trying. We're reasonably certain, but we haven't proven that no one can come up with a system that can break Diffie-Hellman. I'm going to very quickly run over what complexity classes are. This will be brief, and I will skip some details, so come and talk to me afterwards. But for class P is for problems and their methods of solutions that are efficient. By efficient, we're talking about how much the cost increases as the size of a problem increases. Searching a database is a great example. If I have twice as many rows in my database, it costs about twice as much to search through it. That is in P. By contrast, solving a Sudoku is in NP. You can make larger and larger Sudoku. The cost of solving a larger Sudoku is exponential in the number of little cells. But if someone fills in a Sudoku and hands it to you, you can still check whether they have solved it correctly, efficiently. That is why it's in NP. RSA encryption is similar. If you do not know the cryptographic key, it is exponentially hard, as the key increases in size, to break it. But if you know the key, it is easy to check that it is correct, and what falls out at the end is the decrypted message. That is why we use it for cryptography. The foundation of cryptography is this. It should be easy for you to do it, and it should be extremely prohibitively expensive for your opponents to break it. That is what we care about. But will it stay expensive? Even on classical computers, this is still conjecture. No one has proven for any problem inside MP that it will stay inside MP. But we won't one day find a better way of doing it and essentially downgrade it just for complexity class P. So, something changed with BB84. We moved from basing this notion of security on these well-tested but still unproven conjectures of complexity classes onto being able to base them on the laws of physics. It treats quantum mechanics as a useful resource that you can exploit and use, rather than something you have to fight against, which is what quite a lot of people were trying to do beforehand. BB84 was 40 years ago. The reason why they've been given this award is because of the impact it had on quantum theory and quantum information processing. A lot has happened in that 40 years. We now have quantum computers. Sometimes people are surprised when I tell them this, so I try and make it sure it is very, very clear on the slide. These things exist. A quantum computer, for those interested, is a computer that is using quantum mechanics in how it processes or stores information to do things that classical computers cannot. For example, this is from Monday. IBM and the Cleveland Clinic have estimated the electron density for a protein with about, I think it's 303 atoms. Now, AlphaFold, you may remember, got the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for protein folding. It can do this for arbitrary proteins, and what it can do is it predict where the atoms are when you fold up a protein. What it doesn't do is predict the electron density. Trying to predict the electron density in the way that IBM and Cleveland Clinic have done it from first principles is thought to be essentially classically impossible. We don't have computers large enough. We're almost certainly never going to. But by combining a classical supercomputer with a quantum computer, they managed to simulate the electron density in a way that previously was impossible. They're not the only people building quantum computers. There's lots of different ways of doing it. There's lots of different types of hardware. There's lots of different approaches. Rather than talking about all those different things, thank you. That is a lot louder, sorry. Rather than talking about all those different hardware approaches, there is one particular type of computer for cryptography that we need to be focusing on. The cryptographically relevant quantum computer. This isn't a particular type of hardware. This is a thing that it can do. When will we get a quantum computer that can break RSA 2048 within 24 hours? That is the sort of computer we should worry about, not what it's made from or what else it can do. Whenever anyone tells you that you should think about something or worry about something, it's very useful to know exactly how much. Is this relevant to me right now? We have a formula for this. There are 3 questions that you should be able to answer. The first one is, how long does your data need to remain safe? If you're a hospital, this is a different answer to if you're a bank. The second one is how long will it take your organization to migrate? If you want to change to a post-quantum cryptographic protocol, something resistant to quantum computers, that is a fundamental change in your IT system. That is not going to be quick. The third question is, when will my adversaries get such a powerful quantum computer? And for that, we need to turn to experts. The expert estimate gives it about 10 to 15 years. This is based on a report by the German government, who put it at 15 years, expecting it to drop to 10 quite soon if things go well. And also the Global Risk Institute. They actually do a survey every year of quantum computing experts, and so you can track what their expectations are over time. They're getting closer. As a reminder, quantum computers are already here. This is just the timeline for when they are big and powerful enough to break existing cryptographic protocols. Now I've told you that there's something to worry about and told you how to work out how worried you should be, it's quite important to know what to do. The UK, the EU and the US have all put into place a deadline of 2030 for when their critical systems should be what we refer to as post-quantum, meaning they're using protocols that are resistant to quantum computers. Google, actually on Wednesday, have just bumped up their deadline to 2029, so getting closer. They haven't just said this needs to happen. They've also published guidance, so you can look up what steps should be taken. And quite a few of the steps are essentially groundwork, things that you can do right now that don't require switching over a protocol. But for example, a cryptographic bill of materials means going through your company, seeing what cryptography you are using, how strong it is, how strong it needs to be, and checking if it is fit for purpose. Likewise, you can check your supply chain. There will be weaknesses in it, you should know about them. It's easy when talking about future technology to be hyperbolic. I've mentioned that there are protocols resistant to quantum computers, so I want to lay out what limits we know about them. They don't just make everything better. There are still various problems with the hardware. They're slow and they're expensive. We're expecting to fix those. But even if you fix the hardware, there are strong theoretical limits that we will not be able to cross with them. I talked about complexity classes earlier. There is a quantum version of these. I'm just going to refer to them as easy and hard rather than going into any more details. But to go through what we had earlier, searching a database, that was already easy. That was already efficient. There is a quantum speedup. It does get faster. Look up Grover search. It's a very, very beautiful algorithm, and it's quite counterintuitive. Excellent place to start. But it was already easy, so we don't really mind that it gets easier. Sudoku, remember that was exponentially increasing costs as the Sudoku gets larger? That is hard on classical computers. That stays hard on quantum computers. RSA is the famous one. That is hard on classical computers. As you increase the size of the key that you use, it's exponentially more expensive for your opponents to try and break it, unless they have a quantum computer. That's why we're moving away from RSA. Instead, we're looking at protocols like lattice-based methods. These are referred to as post-quantum. They are in the hard class classically and for quantum computers. So, again, simplification, come and talk to me afterwards. I have two main takeaways for you. The first one is that post-quantum cryptography is a business concern. Not only is it a business concern, it's a business concern you can start acting on right now. There's groundwork you can do. You don't need any particular quantum knowledge. And as the guidance improves and keeps on coming in, you are already in a good place to start following it. The second is that quantum computers do exist, but they are not magical. They don't make everything easier. They have different limits to classical computing, but they still have those limits. And the final slide is supposed to be there saying thank you. Again, I am Dr. Hex Miller-Bakewell. We have a booth for Health Data Avatar just over there. And if you have any interest in talking to me about quantum computing, please come and say hi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much to Dr. Hex Miller-Bakewell for that amazing discussion on quantum. I learned a lot, and I think it's a very interesting follow-up from the previous discussions about security data within the health sector as well. So thank you very much, Dr. Hex Bakewell. I would like to invite our next panel to the stage regarding blockchain and real-world assets, trust infrastructure for the global economy. So Mr. Konstantin Tijak, co-founder and CSO of Titan Network, welcome. We have Sheikh Fahad, CEO of Superland. We have Adriana Enab, Director of Stand with Crypto in the UK. Dion Seymour, Crypto and Digital Assets Technical Director, Anderson in the UK.
1, 2, 3. Yes.
Check.
Test.
Pleased to meet you. Yeah.
Wonderful. I'm really excited for this panel for a bunch of reasons, mainly because real-world assets and tokenization is a bit of a buzzword, isn't it? Everyone seems to be talking about it. No one seems to be doing anything about it. So before we get started, would you like to introduce yourselves, what you're working on, and essentially what you're excited about?
Totally. Well, my name is Konstantin. I'm building Titan Network, which essentially is a distributed cloud. We enable people across the globe to bring their idle resources such as mobile phones, personal computers, or even data center grade infrastructure if you have one. We aggregate storage, bandwidth, and compute from those devices, we bundle it together, and we provide it as cloud enterprise services. Today, we work with partners like Tencent, TikTok, Alibaba, and others, and they are renting the resources from people across the globe and paying them for utilizing this distributed infrastructure. Essentially, we're building the infrastructure that is powered by people and for the people.
Hi, my name is Sheikh Fahad. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I have successfully built technologies. I've got one of my most successful exit was a GPU technology, which was cloud-based GPU streaming, and it was acquired by Frankfurt Stock Exchange. I've also been a CTO of exchange, Bitcoin exchange called CoinSonic, and CEO of another Bitcoin exchange, BitVelocity. And now we are doing AI-powered lead generation system for LinkedIn to be able to offer go-to-market solution for various businesses, especially for RWA tokenization, making sure that we give the outreach in a very minimum cost in a scalable way, because that's one of the biggest problems, finding the buy side for the RWA tokenization. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it.
Hi, I'm Dev Singh. I'm one of the co-founders of Apex Invest. We're looking to explore how RWAs and tokenization can help us to onboard more users on a ethical investment, RWA-based investment platform in the UK, which will be regulated via the FCA. And we're still in the exploration stage, so it's very new for us, and we're still exploring the whole technological side of it as well. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dion Seymour. I'm from Anderson in the UK, so I'm a tax director. Don't boo all me at once there, please. But what we're fundamentally involved in policy and technical aspects of anything to do with crypto assets and taxation. And I'm really quite interested on this panel because many people are not picking up that actually a lot of your aspects are going to have some knock-on impacts around tax outside of just worrying about the FCA.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. I'm Adriana Eneb. I'm Director for Stand With Crypto in the UK and the EU. We are a grassroots organization mobilizing users of stablecoin, of crypto, of blockchain, a pro-innovation organization. We bring the conversations and the requirements of the users and the people really building to the policy tables. So I'm really excited to be here today. Let's get started with my great panelists. Everyone's introduced themselves. We're going to talk about something that's moved well beyond theory, the role of blockchain and tokenization as infrastructure in the real economy. There's been a lot of noise, as we all know, over the past few years. What we're seeing now is it going to really to implementation, from speculation to real-world application, from experiments to systems that institutions, businesses, and individuals can actually rely on. So today we're going to focus on what's real, what's working, and what still needs to happen for this to actually scale, because that's what we want. I'm joined by this fantastic panel you've met. Let's get straight into it. We don't have a lot of time, and we have a lot to cover. So the first thing I want to cover is looking at the real economic value. Where are we actually seeing blockchain or tokenization create measurable impact, economic value today? Not pilots, but something people can really rely on. I'd like to take that question, Konstantin.
Yeah, happy to start here. For me, one of the most unique powers of blockchain that it really brought in an economic sense is ability to coordinate systems without single authority that kind of rules and governs how all the participants should act. Having this uniform ledger, whether it's blockchain, Bitcoin, Ethereum, any other solution, you enable people to coordinate without a single governance body that they have to go to, seek for an approval. They just can participate in the system and use the rule of coding as a guiding structure for them to be part of an ecosystem. For me, that's a very powerful solution as well, because that enables people to crowdsource the resources, bring the tangible technology together, and then let someone else rent it out for their business use cases. We are, for example, renting this cloud infrastructure to enterprise companies, and none of our single user provider has to negotiate with Tencent directly to find a deal on what price they will rent the resources out. So we, on one side, enable coordination with this blockchain infrastructure. On another side, we enable people to collaborate together much, much more effectively and argue about the pricing and create economic value way more efficient and competitive than they would be able to do it on a standalone basis.
Thank you. So absolutely, and I agree with that, but the question that people will ask is there as much safety, are there guardrails when you're doing this in a decentralized way as opposed to having an intermediary?
Absolutely, and guardrails usually come in two ways. Either there is economic incentives for you to behave in a better way. So a lot of blockchain use systems like slashing and penalties for you to, if you are proven to be doing something wrong, you'll be slashed and you will lose your stake, which is an economic incentive for you to behave in an aligned way with a blockchain ecosystem. The other guardrail is honestly a rule of code, which I am a personal proponent of. If you design the code correctly, there is very limited frame for you to actually be wrongdoing. Plus, the slashing mechanism that I mentioned before really ensures that all the participants of the network are aligned with an ecosystem and have monetary benefits from being aligned with an ecosystem. So you have more benefits of doing things correctly and more risks of doing it wrong. So that kind of directs or tracks the ecosystem to be
self-policing.
Yeah, software as a guiding principle instead of a judge saying you should do that and not.
And Dion, from a tax and regulatory perspective, how do you see this? Is this something that is already being taken into account on the tax and on the regulation side? How to, obviously, from an institutional side, it has to be looked at differently, but from the tax side?
How do I explain this very, very quickly? The quick answer is no. And there's a whole facet of reasons why this is actually occurring. Now, in terms of economic benefit, what we are currently looking at when we talk about these projects, we've also got to think about the bigger players. So I also do a lot of work with the OECD around the crypto asset reporting framework, and there's a big push from large banks like Standard Chartered about tokenization of bank deposits. So we are not just talking about tokenization in this sense, we are also seeing so many more TradFi actors coming into the space. We've obviously got likes of Archax who have been looking at tokenization of shares. So how does that actually then carry through for tax purposes? Do you still look at stamp duty? Do you still look at these things? If the land registry, when they did the, was that loud enough? I'm normally loud enough without a microphone. I think I'm better without, look. Anyway, when we look at the land registry, they were looking at the tokenization of everything there when they called it Digital Street. How does that actually interplay? Where does that actually then fit in with your general taxation principles? Do all the old rules still continue to apply? We've had, and I know this is slightly different, but yesterday HMRC released a consultation about stablecoins, because they are now looking at actually the taxation of stablecoins is carrying on the same way as they would do with any other form of crypto asset, but they're not being used that way. So is that then potentially a first step towards identification that real-world assets, let's say tokenization of bank deposits, should actually be treated in a different way than other crypto assets? And then before we move into the regulatory matters, then obviously we've still got all those other aspects that move on to the guardrails for consumer protection.
I mean, I think there's so many things we can cover which we can't cover today, but it's putting these into different baskets of assets, and how do they act as securities, as payments will take?
Yeah,
go on.
I just wanted to say regarding the economic value, starts with a question. What is the most successful tokenized form available as of today? Which is the most successful, and it proves its economics? That's my question to you, to everybody. What is the most successful use case of blockchain today?
Bitcoin, store of value.
That's Bitcoin and stablecoin. These two are the most successful use cases. And people also confuse...
But not the only.
Yeah. So, and people also confuse between Bitcoin and the cryptos. Cryptos is separate, Bitcoin is separate. Bitcoin is the most decentralized. So stablecoin is number one at the moment as of today for RW tokenization, because so many people are sitting on Bitcoin wealth. The ones who bought in 2014, I know a person who bought in 2008 in her school days, and then they convert them into stable coins, and then they lend those stable coins to various audiences, retail users, investors, institutional investors as well. So that's the most successful as of today. Where we are going, as you said, it's tokenized security, T-bills, tokenized real estate, but then there is lots of different topics regarding security, managing the private keys, how difficult it is to manage the wallets, but that's where we are going now. but the government has to step in to be able to collaborate with various partners, especially the bigger partners, to be able to build an ecosystem which can be collaborative. For example, if someone loses their coins, it doesn't have to be that just because you've lost your private key, you lose your coins. It has to be a reversible process, and that's what we need to have a bigger mainstream institutional adoption. I hope that makes sense.
I think I was going to ask you about the next one, the infrastructure versus experimentation. Right. What's the tipping point where it stops being innovation theater and actually is real infrastructure for institutions that they rely on?
Right. So that's just a continuation of I just mentioned. What we need is internationally government-based team of people coming together as a single entity and then defining a set of light regulation which can be shared among various biggest partners.
Framework.
Yeah, framework. Which is really important because we cannot have a situation where you're managing $100+ million in a wallet and then the wallet is just disappearing, or even if we put it into a custody solution, but then it's too costly to maintain a custody solution. I'll give you a very simple example. Here in the UK, if you have money in the bank, what's the money it's been covered with? What is the maximum amount? 1,000 in the UK. In the US, it's covered for $250,000. Now that comes by default. We don't have to explicitly buy that service or that insurance to cover the money which is in the bank. If we can provide same level, then we can get a bigger institutional adoption, and then the sandbox system will take care of these managing ugly wallet extensions or private keys to be able to make it to mainstream. That's the main tipping point, especially from the first-hand experience, because I've worked with partners, I have worked with the people sitting on a big real estate. They want to do the tokenization for a real-world asset. They believe in the stable coin, but then again, they don't believe in the system where even if there is a custody solution, but what if the custody solution just dies out? I mean, there is a multi-billion-dollar company called FTX which just disappeared overnight. So that credibility can only be brought by the government. I know we have the decentralized maximalist here.
But very quickly, you started to sound like a Bitcoin maxi a minute ago. We're saying Bitcoin is different to other crypto. Now, everything you're talking about there is very anti-Bitcoin maxi, saying you want to be able to rewind transactions, which is very, very controlled, opposite. Which is not Bitcoin maxi. Where are you? Are you Bitcoin maxi?
I'm a hybrid guy. I'm a combination of government and a decentralized maximalist. And that's the way to go. It comes together on this common platform.
Dev, we haven't brought you in yet because where do you want to talk about this topic or versus public?
Yeah, in terms of regulation, I can see the FCA in the UK, they're already piloting how to digitalize RWA's tokenization. We were meant to apply for that, but we were a little bit late because we were in the UAE and we were trying to apply for the VARA framework there. Then we realized that out of 7,000 applications, only 9 companies were approved. So then we realized that the FCA were actually moving at a faster pace here, and we decided to relocate and apply through the UK.
In the UK. Yeah. Surprisingly, faster than VARA, because everyone holds VARA up to a very
once the UK catches up, I think they will be probably at the forefront.
So do you think that the regulations and all of that is just an excuse for people not to, start pushing forward?
I mean, for our use case, everything revolves around regulation with property, and the way we're looking to tokenize it is through SPVs, and then using like a debt note on that SPV. So it has to be very transparent, and we cannot be doing anything out of sight. Okay. So it's all about regulation.
All right. Let's move on. I want to talk about the next one, which is permissioned versus public, and why institutions are so focused on permission. I mean, from an overarching perspective, you can see, they feel that it's more protected. However, when you look at the internet, that's not permission, that's open. Constantine, do you want to talk about permission versus public?
I might have a little bit different take to majority of the speakers on this panel.
To hear all of them, yes.
But for me, I would really love to see the world where we have predominantly public chains that contain majority of information that is required to be available for enterprises, governments, etc., yet some of the content on these public blockchains has to be private. I totally agree that certain things have to be preserved, whether that's defense spending, some of the critical mission operations that you don't want to expose as like raw wallet-to-wallet transfer, yet they still have to live on a common public blockchain that's maintained by the public, so that you have, once you have the keys, once you have the mandate and authority to review it, there's actually an easy way to get access to that information. And it's now a matter of like, can we build sufficient security on public blockchains to manage private data on them? And I believe that was actually quite a trend for last half a year or maybe even a year to say at least, and a lot of investors are right now looking into that direction where you do private content on public blockchains. And I think that's the unique opportunity that blockchain can capture in addition to like, we provide the infrastructure or even playing field for everyone in the blockchain, whether you build your own product, startup company, or even government operating on top of the blockchain infrastructure. Just government holds their own private data on a public blockchain with their own encrypted solution. But let's say someone wants to supervise or do an authority review on what certain government spendings were. They just need to receive the private keys from that government body and then go to the public blockchain to identify the content. And that creates a checks and balance of a system where content persists. We ensure that content is there and each authority submits it on a regular basis, but not everyone can look into it, and that's where permissions within the government, laws and regulations can come into the place to control who gets permission to view what.
But
and
this is how the internet works now anyway, right? Because it's completely open. However, on there, I can put in my details for my bank account and I pay for things, you know, very private data, but that's encrypted and that is held almost in my own little bubble. So it's the same thing, and I don't know, you know, it's that why it's so difficult to see. I think because people don't understand it, many people don't understand it, they can't see that it's the same thing. Yeah. But with more security.
And you have to build more adoption, you have to build more understanding. Whenever I speak to people about like blockchain payments, let's say I receive salary in crypto. My company pays me, and you can transparently see what I receive on the blockchain, on Ethereum. Is that a good thing? To majority of people I speak to, they say, I wouldn't be so happy if, let's say, my bank account, my bank provider can see all the transactions I make on my wallet on a daily basis. So I have to have an encryption layer that, even though I still want to operate on Ethereum or any other public blockchain, I want to have an ability to put a layer behind it, and let's say if bank wants to have an access to it, I can give them the keys. Or it's my decision to give them or not give them the keys, but data still lives online. And very, very heavily fighting for it. If that's an ideal scenario, then it's probably much better than any closed system at the moment.
Does anyone, Dev, Sheikh,
my approach
do you disagree?
Yeah, I'm more of a hybrid approach, so
exactly.
depends on.
I think we all are, right?
Yeah,
so.
I think there should be some certain control depending on what kind of data and what kind of transactions that.
Absolutely.
So.
No, everyone should see everything all the time.
Sheikh, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I would say institutional flow, plug and play, seamless. If we talk about the audience here, or if we talk about any retail user, or even if we talk about the institutions, no one wants to know the dirty details of wallet management, of the keys, of the security of the blockchain. What they want is what's in it for them, how it benefits them. So it has to be seamless. And the only way to become seamless is to make a hybrid model of permission versus permission and permissionless together, coming together. So there has to be some form of centralization, maybe 10%, 20%. It needs to actually be defined on case-by-case basis. If you're talking about $1 billion worth of institutional money, you wouldn't want to have in a decentralized anonymous wallet because you got to perform a KYC. The banks are required. The banks are bombarded by ever-changing regulations every single day. KYC, AML, you got to perform, you got to update. If you give them this scenario where it's anonymous, it doesn't work. So like I said, it's hybrid model, it works, and it has to be that way.
But just very quickly, you've got the JP Morgan coin, which is already doing interbank debt, basically, between them. So that is private, so you may end up with a tokenized bank account, which you will never know. And I think that's the main thing here. I agree with the point here that we focus on terms, we focus on technology way too much, and people really aren't that actually interested. Do they care if their concert ticket's an NFT or not? No, they just want to turn up, show the ticket and get in. If your bank deposits are on DLT because it's easier for financial institutions to actually manage it inside their organization or not, you just don't really want to know. And who actually talks about TCP IP or IPX or any of the old protocols for the internet? You don't.
Yeah.
It just works, doesn't it?
Guys, I wanted to just ask you a question. What do you think the biggest misconception is that's holding institutions back?
It's not even misconception. I'm very, very aligned with you, Dion, here. It's like a lot of crypto industry was trying to put like, oh, we all need to care about decentralization as a technology. Reality is no one gives a damn. Audience here. I even don't want to know what my internet protocol runs on top of. I want to make sure that my service is high quality. I'm getting the best offer possible. And if my bank account runs on crypto rails, I don't care as far as my performance of service is good. Let's say I'm using cloud computing services. I'm only worried about them when Amazon or Google are down. When they all go offline, that's when I notice. And that's when blockchain technology, that would be distributed systems compute, will actually perform better than them. So the goal of crypto should not be to tell, oh, we have to fight for decentralization, or we have to go and really solve all centralized platforms should be obsolete by now. No, we should build infrastructure that supports that, and we have to come up with better services that have very good UI, very good interfaces, where you don't have to handle all the technical complexity. And once you abstract that, build better UI, build better services with underlying crypto or blockchain underneath it, then you're actually winning the market. That's when people will actually go, yeah, I want to use that service not because it's crypto, but because it's better than what I'm using today.
That's exactly it. Well, it's that whole thing about, is this a solution looking for a problem as opposed to the other way around? But that's, what we said is that eventually one day you will have absolutely no idea that how you're paying or what's underneath what's being paid or how that's being transferred. You'll just know that it's faster, cheaper, and that it's safer. And that's what we're looking to build. But the misconception is that it's not any of those things, which just isn't true. All right, I think sadly, we have so much.
I just quickly want to add on
Closing round.
What's the point which is missing at the moment.
5 or 10.
I think we have underestimated the liquidity and the buy side, especially for RWA tokenization. So we are working with a client in the US. They have luxury yachts worth $30 million. We can tokenize it. That's not a problem. But once it's tokenized, how do we create the buy side for it? What is the go-to-market strategy? And how do we find the buyer appetite to be able to then trust that, okay, they're going to buy these tokens worth $30 million, $750,000 per yacht, but then they're going to trust that system that it works and their money is secure. I think that's the misunderstanding. So we are focusing on the technology side, but we got to focus on the buyer's appetite.
And also, how is that used? And for instance, if you're thinking about the equity and the fixed income markets, none of this is going to work unless there's a secondary market, right? You need that repo, that loan market. Is that the same thing for real-world assets, for yachts, for gold? Yes, that would be the same thing.
Well,
but
isn't that part of the argument? Instead of having your Mona Lisa painting, as you do, obviously, and sitting around in your dining room, if you can actually monetize it and actually make a return on it rather than it being a completely passive asset.
Right.
But the question there is, who wants to buy in and what return do you get? What rights do you get? What protections do you have? So you buy a token on any real-world asset that somehow gets destroyed for whatever reason in the real world, what comeback do you have? Do you actually get a return? So there is a big danger on the buy side, and I think there's a big question that need to be asked there from that angle.
It's trust, isn't it? It comes down to trust. Yeah. Does it actually exist? And when I want it, is it going to be there? Yeah.
Trust and credibility.
Yeah, absolutely. Dev, did you want
I think another misconception is with institutions of the idea of being able to tokenize literally anything. And the actual token should have real value. It should
not tokenize my goldfish.
Yeah, so you can. So that's the main.
But I do explain when people ask me about tokenization, I'll say I could tokenize this cup, I could tokenize my goldfish. You can do it. Should you do it? Does anybody want you to? It would be a bit weird, but in theory you could do it, right? But it's more about, but one of the things that I think is important to use it, the narrative is that it's also can use for financial inclusion and for people to be able to enter and to start investing with fractional ownership, which I think is really important. So I think a lot of the things that we need to do to make it more acceptable and understandable is how do we use this to solve real world problems that people are facing? Cost of living crisis, not being able to actually enter the property market, not being able to start investing. So, that's useful for that.
Don't forget, tokenized real-world assets isn't unique with REITs, real estate investment trusts.
Absolutely.
They have been around forever, and that's a way to actually maybe expose a new generation towards that kind of ownership or property ownership rather than the boring old REIT.
I think I heard it going, but hold on. So we're going to have one question each. If you're the audience, building, investing, or policymaking, what's one thing you should start doing differently tomorrow to not fall behind? One sentence each. Konstantin?
Be more iterative. Like, do as many experiments as you can right now. The tooling today is so unique that you can try something new every single day. Just experiment, try blockchain, try something else, see what fits, find enterprise customers who can use that, and continue building.
So fail fast, absolutely. Shay?
I would say if you are a solution provider, focus on infrastructure today. Don't just speculate that I'm going to buy a Bitcoin, it's going to go up in value, I'm going to get rich. No. Look at what the real problems are there in the market today, not in the future, not in 6 months' time, just today. What problem we can solve that today, get that to the customer, have a strong GTM, go-to-market strategy, generate revenues, find solution, and be part of the ecosystem.
Thank you. Dev?
Yeah, I agree with Sheikh. I would build the problem first, focus on the problem, and then build the solution rather than do it in reverse.
Absolutely.
Well, I've got to go with two hats. I've got to say, don't forget the tax and the regs with anything you build. I've got to say that. But in reality, what I would be saying is don't overcomplicate anything that you're producing, because that does turn off a lot of the customers.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you look at real world problems and how to find solutions for that. Thank you very much. So I guess at the end of it, thank you so much. You guys are fantastic. It's as we know, it's no longer about whether or not this is going to happen. It is happening. People can't put their head in the sand. It's just how we do it and working together. And it's fantastic. It's not a linear path. We have to take a lot of different turns. But I think that it's the security and the community is there, and we need to keep building on it. So thank you very much. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
So that concludes our panel on blockchain and real-world assets. We'll be now taking a break for an hour before returning at 1:30 for Frontier Tech Comedy, a startup comedy session with Abhishek Singh, founder of Vitamin AI. See you at 1:30 for real-world laughs.
Payments, right? You typically have to wait 2 to 4 days and pay like 7% or to 8% in transaction costs to move money from Nigeria, Ghana, anywhere in Africa actually, out to the world, right? And you have situations where traders are trying to make payments to their merchants in China, merchants in Pakistan, Indonesia, even in the UK, trying to make payments to their partners here, trying to make payments to receive payments from their partners here, and then they are stuck waiting a week for transactions to clear and paying a lot of money in costs. So we help them move these transactions in minutes and pay a fraction of the cost. We also just launched our consumer-facing product that solves the last mile problem that stablecoin have, because most times everybody is able to move stablecoins from different wallets, right? But can you actually spend your stablecoins locally? For example, you visit South Africa and you have stablecoins. Can you walk into any store, buy a bag, and pay in stablecoins? So we just launched Owego. Right now is in private beta. We're allowing you use your coin, your stablecoin, USDC, USDT, go to a merchant, ask for the account number, make a payment. If you go to the Waymo region, for example, Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, you use Wave, Orange, Momo, You scan to pay, payments are done in seconds, and you're good. So it basically lets you spend money like a local person would. That's mostly it. I think I have just 3 minutes, so that's mostly it.
Thank you for your presentation. The next one will be coming from the team at Magnet Lead and will be presented by Sheikh. Sheikh around? Okay, so we will be having the next presentation from the team at Magnet Lead and RWA Superland. So can we just give him a round of applause?
Hello. Right. So I think I've already talked about myself, but I'll speak again. I've built technologies, and one of the most successful exit I have is the GPU technology, not now, that was back in 2018. We did an exit with a company called Gamigo, and they put the company in the Frankfurt Stock Exchange. So that's my traction and credibility. Yeah, I've also run exchanges, BTC exchanges, CoinSonic Exchange, CTO there, and also CEO of BitVelocity. So yeah, that's the track record. Do you want to move on to the next page? Right. Okay. What's the problem we're solving? Company startups, company founders, what's your biggest problem? Is the traction, is the funding, right? We can reach any customer, any investor, anywhere in the world, especially targeted market niche for LinkedIn. You can verify, they can verify you, they can vet you then and there, and they can outreach you. That's the problem we are solving for you. We bring you investors, investor leads, investor meetings. We bring you traction by bringing you client leads as well. So we can solve both problems with our platform. Our platform is fully live. It's not story, it's not in the future, it's there. We are already helping clients. We're working with the clients, and it's successfully running and generating leads for the CEOs, for the startup founders out there. So that's our platform. You can see this is a snapshot from one of the clients we are helping them. And a lot of positive responses. We are helping them raise $10 million in the US Atlanta. They are real estate developers. We have connected their account. The system has performed outreach for the last 4 months and generated many, many leads, 30 plus for now. And now they have compounded. Every single day they are generating investor leads. So that's the example. We have 7 paying B2B clients. We were selected as the top 1% company in the Silicon Valley by Bitcoin AI Startup Labs. That's one of the top level accelerator programs in the Silicon Valley. We successfully completed the program last year. So that's our traction. We're only raising $300K under SCIS for potential business partners, collaborators, like-minded people to be able to be part of the journey and, you know, just make it bigger ecosystem and help all the founders, their biggest pain point and their biggest problem. Thank you very much. Any questions or no questions? Oh, yeah. So that's a good question. We are charging $600 a month, which is 500 pounds a month. But we are running a special offer, which is only 75 pounds a month per account on LinkedIn Center. We run all the campaigns for you on LinkedIn per account. And remember, we can scale. Our technology is scalable. So LinkedIn has a daily outreach capacity limit, which is 40 connections a day. But you can add unlimited number of accounts and scale unlimited number of people and generate leads from there. Plus, if you're raising capital, then there is also a success fee. But that's only if we successfully raise the capital. Yeah, sorry? Yeah, we can provide a white label solution. We can provide you a dedicated platform under your name, and you can add all the accounts on your own. You don't need to provide your credentials to us. You can just run the campaigns on your own. We have tutorials, we have videos. You can run all the campaigns, and we will guide you through the process. We are already helping one of the venture studios called Lamarca Studios in Silicon Valley, and they are specializing in LPs and family offices. So that's already working in good. I mean, some of the leads are, they want the Saudi investors, some of them they want the US investors. We are doing both. And we can really target based on the city, based on the state, based on the single family office or multi-family offices, whatever you're looking for. So it's, yeah, that's possible. And we are already doing it for one of our clients. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Sheikh. Thank you so much. So see why we are doing this. The objective is that you guys see how frontier technologies, blockchain, AI is being applied in different industries by the startups. The next one, and pardon me if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, and the man is already smiling there, Maximilian Kusniers, yeah. Come on, my friend, from Consolidated Manufacturing Limited.
Thank you very much. It's Maximilian Kusniers, just for the record. All right. Let me give you too much information on piezoelectric tech. First and foremost, regarding myself, Maximilian Kusniers, serial entrepreneur as well, just nothing to do with breakfast. We're going to talk about something that has been ignored the last 200 years, which is the underdog of energy tech, and this is most particularly this crystal structure. And this is going to be quite a deal breaker in the upcoming years of decentralized power nodes and autonomy and decentralized grid infrastructure. Basically, for the exam, you got to take a note of the energy density, which we have successfully, the energy density problem, which we have successfully solved, which means that we have found a solution to make piezoelectric crystals viable for large-scale adoption. Where we're at with that right now and why that's relevant is best explained through the tiers of products that we are going to enable with it, starting with the piezoelectric self-charging battery, which we have already completed in a lab-grade demonstrator test and is currently on the way to commercialization on a TRL of level 7. The next steps of that are going to be to roll that out into more detailed or more custom scenarios in different kinds of grant and government-related projects. And the end game of that is going to be the horizon of basically all the end game tech you could imagine, going into spaceflight and more. Currently, we're working with all those, probably kind of hard to read in the ranks a little bit further back, but we are working with quite a lot of very heavyweight companies and institutions to achieve this target. And it's all something that we can actually already do. We are not reinventing the wheel. It's already in a large scale. It's definitely something that we can do in large scale, and that has been done previously, just not streamlined and not on the scale that we are going to do it now. It's going to be the better technology in comparison to other battery technologies that we currently have. For all those different reasons, I'm more than happy to provide all the background data that supports this graph afterwards with a handy handout that is going to be with me, so just feel free to approach. And that's going to be a game changer for everybody who is aware of why battery production and the waste management related to that is an issue for everybody. And just as a little example to why we think that we can do that despite it being kind of a breakthrough, it's something that's already being done on infrastructure level. For example, here we can see a piezoelectric sidewalk in London, which is also where our company is based, so you're free to visit. And yeah, since I only have a little bit amount of time left, let me just say that I definitely appreciate the attention. We are not looking for any equity or funding, but we are also always looking for intellectual support and interest, so feel free to seek me out if you have any questions on the subject. And it's been a pleasure speaking to you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Mr. Ian from Boone. Very, very interesting platform, very good use of technology, and perhaps I'll let him speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Have a show. Yeah, so 21 years ago, I had an idea that I was going to travel the world and watch England play cricket. I turned that idea 17 years later into the global market leader for cricket travel. Every cricketing tour that England went on, we followed. I then sold that business to Gulliver Sports Travel in 2022, and I've just last month finished my 4-year non-compete. I spent the 4 years going down the rabbit hole with disruptive technologies. So what I'm going to show you now, and you're the first people in the world I'm showing, is my legacy, and it is follow-on tours. So what's the problem with the cricket sports tour business? 85% of customers want bespoke travel. The phone used to ring in our old offices, and we used to funnel those customers into group tours. Same flights, same transfers, same hotels, same. Why? Because it's easy work. If you want a bespoke trip, you went to the back of the queue. Why? Because I now need to type your inquiry to the destination management company. I need to put in a load of manual effort. When it comes back, I need to transform that quote into our branding, into our PDF, and I need to do everything manually. It always sits at the back of the queue. So what have we built here now? So it's my knowledge, it's my intelligence, it's 17 years of running cricket tours around the world in a £10 million turnover business. What's built here now is zero overheads. There's very little going on in the back end. There's very little to spend out monthly. There's very little manual effort. I've built it all so it's fully autonomous. This is not just England going to South Africa this winter. This is Australia going to India. This is India going to Bangladesh. This is Bangladesh going to the West Indies. It's fully global. It's not just cricket. It's rugby. It's tennis. It's textiles tours. It's pottery tours. It's wildlife tours. It goes on and on and on. But cricket is our first port of call because it's my knowledge base. So how does it work? Instant qualification, fully automated. Who you're talking to? Where do you want to go? How long do you want to go for? What sightseeing trips you want to do? It's all built in. As soon as you've put your information in, it spits you out a fully branded PDF itinerary. That itinerary gets automated to the destination management company. The destination management company sends it back. It spits it out to the customer. The customer pays the destination management company, and we take a commission. The market, cricket alone, is a $2 billion market of cricket travel globally. The sports travel industry is worth over $1 trillion, expected to be over $2 trillion by 2033. So already confirmed, every single destination management company that I've spoken to has confirmed. I've got contacts across all of the world already within the cricket playing nations. I've got more calls next week with Cricket Australia and the various likes. We take the 10% commission. I've already told you that. That's the revenue model. This isn't just an idea. It's fully working. You can go onto the website now. You can test it. You can load in your details. You can play with it. It will spit you out. There's an admin dashboard. It's fully automated. I've got Telegram alerts. Everything's lined up. I'm getting the information come through to be live and direct in terms of marketing materials and everything in between. It's fully routed directly to the destination management company. Already told you about me. We are live. With a little bit of money, I will get some ATOL bonding, which fully fledges us to use flights, and we can scale at a much quicker rate. And I'm already thinking about the agentic economy. There's a statement there by Jack Forstall at Visa, but this is the biggest opportunity he's seen in 20 years of working in finance. So if anybody does come along or there is an investment opportunity, I really do at this stage want the right person. I've already got an ambassador lined up who's a household name in the UK in the cricket world. I've got some good contacts, good relationships. Everyone I'm showing it to in cricket is absolutely loving it. But if there's a visionary, someone that's connected, cricket obsessed, there is an opportunity to grab some equity to the right investor as well. That's it. Thanks for listening. I do have a stand, so if you've got any questions, come along and see me.
Thank you, Ian. In past few weeks, 3 of my friends lost money on crypto because a wrong link was sent to them and they clicked, money gone. One of my other friend, he was fooled by a VC. They've been talking to him very nicely, grooming him as in like, hey, let's talk, let's have a Zoom meeting, this, that, what is your business about? A very long run. And then they ask him, my Zoom is not working, would you click this and download our video software? Once you do it, we have a meeting. We are willing to fund you with over 200K. What? My friend is a smart guy. That's why he's my friend. He did not do it. But that was another attempt to take money from him. So now, one of the panel which is going to be later in the evening is very important. Cybersecurity in the future. How it is going to be. What are the challenges? But right now, we have a gentleman, Mr. Martin Krupik with the CyberCat to give a presentation for his security platform. Martin, please.
Emersa means in Latin to emerge. We're an emerging disruptive technology. I got some notes here, I'll be quick. About me, I started coding around 12, computers around 5. I'm a creative hacker. I hack everything. I like hacking life situations. I like to hack. Last year, I made a decision. No more cutting corners, Martin. Let's just do it straight. Anyways, I have tendency to talk a lot, so let's just try. I'm on my 4th venture, so I'm a serial entrepreneur. Previously, we did cybersecurity and analytics. We are predominantly AI gaming company. This might send some waves. Gaming company, cybersecurity, enterprise solutions, yes. Many, many great solutions came up from gaming companies. So we are building a game, and there's some products that came out of it. We also contributed to autonomous driving, and our team includes former Google, MIT, Hewlett-Packard, PayPal, and some leading MLDL engineers. Who here doesn't know what MLDL stands for? Machine learning, deep learning, okay? And then let's move this forward. So what happened last year? Anybody knows how much damage cyber attacks did globally? Throw me a number. Million, billion. Okay, cool. Let's go higher. Anyone else? Trillions. Good. We're in the right bracket. How many trillions? So it was 10 trillion damage done globally last year. That's the ransomware extracted. That's the cost. 10 trillion. We can now come up with lots of comparisons like US economy is 30, right? Anyways, invested 200 billion. That gives us, all you clever heads now see the 50-to-1 ratio, right? Anyways, let's move on. Problem. What's the problem? The problem is the rise of AI in cybersecurity, the hacking and so on. Humans can't compete with AI-driven cyber attacks. Can we compete with AI? That's another debate. So what's the solution? Solution is Squincy. Do I have something like this? I click it and it goes to the next one. I have to say, this place is well organized. So that's the image. I don't know how I sent it here, but this represents the CyberCat. It's biomimicry, biomimetic inspired system. We combine a cat octopus, and an owl. You've seen how cat hunts mice, right? Have you seen octopus in a fight? They can kill a whale. They can mask themselves, squeeze through little gaps, throw an ink. You cut one arm, it grows back. Owl can see very well, very well. Anyway, so that's the solution. It's called SQUINCY. It stands for Sentinel Quantum Neural Cybersecurity. Sentinel, I'll leave that to you. Quantum, we have through our partners. So that was meant to be this is the solution, okay? So it's lurking within your system, and it's governance via ML. So ML now, we know what it is, right? What is ML again? Brilliant, well done, good learning. So I think I need to accelerate this because I don't think there's much time here. With our partners, who include SUSE, you've heard of Rancher, yeah, and Tech Passport is Morgan Stanley initiative that approves ISVs. Emersa is our company. Through SUSE, we have solved future quantum security by encrypting your data that can't be further decrypted. It's a system that lives on its own. I think I should just sort of like wrap it up here. You've got some numbers here, okay? So average breach detection time, 287 days. We'll be here forever until you guess that CyberCat takes 12 seconds. So that's how far we are. We are at the moment 30 times faster on the port scanning than any other. And yeah, we're a bunch of hackers who decided to go white hat. So take pictures, have a look, you'll hear about it more. This is where we are today. We are not even being told how much damage is being done. We now have countries hacking each other. So I think I'll just wrap it up here. I really like Abhishek, what he was saying. Demo. No, we don't have a live demo. We have a product. Okay, that's what we got. Oh, finally, sorry. I'm a little bit neurodivergent, you might have noticed. This is all coming from the game. We have created intelligent non-player characters at first. Then we created a skyscraper. We had an accountant, nutrition advisor, you name it. But to me, LLMs suck. They are not suited for that kind of scale-up. Anyways, so we have a bunch of synthetic beings that we focus on. CyberCat is one of our main focus, and that's a synthetic being. However, we created also together with Oracle's missing here, but you've heard of Oracle. Oracle, SUSE, and Rancher, we created Emily Wilson. Emily Wilson is an enterprise assistant. Emily can operate devices. It's agentic, it's ambient, it's on-premise, it's well secure, it's ready to go. So this is us, Emersa, our synthetic beings, Emily Wilson and CyberCat. Thank you very much.
So what do we like most other than technology, right? We like money. Do we? Yeah? So some of the best investors in the city, in the region, wouldn't like to name names, but some of the top ones will be here for, I think, around 3 o'clock. Ensure you don't miss them. Ensure to, when they're going, catch them. Ask them for money. Don't say, I told them. Or, I told you to do this. Yeah. So next I will invite a pipe ecosystem, Bet Sirai Muguti and Mr. Robert James.
Okay. So 83% of European university R&D technology does not reach market, does not get commercialized days on the shelves, while these university technology R&D startups actually have a 95% success rate compared to commercial ventures. This is known as the European paradox, and that's what I'm here to solve. So I'm Batsi, I'm the founder and lead contributor of the PipeG DAO, and we've built the PGF Launchpad, and we have a demo video. This is shipped and it's in market right now. So without further ado, I'll present this to you, and I'll stick around for any questions and networking afterwards. Thank you. Please play.
Hi, I'm Batsi, and I'm the founder of the PipeG DAO. I'm here to give a product demo of the PGF Launchpad. As you can see here, we are a university real-world assets intellectual property launchpad, and this product is built to bridge the gap between university real-world assets and Web3 capital. And this is particularly aimed at funding university startups. And so this is by a liquidity pool. So it is a form of crowdfunding, but the projects are not funded individually. They're funded in a basket, and this is how much we've raised so far for the projects. Obviously, not that much just yet, but we're aiming to raise up to 2 million per project. We want to raise 10 million euros to prove first principles. So I'm just going to give you an example of some of the stuff we have here. So this is the thermal e-bank project. This is from a university, and it's aimed to boost EV driving range, EV battery range by up to 70%. So these could be used on things like BYD and Tesla and so on. So we click on the View Project panel there, and it gives you a description. I'm not going to read it out. You can see that for what it is right there, and you can also see the full description here as well. And this is streamed from our Web 2 platform called the Pipe platform. So that's our partner, and the project goes through various stages. So the project is prepared, and then it's disclosed, i.e. loaded onto the system. It's then reviewed by a team of associates. A report is then generated as to the commercial viability of the project or not, and then a decision is made as to whether or not you can go forward to the funding stage, which is known as QED, Question, Evaluate, Decide, which is a unique mechanism for evaluating university R&D startups by our sister platform, the Pipe platform. So I'm going to go back here. And so, of course, this is the Discover page. There are other projects here as well, like the Tooth Fairy project. This takes stem cells from baby teeth, and could then be used in later life to protect against things like cancer, spinal injuries, and so on. And there are numerous other projects. And again, these are from universities or research institutes. And, the system works in the same way. So what happens if you want to invest? And in this instance, I want to use Rabbi. It's faster than MetaMask. Well, that's what I'll use for this example. Okay, so I click invest. I'll just prove $2, which is my balance. It creates the transaction. Then I sign them. And as you can see, my $2 is invested. There you go. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. Welcome to. Thank you. So next, I would like to invite Ms. Divya Prashant for Journey on AI. Please.
Hi guys, I think you're getting a second dose of me today. For some of you who were there for the AI panel, you must have seen me earlier. So yeah, I'm Divya. I'm the co-founder of Journey On. Janine is my co-founder. We are the UK's first subscription and loyalty-based ticketing solution and the world's first blockchain-based digital wallet for public transport. We are live across Wales and its borders. We've done over 40,000 journeys, and I'm very proud to say that Birmingham is our top destination at 10,000 journeys. A little about us. Well, we won an Innovate UK grant, we won a Solana blockchain hackathon, and then we went on to build. The innovation grant helped us do the R&D, and then we work with our partner Transport for Wales to build the system. And but of course the technology aside, but what does it bring to the table? It simplifies fares. Today, if you look at fare structures, you have about 40,000 different types of fares. You've taken everything into consideration from the different concession passes like your rail cards or your monthly passes to various other sort of fare structures like the family pass and everything. So with Journey On, what we do is simplify it. So it's a simple subscription. And I wouldn't say subscription, it's more like a monthly pass. So you buy a monthly pass or you travel sustainably and then you get eco points, and those eco points can be redeemed for discounts. And how does that work? So every mile that you travel actually gives you an eco point. Like for instance, if you're traveling from Cardiff to Birmingham, that's a very long journey. And that would be, I think, close to about 200 miles. So let's say you do 2 journeys, it possibly gets you to about 590 miles. That is equivalent to £5.90. And that gives you a free 35% discount for the next month. So that's really how it works. We have seen simply amazing uptake because there is an age group. No, it's okay. It's okay. You can put it off beyond, yeah. So, what it does is irrespective of age group, right, it is accessible to everybody. And especially we're seeing a huge uptake for people who are between the age of 30 and 59, because that's the age group that doesn't have any rail cards. So as you can see, this is, it was, that's the app. That's how it looks. It's a brand new user experience. So literally you travel, earn, and you repeat. And that's again, we've introduced conversational AI as a user experience. So you see, say, book, then you choose Cardiff to Manchester, and then in the back end, it figures out there is an algorithm which tells it whether it is the cheapest or the fastest route and so on. And then you earn eco points, and these points, as you can see, these points can be redeemed. So like, for instance, say Cardiff to Swansea, you calculate, it's about 47 miles. That gives you 47 eco points. And that's like 47 pence. And you use that to redeem. And we got some amazing reviews. We've been live for about 4 months with both Apple and Android. And we're already at a 4.7 sort of review on Apple. And we have about 6,000 downloads of the app. And that's us when we have got a fantastic partner in Transport for Wales. And we hope to work with West Midlands soon. So there you go. Right, thank you guys, thank you.
And one more, everybody who is here will get 35%, up to 35% off from Divya Prashant. From Journey On, please ask for the code directly or to me. I'll email you the code for the whole next 2 months. Liverpool, Birmingham, London, whatever, as long as it's TFW, the train. Take a day trip with family, pay very less, okay? So now the, what do you call it? Best for the last. Yeah, because it's for students. So we had a hackathon prior building this program, and 2 of the student winner team. First one from Solana. So I would invite Solana Old Joe Buddies student hackathon team to come present. So what they have done, have a quick look just in 1 day sprint.
Right, so does anybody know what the average debt a student is going to graduate with? Double that, £55,000 of debt a graduate is going to graduate with. That's a personal experience, and that means on this stage alone, we have over £250,000 of debt. In this building, maybe $1 million, yeah, $1 million. Now think about this campus. There's actually £150 million that has been borrowed just this year alone from these students. And I think you know where I'm going with this. Nationally, we have £240 billion of borrowed debt for students. It's a crisis, and if you're watching the news, you're going to see it quite often. So if we were to graduate, we would have to get £66,000 in annual salary to be able to stop the inflation, basically. And the worst thing is, we have this debt for 30 years, 40 for some people, until it gets wiped. And all of that is going to the student loans company. It's not really benefiting us. So now that I've set the context, that was the main motivation behind building EduInvest at the hackathon last week. I almost said last year. So what you're looking on the screen right now is essentially a marketplace for investors and students to connect with each other, to find bright students and have investors put their money into it, a pool of investors. It could be a single investor or multiple investors who basically set up an income share agreement with the student. Now, let's take you through the demo. Let's start the video. How do I do this? There you go. And Andre can talk through the features.
Oh yeah, sorry guys, we just started. So yeah, that's the display of the functionality of the app. So both users, the students and the investors, use their crypto wallets as their authentication method, and we just try to make sure that the workflow is as simple as possible. It's quite intuitive. It's only a couple clicks away. Here we can see investor just found a prospective student. By the way, we adjusted the currency. It's just showing that it does work. Every transaction is stored on a blockchain. Everything is transparent, visible. Students know where the money comes from. Investors also will know when the money will come back. Here is the dashboard. It shows how many students I currently invested in. And now I will show you from the student side. Again, you need a phantom, you need a wallet. You create a profile, you create the ISA agreement, and then your profile is listed on the website. And then it depends. If someone finds you attractive prospect, they'll just put money into you. It's like a Y Combinator, but for people, for human potential. Another aspect I would like to talk about is that, the funds are stored as a tokens on the blockchain, and it's trustless, it's secure. The money will not leave the blockchain until the student satisfies the criteria. So both investor and students, they are sure that the money is safe and will only be released when certain conditions are met. I think that's pretty much it. I'll hand the mic.
So we are not trying to replace student loans, but we are trying to give students back what £55,000 of student debt never could. Connections, people, mentors, and people who actually want to see them win. That is EduInvest. We are open to connections and questions. Thank you for listening to us, and please come speak to us to learn more about our business and how we can support you. Thank you so much.
There was a second track by Tech Skills, and their winner, the student team, is called as Power Rangers. Please, Power Rangers. We have in our building all of our investors, and after this presentation, there is a blockchain conversation followed by a frontier ecosystem and investment panel. Thank you. Power Rangers.
Should I start? Okay. Hi guys, imagine I'm just owning a cafe and I'm like really hardworking employee and I work like for straight 14 hours a day. And I know basically like all of the names of my regular customers who come to my cafe. I like to think like I make the best coffee in the street. But yet another, every single morning, I have like absolutely no idea why half of my regular customers are not coming back. That is the reality for 5.5 million small businesses across the UK right now. Not because they lack talent, not because they lack passion, but because there are only players in £200 billion loyalty company with no seat at the table. They are paying more than 5% premium just to acquire customers. They have no tools to keep. The infrastructure exists, open banking adoption exists, but independent retailers are still holding out stamp papers. Is it 2020? No, it's 2025.
So the solution we are bringing to you is not just building another app. We are bridging the gap of missing infrastructure. So what we are presenting to you is a fresh payment system where no POS transactions will be required. Also, we are not providing you discount points which depreciate over time. What we are providing you is GLY tokens which are margin adjusted for fair use, cross-domain for wider applications, and locally liquid for easier use. Think of it like this. You earn at bakery. Basically, you go pay, buy a product, complete your transaction. You'll be earning some wallet points, some of our GLY tokens. Now, the price will be different when you're spending it at, let's say, a different salon or somewhere the price range is different for their product. Basically, the design of this business works on one wallet which works for every local business. Let me show you how it works in the hands of a real user.
Can someone play the video? Yeah, so this is the merchant interface where you can see that is the dashboard. This is the wallet of the merchant. They can see that whatever the purchases have been done, these are the offers, these are the transactions you can see, token offered, and this is the direct payment. This is the trend analysis which is done by AI. This is the smart advisor. It's kind of like your advisor suggestions you'll get here. You will be getting your revenue forecast, and these are the campaigns which merchant can offer to customer. There is another UI for the customer itself. So this is the UI for the customer, and then you can see what are the this is the wallet, and this is the thing, like if you travel to another country and you want to transfer your points from one place to another, like from if you have earned points in UK and you want to spend the points in Thailand, you can do that easily. This is your this is like a Tesco card. This is your special QR code. While doing payment, you can use this QR code. And this is the referral thing also we have added. There are pop-up notifications which a merchant can send. And this is the scanner. This is the scanner you can use at the merchant.
So this looks accessible and smooth, right? I know. What's better is it is free for merchant and customers both. So the question comes, how do we earn? We are not monetizing the transaction itself. We are monetizing the intelligence around it. The plan is to generate revenue through hyper-local retail media. Think of it like this. You'll get personalized ads which run locally in your area. Another thing that we can generate revenue in this business is through ML-powered marketing strategy packages, which will be priced differently for different tiers with different facilities available for many other merchants in particularly their own domain. Another thing can be B2B data enrichment, where we sell data for the merchants and the consumers to the fintechs and FMCGs who are desperate for that data.
Please join in, guys.
So for now, we are targeting 2,000 businesses, but we are planning to compound it in the upcoming years. Please support us and help us out.
Thank you. Your suggestions are welcome.
Thank you very much. Next on the program, we have a panel talking about financial infrastructure, talking about programmable markets and institutional convergence. So forgive me if I don't pronunciate the names quite correctly. You can correct me. So Olegason Oboroda, is that correct? If you want to come to the stage, and then Idris Olobisi, Elvis Chunks Agnoki back on stage, and Olowaproka Adenidi and Taiwai Ojo, if I pronounced that correctly. If not, forgive me. So if you could make the way to the stage, those of you on the panel, please. Are you chairing?
Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about something that is very, very prevalent and quite obvious in today's market and blockchain, which is financial infrastructure. And we're going to be looking more into programmable markets and as well as institutional convergence. Because when you talk about finance in the UK doesn't just end with the UK. Same as well, finance in Birmingham doesn't just end with Birmingham. It's cross-border. And since it's cross-border, it requires a lot of institutional activity as opposed to just retail. So the focus of our conversation is going to be centered around this. My name is Aborode Olusegun Isaac. I am a blockchain data engineer, and I'm with a couple of people who are quite vast in financial institutions. And I would love you to introduce yourself one by one, who you are, what you do, and a couple of thoughts regarding financial inclusions. Thank you.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Idris Olubisi. I work as a software engineer and also a developer relations engineer at Midnight Foundation, a blockchain infrastructure focusing more on privacy, and also the founder of Web3 Africa, a community centered around building the ecosystem within the African continent, and also, importantly, like onboarding builders into the ecosystem. And beyond that, I also do like some other things to help, and in my free time I work like basically on education and also writing content.
Hey guys, so my name is Elvis Chooks. I'm a senior software engineer and co-founder at Reba. Like I said before, Reba sits at the junction of cross-border payments and stable coins. We help businesses receive money from Africa and pay money to Africa. So basically we globalize the businesses in Africa and remove that barrier that cross-border payments brings.
Hello everyone, my name is Olowaproka Adenidi. I'm the co-founder of EasySwap, largely do off-ramp. We help people to swap cryptocurrencies into local currencies. Also, I co-own CryptoEvangelist.ai. We're trying to bring crypto, web, and AI courses, free courses for students in Africa to ensure that they're able to get into the new ecosystem, and we ensure that they have education and financial inclusion. And in my spare time, I also work with Turing BitChain, a blockchain ecosystem that has raised a lot of money and is listed on both Mexi and Elbank. Thank you.
My name is Taiwo Ojo. I'm a senior tech lead at Farm Limited. We consult for remittance companies in UK. I work with corporate partners here in UK. that does remittance between UK and Nigeria. And I'm also working on a startup that is building a lending and liquidity management system on the blockchains. So we support a lot of clients in UK and also in Nigeria, Ghana.
Our introductions, one thing that's quite clear is the fact that we have one or two core expertise in cross-border payment, remittance, privacy, and pretty much topics that involve how money moves financially from currency to currency. So it does beg the question, which I would love to ask you, Idris. What part of financial infrastructure or market innovation at the moment, when I say at the moment, I mean as of right now, 2026, is the most interesting in terms of where the infrastructure of the current industry is?
Yes. So I think there are a couple of them, but if you think about like what is already working and also how blockchain plugs into that system, then DeFi is one of them. DeFi has grown a lot, and then we've seen mainstream guys adopting stablecoins, and also like making their processes even faster. Yes, they are faster. Maybe you can say traditional system works, but then if you look at what people like some centralized entity now adopting the likes of stable coins and all of that, it has improved whatever they have or the infra they have right now, and also how money move around, right? And I think another one is privacy. Privacy is also an interesting session because if you look at it, we have native implementation on how blockchain works today.
Very true, yeah.
Then we have this adoption side of things that if you really want the mainstream guys to adopt it, then you don't expect the likes of JP Morgan to have to finance data on chain publicly.
Exactly, yeah.
So they need some sort of privacy.
Yeah.
And then we've been seeing a lot of blockchain or protocols coming out to solve that same problem, but in a different way. So that's also a very interesting one that I can easily categorize as something to look out for, and something that is already working to an extent, right? So I think finance, DeFi, privacy, and stable coins powers most of these things. So I don't want to categorize. If you talk about DeFi, you would mention asset on chain and also stable coins. So I think those are the two major categories that I think stood out for me personally. That I've seen this existing infra being built upon and something that really works well today.
Okay, I mean, it's quite interesting when you put it that way. But I think I would need to ask Elvis something that is very interesting. When you definitely look at DeFi, and for people who do not know what DeFi is, it's decentralized finance. So it is our finance as we know it, but decentralized, meaning that it is abstracted away from central governance in that kind of sense. However, when you look at DeFi, for example, DeFi is broad, and it cuts across lending, borrowing, staking, liquid staking, restaking, and on and on and on and on. What part of that financial infrastructure, looking at DeFi, for example, and TradFi, right, is being rebuilt at the moment in a way that can actually impact people's daily life, like in a way that can impact my daily life, people in the audience, their daily life, and how is the innovation in that category moving in terms of user adoption?
Yes, I would say it's mostly around last mile settlements, because almost everybody here would have had some experience with stablecoins, right? Moving money from one wallet to another across borders, right? But one thing that wasn't in the past, very structured, like people didn't have a lot of access to, was last mile settlements. It's basically taking your stablecoin, walking into a store and being able to buy stuff, right?
True.
So now we have more of that happening. Yeah. I mean, especially at Reba, I said we did launch a product to enable last mile settlements, last mile payments, where you can just use your stablecoin, pay locally, whatever country you go to. Right? So the innovation right now is around making people access markets that they would typically not be able to access with their stablecoins. So basically acting as a local payer.
Okay. So if I get your point, when you say last month settlement, it means in a case where there's a possibility for somebody to take their stablecoin or crypto card and go to Sainsbury's, for example, and buy groceries.
Yeah.
Interesting. So it does lead to another interesting question, which is just brewing in my mind, and I would love to speak with Nii on, in the sense that if we take a look at last month's settlement, for example, Elvisa said last month's settlement is a frontier technology that is making huge changes. But when we look at last month's settlement, for example, what aspect of financial technology is it really changing? Is it necessarily changing infrastructure? Is it necessarily bringing more speed to usage? Is it disrupting anything? How does this frontier technology impact the way people tend to experience crypto solutions?
Okay, yeah. From my own point of view, I would say from what he said in terms of last month settlement, I would use an example of me. When I first came into the UK, I had issues in terms of like having most of my assets on stable coins. The problem now is how do I start thinking of how to convert my cryptocurrency from stablecoin to pounds and then spend? Within that period, within that process, I would have lost about 2 to 3% of value.
Yeah.
But I was able to discover a crypto native card, and that crypto native card helped me in terms of settlements. I could easily go to Aldi and buy my groceries and tap using my phone with that native card. So what are the things that it does is that it kind of helps you access your money in a strange place or a new place.
Yeah.
I don't have to say, okay, I have to do a lot of transferring it to, let's assume, TransferWise or Revolut, then do conversion. Within that period, maybe I want to spend £50, I would have spent an extra £5 on transaction fees.
Yeah.
But that ability to know that you send your stable coin, and it actually even helps. I know that here in the UK, the financial settlement is very quick. But we that are coming from Africa, we know how it can be.
Exactly.
Where somebody sends you money and you've bought the good already.
You are hoping.
You are praying. A glitch can cause embarrassment.
Exactly, yeah, true.
But when you have a card that is native in crypto, you are able to send stable coins. We all know that even Ethereum transactions that used to take ages doesn't take ages again. It's now fast. So no matter the stable coin that you have, you can just easily transfer it to the crypto native card. And thankfully, although the only issue that I might see is that most of those crypto native cards still have to depend on MasterCard and Visa for proper infrastructure. We still don't have that infrastructure, but maybe eventually we'd have that.
Yeah. I wrote an op-ed on Voice of Crypto recently talking about the intentions of British bank managers looking to pivot away from MasterCard and Visa card. So it's kind of like an eventual scenario, something that could happen. It's not a case that has happened yet. However, Mr. Taiwo, the entire conversation we've had today is centered around there's a lot of financial innovation happening. One of the conversations that happened earlier in the day was centered around real-world assets and how the dollarization is kind of like impacting a lot of things. One of the things that I think people in this room should know is when we say last month payment in that kind of sense, everything is happening in dollars, really, not in pounds, which is kind of like a concern because this is the UK, so the central currency for the British government is the British pounds, not the US dollars. Now, if we are going to have this kind of conversation, that should be one of the biggest question mark that we should not look into. Now, if we are looking to make, like it says, financial infrastructure be a bit more practical, what are the steps that are needed to actually maybe reduce the dependency on dollarization and actually push forward the use of more British-driven stablecoins?
Okay, thanks for that. I want to look at it from two countries' perspective.
Yeah.
From UK and Nigeria and US.
Yeah.
UK, to some extent, is slow in adopting a stablecoin.
Yep.
But now they've published a kind of, there's already a policy in place now for people to apply to join the standbook for stablecoin.
Yeah.
So one thing about UK is regulatory, I would like to say it, highly regulated.
Yeah.
If you want to really move fast in UK, you have to get the regulation right. You have to get the compliance, get that approval from FCA. And thank God, the UK is opening up. FCA has licensed some stablecoin issuer. Yesterday, I was speaking to one of them, which is TGBP.
Yeah.
So, and I believe in a years from now, I think by September, FCA is also going to formally open a lot of players to come and obtain license for crypto assets. And I think the adoption of TGPP, GPP-backed stablecoin will come more into place. Now, what I see is we have personal payment, individual payment, and then you have B2B payment.
Yeah.
I can say that in UK, B2B payment, business payment using stablecoin is growing. That's why you have the like of BVNK and other players processing billions of pounds or dollars of stablecoin already. So I would say that in UK, using stablecoin for business transactions is growing because of clarity around that.
Yeah.
But for personal payment, you walk into a store or you want to have your money in stablecoin, it's still very, very, I would like to say, being done in private. Let me just use that word.
Yeah.
But I think by October, when the new regulation comes out, by 2026, the market is going to open up. Then UK is also talking about limiting amount of money you can have on stablecoin. It's still a discussion. I believe that will not pass because that will also make the product restrictive.
Yeah, yeah.
So in UK, stablecoin adoption is growing. US is already opening up. We already have clarity around that.
Yeah.
And in African market too, it's already well established. But let me also add to what my colleagues have said around what is working well, what has worked well, and what is it that needs coming up. I think sending money from one party, from one business to another using stablecoin is already covered.
Yeah, yeah.
Speed and the fee is also coming down because of the competitiveness.
Yeah.
But the last mile payment is still yet because if you still look at it, despite the fact that we use stablecoin to send money from one person to another, we still need the bank at the other side.
Yeah.
To off-ramp it to the real bank account.
Yeah, exactly.
And we all know banks today are very conservative.
Yeah, yeah.
So what I think we solve that is just regulatory clarity. And a lot of countries, Nigeria has rolled out virtual asset provider. UK is doing that. Ghana has also come up with their own virtual asset provider. I think once that regulation is coming up in those countries and people can formally apply for license and get it, it means that you can do those transactions in the open. Today you can't do it open unless you have a license. I think regulatory clarity, licensing is the critical area that I believe that is going to really pave the way for everybody to grow in this sector.
I genuinely feel that's a very good insight because there was a day I went to African store, Sammy's here in Birmingham, and I was holding on-board card by Gili. I'd picked everything, I'm trying to check out and everything, and I tapped the POS. And then he brought out two currencies, British pounds and US dollars. And the person looked at me like, like, what's going on? Like, why is your card bringing US dollars and British? And I was like, okay, you know what? Can you just click the US dollars for me, please? So I feel those kinds of issues are where you start to see the need for regulations. Because the reason why it's showing US dollars is because it's trying to settle the payments. And to settle the payments, I'm paying with USDC, really. We need to settle the payments in British pounds. So it has to, the POS machine needs to take into consideration of slippage and exchange rates and whatnot. However, the seller of the product does not trust the process. He or she feels I'm about to scam them because they are not expecting to see dollars in their POS machine. So when we start to take all of this context into perspective, regulation, I definitely agree with him that regulation is very key because I ended up having to pay with cash that day because he was like, no, he's not going to accept dollars because he's not I believe in his business, he's not seen anybody pay card and is in dollars. So it was very strange to him. And I didn't have enough time to explain what blockchain is. So, so when you take that into consideration, you know that regulation is very key. However, one point this is the last point I'll need to ask Idris, is more context in the UK, because I think the United Kingdom is a very special place, especially when you know that London is one of the major driving factors for financial inclusion in Europe, not just in the UK. In the next 2 to 3 years, it's the current laws by the FCA and all the major work that people like the Stand With Crypto folks are doing. Where do you think the financial infrastructure would be in the UK, and how much of an impact would it have on everyday life, really? Again, take into context what's happening in the US already with the Genius Act. Yeah.
Yes, I think he mentioned earlier on about regulation clarity.
Yeah.
And I think that plays a major role, particularly in this part of the world. Because if a business can now trust, if that rule is set in place, then businesses can now trust using stable coins and doing all of that. But there's also another thing to think about when you look at the way transfers work here in the UK. It works in seconds, right? If you look at the need or the use case for stablecoin, you won't really see that speed, those things that we do talk about, right? Which means that there is an existing infra that works.
Exactly, yeah.
So now, what is needed is regulation clarity, and people need to now start trusting stablecoin payments. So if I'm going to integrate, like on the other end, you mentioned about like the banking system. So if I'm going to tap with my USDC card, you on the other end, you also need to trust that you are going to receive the actual fund. Trusting then means that probably you need to change, I don't know, maybe change your POS or use a POS that would then support USDC natively. So you don't have to do those slippage and conversion and all of those things. But what are those things that contribute to these things directly? Aside UK, anywhere in the world is regulation. But UK takes like compliance very, very important.
Yeah, very seriously.
And they take things slowly, not because they can't act fast, but because any decision they make impacts like millions of
people,
people and billions in resources. So that way, but with the way things are going right now, I feel like we are heading towards like the right direction.
Yeah, I believe.
Particularly with some of the acts that we've seen signed and some ongoing conversation, which would then automatically unlock more usage. But I am so confident in the infrastructure that we have right now.
Yeah, in the UK, yeah, definitely.
It's just going to be like a plug and play system. We don't really need to rebuild or reinvent any wheel. Maybe in the case of finding Visa or MasterCard provider, maybe something new needs to come out. But aside that, every other thing just needs to plug into existing infra to work effectively.
Yeah. I'm gonna say a couple of things and ask Elvis, which is our last contribution for this panel. when we think about some of the changes that's gonna happen in the UK, that I do feel many of us need to prepare for, is gonna be the tokenization of existing assets. The tokenization of existing assets, like for example the FTSE 100, hasn't been tokenized yet, whereas the S&P 500 has been tokenized. Majority of them has been tokenized already. So we're most likely going to get to a place where people will be able to buy FTSE 100 as assets on chain, right? And I think that's something that many people might not be prepared for. However, Elvis, aside from this, what do you think is maybe one major change that people in this room, including us, would need to maybe prepare for that might come as a cultural shock, especially with your experience in living in the UK in the past couple of months?
I don't think I understand the question.
In the sense that, let's say changes happen as the new acts are being rolled out. What are some of the changes or the impact of those changes that people would feel that will come off like, I'm not sure how to use this tool, or I'm not sure how to set up a wallet, so I'm not sure. How would these changes impact their daily life? Yeah, that's the question.
I think we would start to see a lot more stablecoin adoption.
Yeah.
In the UK. times when you tell people to download a wallet, they most likely do not know what a wallet is, right? But with the new regulation and acts that are being signed in to support stablecoin and cryptocurrency in the country as a whole, you would start to see a lot more adoption. Because in places like Dubai, for example, you can walk into Starbucks, pay with stablecoin, right? And I think the UK is, in terms of innovation, although it's slow, the UK is one of the world leaders in innovation for finance, for fintech.
Yes,
right?
no doubt about that.
So we will start to see more situations where you walk into Starbucks, walk to Audi, whatever, and the checkout, you can see a crypto native solution that would accept stable coins. Yeah.
That'll be fun, to be honest, because walking into Audi and seeing it post that we accept stable coins is it's gonna be fun. I mean, but regardless, it's been an interesting time on the panel with everybody. I do hope that people in the audience learned a couple of things, and then it's from my own end. It's been a pleasure having and hosting Idris, Elvis, Nee, and Mr. Taiwo. Thank you so much for your time. Have a blessed day as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Now we need to move on after a very interesting discussion to start to look at investment, because all of the panels that we've had today and looking forward to future of technology, etc., is always crucial, as we've seen, on investment and how do you raise capital. So what we're going to hear from is Robert Lyle, who is the fund principal of the West Midlands Co-Investment Fund. If Robert could come to the front. Yeah. Rupert Lyle, sorry, not Robert. I'm bad. You can either speak from there or you can take... I said you can speak straight into the mic or you can use one of the mics.
Hello. Afternoon, everybody. Hello. Wakey, wakey. Afternoon. My name is Rupert Lyle. I am Fund Principal of the West Midlands Co-Investment Fund. I am an Investment Director at Future Planet Capital. I am Chair of 3 early-stage scale-up businesses, one in the ladies' clothing world, one in the functional drinks world, and once in the electric vehicle electric vehicle charging world. How many founders have we got in the audience? How many founders feel lonely? Well, I can tell you, it is the loneliest job in the world. Absolutely the loneliest job in the world. You think everyone expects you to have all the answers, and in actual fact, you don't have many. I describe being a founder like sending our kids to school without any teachers. Sending them off at the age of 5, saying, here you go, here's a school, here's a library, here's the internet. Come back when you've done your A-levels. And that's how difficult it is being a founder. It's also a journey. It's a very, very long journey. And I'm an investor. But being an investor, we only invest at one event in your journey. And your journey is much longer than that. Take Jeff Bezos, for example. He formed Amazon with the vision to become the everything store. That was always his vision. But he started with books. And he started with books for 2 reasons. First of all, nobody spent any time choosing books. So why not take a Waterstones or a Smiths and put it online? You choose your author, you choose your genre, you press buy. You've chosen your book. The other issue he had was that there wasn't actually a parcel delivery service when he launched Amazon. So he needed products that went in the post and through your letterbox. But that was his beachhead. And I talk about a founder journey. It's a bit like, how many people in the audience have been to London? How many people in the audience have got on the Central Line? How many people have got on the Central Line at West Ruislip, which is the first stop, and gone all 47 stops to Epping at the other end? None of you. Oh, you've done that. One side to the other. Well, that's like a founder journey. You start somewhere and you've got your North Star. You've got your end point. But there are 47 stops or more in between the point at which you start and the point at which it becomes something great. The Amazon, the everything store. And each one of the stops you go on, you get on at West Ruislip and you stop. And at each stop, something else happens. It's part of your journey. You recruit staff. you win customers, you find new suppliers. And then you get towards the center of London and you think, shit, I need some money, this is going all right. And then you think, right, okay, I need some pre-seed investment. And you find a pre-seed investor and they jump on, but they're not going to go to Epping either. Nobody wants to go to Epping. And they might get off at Oxford Circus. But then there's a Series A funder gets on at Oxford Circus. But he or she doesn't want to go to Epping either. They only want to go to Liverpool Street, to the city, to bank. So that's the journey that you as founders go on. And the reason it's so lonely is you carry everything yourself. There's 45% more likely to suffer from mental health issues, 200% more likely to suffer from depression, 200% more likely to suffer from anxiety, and 1,000% more likely to be ADHD than the general population. And yet 50 million businesses in the world start every year. That's 50 million absolutely barking mad people who decide they're going to be a founder, because it's not easy. And my advice to you is, do not try and do it on your own. Elon Musk has never built a Tesla. He's just surrounded himself by brilliant people who can do it for him. And he's now the richest man in the world, having founded Tesla, but he's never actually built one. Find great people who are better than you. As a founder, you have an itch you want to scratch. You think, oh, I've got to do this, I've got to do this. And you start your business. And when you start, you do everything, absolutely everything. You do sales, you do banking, you do accounting, you do absolutely everything. And it gets to the stage that you really cannot do everything and be brilliant at what you set out to be brilliant at. And that's the point at which you need to say, I need to recruit brilliant people around me. Don't recruit people who can execute. Recruit people who can challenge, who can make you better, who can make your business better. And if you do that, you improve the chances of success. Now, I said 50 million people a year start a business around the world. But the horrible statistic is that 90% of startups fail. So 45 million businesses that start every year are going to fail. And you need to do whatever it takes to be one of the 10% that don't. Do not try and do it on your own, because it will be lonely, it will be stressful, and ultimately, you may be a founder and you're the company's biggest asset, but you are also potentially its biggest liability. Because if you continue to try and do everything yourself, then you'll drive yourself mad and your business won't achieve what your vision is. Alex is going to laugh at this, because I'll leave you with this final thought. Thomas Edison said, a vision without execution is a hallucination. And do not be a founder that hallucinates, because that is doomed to failure and it's doomed to depression, mental illness. So those are my words to all the founders in the audience. It's a lonely, lonely, lonely job. I was advising a startup in London, and one morning I woke up and, you know, as you do, you pick up your phone at 7 o'clock and you think, oh, Tricia sent me an email. What time did he send it? 3:08. I thought, he shouldn't be sending emails at 3:08. So I sent him an email back that said, WTF, are you sending messages, emails at 3:08 in the morning? And he came back with the immortal line, sleep is for the fully funded founder. It's 24/7, it's lonely. Do not try and do it on your own. Your biggest superpower is admitting you're vulnerable, admitting that you can't do everything, and getting people around you who can help take all that strain off you, but also execute on your vision. And it's at that point, it doesn't become a hallucination. Thank you very much.
Okay, the next aspect is we're going to move on to investment and looking at capital, competition, and the future of technology and how do we fund that. So Rupert's going to stay on stage, but joining him, could we have Andrew Rice, Alex Cole, Suki Wahalawa, Alexander Kader, Geoff Walters, and AZ Babers, please. I'm going to have to grab an extra chair. I think we need 7. No, we're right with 6, are we? Okay. There should be microphones on your chairs. If not, you can have one of these.
Hello.
Okay, I guess I'm chairing this a bit. I'll kick it off. Are you chairing? Okay, over to you. Take it away.
Welcome. Hello, everyone.
I hope you are enjoying today. We are here to talk about capital, competition, and frontier tech, obviously. And right now, there is a massive gap between the hard facts of building complex technology and the outdated gut feel of some investors, not talking about this panel, but some investors still use to judge it. So my goal today is cut the fluff and find out how the money is actually moving. So our panel today, Geoff Walters here, founder and COO of Greater Things, a venture studio with a regional ecosystems focus. Hello.
Hello.
Rupert Lyle, fund principal of the West Midlands Co-Investment Fund and an investment director at Future Planet Capital. Aishay Baybars, founding partner at an early stage deep tech systems fund. Alex Cole, venture partner at TIN Ventures, a venture builder with social innovation focus. And Suki Vahiwala, an investor and entrepreneur in residence at Alia Future Business Center. And me, I'm Sasha Krista, or Alexandra Kedar, long story, and I run a company called Uye Labs, and I'm an architect of an investability standard and the new venture infrastructure. So, frontier tech, it might be complex AI or deep tech, and it cannot be measured the same way as typical SaaS companies are. Yet many investors are still relying on pattern matching and gut feel to make decisions. So, Aishay, sorry, new name for me. You have a deep background in building products and now launching a deep tech systems fund. When you look at a new complex technology, how do you measure its actual objective value rather than relying on the gut feel or pattern matching that so many traditional investors still use?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. This is an excellent question. We still use pattern matching and gut feel for founderliness, to be clear, but in a world of new technology, we turn to our experts, and we don't pretend to always know the answers. We can only do our best to triangulate as precisely as possible, and then we still have to take that leap. But experts are the name of the game. It's lots of due diligence.
Geoff, you are building tech businesses using AI every day. Where do you see investors completely misunderstanding the reality of building in this space?
I think, what do I think? I think that one of the most interesting metrics for AI and building tech businesses with AI now is that it costs less money to build a tech company using artificial intelligence than it does to buy a second-hand van and run it. Right? So entrepreneurship in tech has boomed, or will boom, because all of a sudden you don't have this bottleneck of, I want to build some company that leverages software, that leverages artificial intelligence. I'm going to have to go and talk to Rupert or my colleagues on stage to raise enough money to take that to market. So all of a sudden we have this burgeoning digital SME sector that wasn't here, 2 years ago. Now, what does that mean for investors? I think it means that all of a sudden it's very difficult to differentiate between businesses in the pipeline on the basis of a technical measure. So you have to go back to good old-fashioned investment management. You have to understand the financial structure of a business. You have to do deep due diligence. That's a great phrase to try and say at the end of a Friday.
That's easy for you to say.
It was nice hearing a Scotsman say doomed. Yes,
we're all doomed.
I think we have to do our job properly, right?
Anyone else agree, disagree? Agree to disagree, please.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but and everybody knows, or most of the people that know me know this. I come at this on the basis that I think that model of due diligence and VC is probably broken, almost too broken for this new wave. I think So I run a venture studio model, which is basically we build and become co-founders for ventures. So we think that you have to, so that everything Geoff said is absolutely true, but we don't have to rely on due diligence. We're literally in the trench with the founder, understanding their business. We're talking to them about their business model right from the beginning, because I think Rupert definitely has heard me say this before. There are always three lanes: your bootstrap lane, your debt lane, or your VC lane. If you pick one, you should stick with it. I mean, there's only certain instances in some cases where you would deviate, but if you try and deviate halfway through, especially at the point where you've probably given away equity or you've taken on debt, your cap table and your kind of investment readiness and your attractiveness to an investor declines over time. So I do think the model's changed, the way that VCs are scoring businesses. Everything you said about pattern recognition absolutely is true. What Geoff has said as well, you got this huge range of, the technology is no longer the challenge. It's actually, can you find a customer? Can you build ARR?
Technology is given, traction is not.
100%.
Yes, I fully agree. Any disagreement?
Yeah. Yeah. So I was going to say something as well. This is more from an independent person as opposed to institutional wealth, VCs, etc. We're also investing directly, very similar to what Alex was saying over there, directly with customers, working with them, giving them a clear methodology to follow on a monthly basis. So we're not really relying upon, I go back to the human psychometric. So I'm seeing who is the leader, who is the person leading the company, what are their investment in themselves, in how they're going to bring the technology forward, and then we support that with neuroscience, and actually on a monthly basis have an actual mastermind program which actually incubates the customer or the client through their journey. Because we all agree that we're humans ultimately, we have ups and we have downs, and if we don't get that right, somebody who could be the most amazing, statistically proven individual or in a company that could still fail because they're not right to actually drive the process forward. So we need to make sure that the product might be amazing, but is the person going to be partnered with somebody? Can we support them in some way to drive their change, which is, in my opinion, a very big thing.
Yes, I do believe that transparency and trust is very important, and structure. Yes. Aisha, whenever you need, you can go.
I'm okay for now, but I wanted to add something to that, actually. It's from a live story that's happening, and it's funny how, because you're effectively speaking to key man risk, right? And we talk about that from idea conception all the way through to very exit at the end of an ecosystem, which is where we're all trying to get to, so we can all be happy. Jump into that pool of money. But it's funny how key man risk can actually flick on really quickly, right? If you have a founder who's stuck with really bad terms because of whatever, and in that moment, if they decide to take those terms because they have to, immediately the co-investment pool flips, and then it kind of dies in that instant. And it's kind of life or death. And keeping that founder, whether or not they're actually the right founder to scale the company, let alone exit the company, it's just, are they even the right one to get through the next 6 months, can just dissipate in an instant. And that is the human part. And that is the part that will always be human, and just be, how are you feeling, and are you feeling okay about this person, or set of feelings. And it's so crucial, no matter traction or tech or whatever we're looking at.
Truly agree. Absolutely spot on. Yeah,
I mean, you give 10 people with the same background, same idea, same amount of money, and only one of them will make it. And it just shows that ultimately all comes down to people and timing. And I think the key thing that founders need to do is tell a story. Actually, what you do today is sort of irrelevant. It's what you can become, what you can do with what you do today. Today's your beachhead into your market, whatever that is, and it's what you do once you've got your beachhead. And people are absolutely fundamental in that, and so is timing. You know, you just look at the YouTube story. YouTube wasn't the first, but it's now the biggest. And it's the biggest because it launched at the point that 50% of Americans had access to broadband. MySpace didn't, and MySpace no longer exists. So timing is absolutely key. And the other thing that everyone needs to remember when...
Nobody here even knows what MySpace is.
Yeah, exactly.
Except me and you.
And me.
And me.
All right, sorry, all of us.
Has anyone still got a BlackBerry? The other thing that you need to remember as a founder is that you live your vision 24/7. You spend all day, every day, trying to put the pieces of that jigsaw together. And nobody understands your business as well as you do. So don't try and blind everybody with science. I liken it to when a founder comes to speak to us, they've got 1,000-piece jigsaw there. And don't try and get me to put the 1,000-piece jigsaw together. Try and get me to help me put the stray edges together in the first place. So I know roughly what this is about. So it's about people, and it's about storytelling, and it's about making your story compelling. It needs to grab my heart and mind, and I think everyone agrees that if you can't grab any stakeholder, I mean, that can be a customer or a supplier or a shareholder, if you don't grab their hearts and minds, they won't go on that journey with you.
Yes, I agree and disagree, but we could discuss this for a long time. I have something to say to it maybe after, because we need to move to next question. Money. So money decides which technologies win. But right now the market is tough and many investors are pulling back. Rupert, you managed a 25 million fund looking for high growth businesses. Where is the money flowing with 100% confidence right now, and where has it completely stopped?
I don't think there's any business in our marketplace that you can invest with 100% confidence. Absolutely none. We invest, we make about 10 investments a year. We see about 1,000 decks a year. So the bar is pretty high. And even the ones that we decide to invest in, we've got no idea which ones are going to make it or not. And I think the statistic is actually that 75% of VC-backed businesses fail as well, or never return the capital that is deployed. So just raising the money isn't a slam dunk to fame and fortune. It is tough. Raising funding actually raises the bar. It makes it more difficult. You've got other stakeholders to answer to. So, I make judgments on people. If they're in deep tech, it's about the people. If they're in consumer goods, it's about the people. It's about the people.
Yeah, thank you. Alex, you are dealing directly with physical supply chains and modular housing with your Enzo project. Is capital flowing easily into these hard physical assets, or are investors still too scared of anything that isn't just software?
Yeah, no, it's not flowing. But I think the risk appetite is growing. The raft of policy that's pulling out of the startup space and the kind of and moving into that scale-up space certainly from government, that's the direction of travel. So it's driving more focus on traction with customers, driving more focus on probably private equity and the private market. But I like that. I think I'm probably alone in that, but I think because I believe the UK is really odd. I mean, I've spent a lot of time traveling around the world. I spent a lot of time in the US just working out how does Silicon Valley work? In Germany, how does, Berlin and Munich and those places work? And what we don't have is that, I think it's a killer mentality or a winner mentality. And I think people who fail here tend to not recover from that failure. I bang on about this all the time. So we are we believe we need to be spoon-fed things, and grant funding and all of that stuff comes way too easy. The customer is the ultimate arbiter. And if you want to get to tier one, and supply chain for me is about tier one, getting to a tier one status with either a corporate. So I spend a lot of time. I used to be on the other side in Capgemini, working at that corporate VC level and corporate. And we're looking for only probably Series B and then scaling through our supply chain. So you're really looking at a startup that has the potential to integrate with us, which is super hard. So in our venture studio model, we're training people to do that. But the point being, it's not a gimme in terms of the funding. So yeah, there's more work to do.
Yes, thank you.
I disagree. I'm going to disagree, which I love, and then I'm going to run away into my train. But we see a lot of hardware, and I started my career in tech on B2B SaaS, but previous to that in an actual garment product. And it was over 10 years ago, horrific to raise money because you end up with money stuck on the shelf, which is everyone's nightmare. So having said that, on the frontier side, on the deep tech side, lots of things, you like make it a tangible product, right? And yes, that puts the onus on the founder to do better and more and convince more investors. And it's hard. I agree. That part is difficult. But I don't agree that we shouldn't have grant funding involved. In fact, I think the onus is on the founder to absolutely have non-dilutive funding, especially on the early side when we talk about earlier TRL levels, which is tech readiness for those who don't know. And then eventually you should get there, because you should tell me that the giant ecosystem at hand cares about what you're building and that the problem you're solving matters and there's other money for it. Public spending is actually indicative of where the big issues lie, right? Where money will eventually endlessly need to end up, and obviously consumers will follow, consumer being, businesses or individuals, what have you. So on that end, thanks everybody.
Yeah, but we provide so I agree with that, but we provide the grant funding. Oh, she's literally running off.
Yes.
Bye.
Catch the train.
Yes. So I agree with that. We provide the grant funding, but I just don't think it should be a gimme for people to apply and just expect it.
I think there's an interesting point here for thinking about. We love to self-flagellate in the UK. There's a good phrase for a Friday. The UK's funding ecosystem is very driven by the government. It's very state-backed compared to America. And actually, we don't do badly for private capital here. We're very good at startup stage. We're really good at startup stage because of SEI, SEIS, better than the US. We're actually not bad at scale-up stage either. What we're crap at is growth. That's where the UK falls behind the US, right? But what we have at the moment is this interesting period of time. Government moves really slowly. So we left Europe. You can make your own decision as to whether you think that was a good or a bad thing. We left Europe, and so the growth funding that was coming into the UK from Europe goes away. Boris Johnson comes into power. You can decide how you feel about Boris Johnson. But Boris Johnson puts in a stopgap pool of money to cover the European money that's gone away. We're now in a period of time where that has ended, and actually the growth funding that comes into the UK is in a sort of question mark, what do we do next? So that big pool of money that has been the LP behind a lot of the early stage funds we see. Not Rupert, he got his from a pension. But that big pool of money that's powered a lot of the LP investments into funds is currently scratching its head and has kind of stalled. So it's very interesting to see what happens next. Listen to Rachel Reeves. If you can bear to listen to Rachel Reeves, listen to Rachel Reeves and hear what she's saying about growth and where they're going to put their money.
Yeah, can I just add something?
I'm just mindful we're one woman down. I wonder if we can convince Karen to come sit. Karen, do you want to come sit with us? Please.
The venture capital industry invests between 400 and 500 billion pounds a year. Most of it goes into scalable tech. Most of it is deployed in businesses that can scale fast and exit quickly. And for the majorities of founders in this world, that sort of funding doesn't work, because if you're building a business for passion and purpose, not purely to make money, then there is very little capital available in this world to fund those sorts of businesses. The other thing is that we take a very generic view of the word founder.
I miss the word entrepreneur.
Well, I was going to. Every founder gets lumped in the same bucket, and in actual fact, we're all different. And I'll go somewhere that if anyone ever repeats this, I'm going to have to kill them. But I'm a Cancer. Yeah, that's a star sign as opposed to.
Yeah, good.
So
save.
I couldn't build a team of other Cancers. Because all we'd do, we'd sit down and we'd overthink, we'd ruminate, and when we didn't have the answers, we'd cry. So I could not build a business with a group of Cancers. So you need to think about team dynamics too. I've got a super-powered overthinking brain, but I need to work with somebody I need to work with somebody who's got a bit more direction to them. So every founder is different. Female founders are different, black founders are different, Asian founders are different, because we've all got different aspirations for the business that we want to scale. And at the moment, most of the venture capital in the world only works for businesses that want to scale quickly and exit.
Thank you. Karen, you are here for the university and you run the fintech side. Is that correct? Yes. What you would like to add?
Well, I might be a fintech scientist, but I do all sorts of different things as well. So just recently co-authored a report around the scale-up market between here and the US and how difficult it was for funders. And the reason I got involved in that is I sit on the FCA sandboxes with NVIDIA Supercharger now, and I have sat on the previous sandboxes and also advised fintechs on how to scale and to be responsible with their tech, as people who have been here from the outset of the day, is one of my focus areas. And what we're finding is there's such a dramatic shift and change between a lot of people going to the US because it's easier to do a raise, it's easier, it's more welcoming, there's more open ways to access the funding there. So maybe we need lessons learned around it. So we're trying to get that in front of UKRI and the government as well, and Innovate UK, to try and get to them change to support companies to actually go beyond the startup phase, and when they get to scale up, help them grow, because most companies are SMEs. And again, founders are different. So you're Cancerian, we're both Virgos, aren't we, Geoff? So very practical, very pragmatic.
Virgos are the star sign that's most likely to be a psychopath, if in case anyone's interested.
Yeah, we agreed on that too.
Thank you.
And we won't go into Scorpios because they're just woo.
Suki.
This is taking a turn for the weird.
Yeah, I'm not.
I've actually got a different take on.
This is
some of
taking a
stuff
turn for the
where-
West.
Sorry, overtalk there. But you know, when we're talking about what Rupert was saying about dynamics of the actual group, of the individual, where he's an overthinker and the contemplations. This is human psychometrics, is what I was talking about in the first stage. We need to identify always every single human who is the leader of that particular organization, and then how they can be supported to create the correct group or the team to possibly give their business idea a chance in the open world, which is why we work on them on a monthly basis. One of the other things that I'm an angel investor. I invest my own money, not institutional money. So the difference here is I need to be very much connected with each one of those individuals. Now, that doesn't mean that that's going to reduce the opportunity. We need to be in a position where we understand the limitations of every single one of you who's trying to start your business. Because your idea may be A1, but what we've got to understand is who is the right person to assist you, to support you, to consistently evolve the parts of the business that you're not there. So if you're a dominant individual, then you'll be big end picture, end goal, and you'll be sitting there without any real details. Somebody says, can you do this? You'll say, yes, of course I can, and off you go. And then you have the influencer individual who will sit there and he'll say, I'd like to start 15 of my ideapreneurs, because obviously you said entrepreneur, but I call them ideapreneurs, you know. They're constantly having ideas. They don't complete any of them. They hardly ever start them. That's not a problem. It's a psychometric decision that you've got to understand. So learn yourselves first to understand what kind of a human being you are. And when you stand in front of somebody, make sure that your document doesn't have £80,000 of the £100,000 you want raising to pay you your salary. You know, this is what we're looking for. We're not looking for people who are just trying to get another salary for another year in that position. So the project must be active, must be able to be investable. So you need to work at your stuff. I mean, I'm not talking at the scale that these guys are at, because they're at a completely different level. What I'm trying to say to yourself is that I like to help and unlock the individual who's trying to actually move forward with their own business idea, to create the correct team, to create the correct mindset, and also to evolve themselves so they can stand in front of this team to raise millions in the category as well. So that's just my view on it.
Yeah, sorry, I agree completely. Whoever you raise money from, it needs to be for more than money. It cannot just be about the money. You need to get value from whoever you raise, because it's about sharing. You don't have all the answers, and surround yourself with people, be it an institution or an angel or whoever it might be, that can add value on your journey.
I was just going to ask a question. Why not? It's that time of the day.
No, you're not allowed to ask questions. We're answering questions.
I've got a fintech expert. You are, as startup founders, think like 70 times more likely to fund your business with debt at the earliest stage than you are venture capital, right? So my question is, fintech person, why, when that's true, do we always sit here and talk about Rupert, venture capital? Rupert's really only there for, half of 1% of all startups. The rest of them have to go to debt. So why don't we talk about debt? Yeah, there's a question.
Agreed, which is where I agree with you. Sorry.
Yeah, because it's wrapped up as something else. So people don't think they're getting into debt. It's just seen as the process of if you want to be a founder, you have to go down that route. And because a lot of people make money out of revolving on debt, we were having this conversation later saying, only 100 years ago, there was no debt in this country. There wasn't a debt. The country was in positive, and now we're in trillions and trillions of debt. Why is that? It's because everybody's selling debt. And part of the reason for the 2008 crash was they didn't stress test the algorithms on bad debt, selling debt on, and that's why it crashed the system. And have we learned our lessons? I'll just leave that one out there, shall I?
Do you know I got 1 in 10 adults in the UK in debt in 2000?
Exactly.
Slightly my fault. I did feel bad.
Why are you not talking about debt?
I'll skew this a little bit. When we talk about debt per se, it is true. Everybody needs to work on the debt model first so they can get their model correct. But I'm going to say, it's a question to you guys, actually, the whole team here, the panel. How many people do you know who actually come around, first-time founders, come through and actually have a proper roadmap for their spend and actually know what they're trying to do there? Because I don't come across them that very well. So the first thing for all of you to think about debt, VC, finance, angel investments is to get much more focused on your business plan, get clean, get refined, and think, what is the timeline by what I need the money? So you can come to somebody like myself and say, I want £250,000, and I'll say, okay, now what for, over what period of time, and what are the guarantees you're going to get this done? So there's so many different aspects that we've got to go through as a small person. This is my money. I'm the one risking it. Yeah. It's different. So I'm just saying, debt is the way forward because banks give you the money when you've got a basic business plan. Yeah. But you need to know where you're going to spend it. Apologies, sorry for that, Karen.
So I was going to say, can I then do an unceremonious plug for education?
Sorry?
An unceremonious plug for education to come and do a fintech course which teaches you about the debt model, how to have a good business plan, how to work that through, how you'll be working in agile environments, you'll be working with teams, and to get people prepared for that, because having worked in industry for 17 years before I became an academic, so I used to call myself a pracademic, and then apparently it wasn't very popular anymore. But seeing that and working in finance for nearly 17 years, you do see all sorts of weird and wonderful business plans that come out. But education does help you think about, it's not like an endless credit card. You do have to pay these things back. But I mean, even at the moment, education is not always sound. So I'm working with a company looking at intelligibility. Do you understand what you're signing up for? Every year we have students who are getting into debt through Klarna, buy now, pay later, not realizing that it mounts up when you buy several of them. So then if you translate that into the business, as they go into business, we're just brought up to accept debt. And I think that's part of the issue, not to how do you then handle debt and plan for it and plan for pushing back the other way.
Thank you. Let's do a lightning round. So founders building new tech operate on facts and logic, but they often fail to raise money because the fundraising system itself is outdated. Opinion. I want a rapid-fire answer from each of you. What is the most outdated, frustrating standard or metric you still see being used to judge startup today?
Pitch decks. Done.
Financial models.
Okay.
Completely irrelevant.
Yeah. Realistic ask. We had students pitching last week, and there was 2 million they wanted to raise. So
valuations.
That was mine.
Oh, sorry. I just did it. Sorry.
You need to be quick. It's quick fire.
Yeah, but I thought we were doing one at a time.
You weren't supposed to have two there, Rupert. You're supposed to get one.
Cheating.
Well,
behave.
Valuation.
Okay. Is there anything left from what startups are asked to provide that actually is not outdated then?
Hallucinating founders.
You've done it again, haven't you?
I've
I was
taken
just about to
enough
say,
flu
it's
medicine. that that's
absolute
me.
hallucination. Sometimes it's the, what I feel basically, people don't even know what they're doing. They just think that because they want something, that there is a market for it. So that's what we find all the time.
Well, AI doesn't help with that, does it?
Not when it agrees with
Produce more hallucinations. No, but it is like that. A lot of entrepreneurs that I've worked with over the years, they see it as their baby, and the development period lasts for 3 years before they even dare to float it out there, and then they actually see that nobody actually wants what they've created sometimes.
I do think that just the lightning bit for me is exactly what Karen said, is the education piece. I think what's missing and what's not there is education, because we run a think, learn, do model, and we get people to think, but the gap is closing the gap with the education and the learning, but applied learning in the sense of, we can't really wait for, and this is the anti-education plug, we can't really wait for a 4-year degree, or these are micro-credential or on the basis of learning that aligns with what they're actually doing as a founder, which needs to be more.
Wonderful, thank you.
One kind of weird last point. I think I've rather philanthropically given something like 100 businesses a check now. And the one thing that massively differentiates the successes from the failures isn't race, creed, colour, sexuality, or the industry they're in. It's the ones that go out and get cash out of somebody's pocket really quickly. And the funny thing is, it doesn't matter how they get it. So they could be building a edtech business, but if they run a seminar and they get a bit of cash out of people to come to that seminar, that founder will go on to be okay. The ones that don't get cash and try to build a massive user base or whatever it is, build a piece of software with thousands of users but no cash, inevitably fail. So if you can get somebody to give you money, you're already on a journey to getting an investor to give you money. That's been the experience.
I fully agree. That's the way. Thank you very much, everyone. It was a pleasure speaking with you. I hope everyone enjoyed as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friends. Thank you for such a candid and insightful discussion. I would request you to, Jack, please join for the pitch roast in room G31. My friends Jack and Michael will take you there. Thank you so much. Yeah. Karen, I would request you to stay there. Please take a seat. So next one is a very interesting topic. We all love our Mother Earth and humanity, and the next topic is for that. So hello Karen. Karen is already here, and I would request Carlos Dugarte, founder of FrontierTechX Limited, to come for this fireside chat to discuss AI and climate systems, energy market and resilient infrastructure. Thank you.
Okay, so you're probably getting sick of hearing my voice since I was impromptu you've thrown in there. So maybe we can start with yourself. Do you want to give a bit of background, what you think about AI, climate, and then I'll chip in and be quiet for once.
By all means. Well, first of all, let me see what we have back there. Okay, so now I have a better idea. Second, I want to thank everyone for staying here at this time on a Friday afternoon. So that it really means that you're here. Your thirst of knowledge and information is really tying you here. My name is Carlos Ugarte. I am the CEO and co-founder of FrontierTechX. FrontierTechX was born as an agri-tech startup focusing on the use of UAVs in agriculture. But behind that objective, what was really motivating us was climate change. Because if there's anything that is being touched by climate change is agriculture. And then we wanted to understand how these technologies could help. And we made, and we're still making, significant contributions with the use of not only the surveying drones, but also with the use of crop spraying drones, and how they can actually help farmers in minimizing the amount of pesticides and even the amount of water that is applied. So it's a very quick example about how technology can help with climate change. But I'm going to move forward to what's keeping us busy at these days and why we took the next step, which was use drones to monitor canopy cover here in the UK. I remember when I first got engaged into this project, we were also trying to look for other applications in agri-tech, but eventually we took this detour and started talking to landowners, to forest managers, to find out how much of a problem it is, what is the impact that climate change is having in the canopy cover. To the point where at this time, and we just don't know this because this is one of the impacts of climate change. It takes time before you realize that it's happening. But the UK is currently undergoing two very severe emergencies because of this. Maybe some of you have heard about how ash trees are expected to disappear. And this is because of a fungus called chalada, and which is creating a condition that is known as a ash dieback. Just to give you an idea of how grave this situation is and how it links with climate change, let's go, you know who really cares about this? The UK government. To the point where in 2021, because of the Environment Act, target was set to increase canopy cover to 16.5%. And doesn't sound that much, right? Now let's put it into perspective. That means that the UK government, by the year 2050, wants to create 250,000 hectares of additional canopy cover. Once again, let's put it into perspective. That means 1.5 times the size of Greater London. That's how much canopy cover is expected to be developed to meet net zero targets. Well, ash dieback, if all the ash trees get decimated, half that size will disappear. So this is to understand the severity of this situation. And take another example, the spruce bark beetle, spruce trees, pine trees, those are under threat as well. 10 years, just 10 years after ash dieback became a problem in the UK, now we're threatened this time by a pest that if it settles here in the UK, will basically once again create damages in the order of £3 billion in commercial forestry. So just very quickly, this is to give you a couple of examples about how climate change is creating problems, and then how why we got interested in finding solutions driven by technology and AI to this problem.
So obviously that's got linkage into absorbing like the bad gases, the CO2 emissions. So if we lose our trees and lose our cover, then we've got a problem there, I presume. It's not my key area, obviously. But around the AI, we have the Birmingham Institute of Sustainable Climate Action, which I'm part of, looking at sustainable finance. So how can AI linked to maybe financial investment get involved with this? Because I'm looking at sort of the water energy nexus around data centers and then how finance can change their portfolios. So in your perspective, when it's linked more to agriculture, how are you using the AI there, and what should sustainable finance be doing around that to help it keep it going for the future? Because it's obviously, if we haven't got trees, we've got a big problem.
Indeed, because that's the other angle. I mean, the real loss is in what's called environmental services. But then that's the link is what you're talking about. How do we put a value to this? How do we link it to finance? And I guess other than there is one perspective, which is basically the risk this means to infrastructure and the cost to infrastructure. We're talking about 15 billion pounds in cost over the next 20 years. But that's one side. But the one where we're actually focusing right now is in nature capital markets, because this is where it gets very interesting. I think one of the interesting approaches from our concern about the environment and where the UK, I guess, has a lead is in how you put a value to this. You have on one hand we start to measure carbon capture and we create a carbon credit market. But the novelty is biodiversity markets, which is how do we actually put a value to the current biodiversity in the environment, and how that biodiversity is going to be impacted. And this is where the role of biodiversity net gains is important. And of course, we're still at a very early stage. Biodiversity net gains just became mandatory in the UK in 2024. And it just May of this year will be mandatory for large projects, for large infrastructure projects. So we're trying to understand how this link will be established. But I guess what's important is that it's being monetized.
Yeah, because I think then people start to take it seriously when you see like AI is part of the solution, but also part of the problem because it impacts on the environment anyway, which has that cascade effect. But I think if you monetize it and maybe tokenize it even, or like earth blocks and movements like that using AI to look at where these patches are going, it will help you like raise capital to keep this going.
Indeed. So, and then exactly, let's now deep into that. What's the role of AI here? And at least for us in our development, there's two sides to that. The first side is to extract that information that we're capturing from remote sensing. I said we started using UAVs for this purpose, but we realized that we needed to the UAVs are the last key link in a chain that begins with Earth observation. So you have Earth observation where you have different types of satellite imagery that will support the information that you're gathering, and but to actually distill the insights from that information, then this is where you need, we were talking about this earlier, MLDL, machine learning, deep learning. But here's the thing, this is how it's been done over the last few years. What's novel now? What's coming, and what's the big change in this technology? Geospatial foundation models, vision transformers. Basically, you're creating new embeddings, which embeddings is just a set of this distilled information that can only be done by AI, by this novel AI. And once again, we are at the very early stages of this. And so that will give us the data, or that will give us the insights from those image captures. Now let's take the other side of the equation, which is how do we actually mine that data? And we all know about LLMs. We all know about the role LLMs are having in our lives, and the capability to process multimodal data. But now, what LLMs, or the LLMs that the workflows that we're putting together, the agentic workflows that we're putting together, using or fine-tuning LLMs for geospatial reasoning. So now you're going to be able to get these insights from this using this technology. And the next step there is the tokenization of that geospatial data.
And then also I was thinking, because in finance there's been a lot of talk of open banking, moving to open finance, so then you can actually have a dashboard that links your health data, your footprint, and maybe then you could use your credit card to sort of capture and donate part to progressing and supporting what you see, because I see that as part of open data. If we have a vision of how finance is linking to what we're doing to the planet, then I think it becomes more real for the user, because you don't see it when you're just tapping your card or tapping a watch, how it links into actually keeping our food sources going. So I'm wondering if, like working with the FCA, we want to go from open banking to open finance where you have a full dashboard picture, that's what the discussions are, then I think that's where the tokenization could come in around investments, sustainable finance, what are corporate treasurers using, and could the tokenization there then be monetized into actually supporting projects that feed back into addressing the problems around the beetles and deprivation.
And at least we just finished earlier at the beginning of the year. We were part of a GeoAI challenge that was run by Innovate UK, Business Connect, and the Space Catapult. And this was exactly one of the areas that one of the challenges was towards this area. How this GeoAI can support financial and insurance markets as well.
Insurance is a big part that hasn't been reached. You know, the risk of flooding, the risk of further events. But then if we invest in reaffirming the kind of ground roots of climate change and reversing that, then, like you say, we start to see the results. But until the user can actually see it, I think then it becomes something that's not in your consciousness. Back to the first session, what is conscious AI? And we can use AI to bring it to the user's consciousness. You're spending here, this has a knock-on effect and cascade here. We can tokenize to support research that's then ensuring that the planet goes forward. So it's linking that people, purpose, planet, isn't it?
Yes, and now with very specific, very practical targets. Not from the, of course, the policy perspective, which of course is important, because the policy perspective is what give us the framework to actually access the resources for this. As a matter of fact, I believe that one of the key drivers when we put together our business plan is the regulatory framework where we operate. Without that, we don't get anywhere. There always is the need, because as you were saying, flooding or in agriculture or the insurance applications in agriculture, financial applications in agriculture are tremendous, regardless of the regulatory environment, because it's a massive industry, and there's a cost or there's an opportunity in mining that data.
So just sort of thinking out loud, I know it's getting late for everyone, but I think where we need is like reducing this fragmentation from the parts and seeing it as a complex adaptive system, isn't it? So where we are seeing more interdisciplinary work in these areas, I think we need more of that to actually make sure that finance is aware of the impact it can have, and computer science bringing into that with the fintech side when they're building platforms to actually take this into consideration. And maybe the future will look like policy that pays a certain levy. So if you think about the really big financial companies, they could pay a levy towards how much their AI is costing the environment, then pay a levy towards shoring it back up and feeding into the work that you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic idea.
Ideal.
That's a fantastic idea, and because this is the other thing that it gets very targeted. The different applications and the different opportunities are very targeted.
But you don't get the bigger picture, do you? It's like silos again, isn't it? It's getting siloed without seeing the bigger picture of, if we bring this into consciousness, then we're more likely to fund and use the AI in a way that takes this into consideration. It's a bit like financial exclusion. People don't think about it until you bring it to the consciousness of how AI is impacting on the digital divide. Now, the digital divide, funny enough, also then feeds into the people that are most impacted by climate action, climate change. So therefore, you're going full circle of using the AI to reduce the digital divide, which also reduces the impact on people who don't have a voice in how this is all built anyway.
Also, because you're putting this information in the hands of those people who now they don't need to have a strong technical background they just need the knowledge, and they will be able to extract the knowledge just by interacting with this information.
I think so. I think we're more or less wrapped for now. I know there's only a few of you left, but has anybody got any observations or questions that they want to talk about in terms of how they've experienced climate change or ask questions? I think we're at the sugar drop level.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you very much for your attendance and listening to us, and we'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed, especially the climate, two wonderful lectures there. So the next topic is of great interest because it deals something totally different when it comes to AI, when it comes to blockchain, when it comes to integration of frontier technologies, but in the arena of creativity. So I have two wonderful gentlemen. Before that, dear Karen, dear Carlos, let the other wonderful people come in. Yeah. So I would invite Sebastian Clash, the founder and growth director of Ask Nights. Great job in NFT. The gentleman has come all the way from Amsterdam. And I will invite Asif Bashir, co-founder of Cinemania. Thank you so much.
It's working.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go.
All right. So should I start? I'm Sebastian Klej, founder of Us Nights, and basically what we do at Us Nights is NFT art curation and fine art tokenization. But I'm not sure if you know what tokenization means. So basically we bring physical art into the blockchain and into the metaverse. And why is that? Because at the moment, the art market is very private. So usually you have a monopoly, you have Christie's and Sotheby's, and then you have the billionaires who are buying the blue chip art, right? And this is not that fair in a way, because let's say I want a piece of Mona Lisa or a very expensive painting, and I need to pay a lot of millions for that. But if we fractionalize it and we put it on the blockchain, then anyone can chip in and be part of the game. So in a nutshell, that's what we do at Us Nights.
I'm Asif Bashir, co-founder of Cinemania, a community-driven film and television launchpad, or rather a creative launchpad that helps creatives launch their projects. Again, we're using Web3 as a technology layer as well. And really, I think the aim of this session is talking about frontier tech and creativity, and really why is it important. So when we break down what is frontier tech, frontier tech is AI, whether it's generative AI, whether it's agentic AI, it's Web3, it's blockchain, it's XR, augmented reality, virtual reality, and a whole
robotics.
Host of things. Robotics is another one. And what are they? They are basically tools and technologies that are available to us. On the flip side, whether it's art, film, books, games, creativity. What is creativity? Creativity is human emotive expression. Okay? Why do people write stories? Why do people tell stories? Why do people create music? It's to connect with people. It's human emotive expression. That's what that is. So when you look at the intersection of frontier tech and creativity, it's a really exciting world, because some of the biggest barriers that we have in creativity are the tools. Sebastian mentioned art. Now, when it comes to art and art ownership, either you've got deep pockets or connections, or you're never going to get to see a Van Gogh, or let alone own one. But when you introduce things like blockchain and Web3, all of a sudden you can have fractional ownership. Now, right? And how many people own a very expensive painting here? Very few. Right, if any.
Yeah, and what I would like to add regarding this, you said very well, you defined the technologies, but what I would like to add is, in a way, frontier technology is like avant-garde art. I'm not sure if you heard this word before. Avant-garde means something that is just starting. It's an innovative trend, something. And not just a trend, because a trend usually doesn't last. It's something sustainable that lasts. And that's why I'm very excited when it comes to frontier technologies, when it comes to innovation. Because innovation is here to bring new values to the market and help us more to democratize art, to democratize the creative industry, the film industry, and everything. Because at the moment, probably, as you all know, it's quite monopolized. And more people need to join the space, and we need to have the right infrastructure and the right platforms to engage in such an ecosystem.
Yeah, and just picking up on that point you made there as well. When we look at the creative sector, whether it's art, film, television, music, it's traditionally been constrained by a number of factors. Gatekeepers, people who control the whole ecosystem. You know, when you look at film, really good example. Why is it we keep watching the 20th remake of Spider-Man and Superman? You know, I can tell you if there's a new version coming out this year, I'll tell you what happens in it. You know, because they're traditional gatekeepers. All they think about is, can we make money out of this type of thing? Okay, so that's where the capital. If you're constrained by capital, people won't fund creative ideas. Skills and tools are the key constraints that we have when it comes to creativity. And again, it goes down to art. You know, there's some amazing artists out there that are never discovered. Why is that? Because again, you've got traditional gatekeepers that, you know, they won't even get a look in. Someone's got an amazing collection. Will Sotheby's and Christie's say, "We'll auction your art"? They're like, "No, who are you? You know, what's your track record?" Right?
Yeah, exactly. Or let's go even further back in time. Let's go hundreds of years ago, or even thousands of years ago. Like, there was such a small number of artists, and the successful ones were usually kind of friends with monarchies or the Pope or something like that, with religious institutions. But now things are changing, right? So we have computers, we have internet, we can get exposure, we can promote our art on social media platforms. But at the moment, the biggest ones are the Web2 social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, right? And I'm not sure if you know, but those platforms, when you upload something on Instagram, it's not you who owns the content, because if you read the terms and agreements, it's them. So basically, when you upload something on, let's say, Instagram, they have the right to train the AI on your content. I'm not sure if you knew that. And what Meta did recently with Llama AI, basically they kind of did the 3D representations like in physical world. So let's say you upload a video on Instagram, you take your VR headset, and then you can see it more realistic, more immersive, which is a great thing. I like what they've done, but what I don't like is that I cannot capitalize on my content on Instagram. And that's why I'm encouraging people to use social media networks like Farcaster or Zora. Zora is a bit newer than Farcaster, but if you upload any creative work there, you can basically on Zora it transforms into a coin, meaning that I can buy your art, or I can buy your film, or anything that's creative. And in this way, yeah, people can capitalize on it. They don't need to know some people from Christie's or Sotheby's or big institutions, you know. But yeah, we are just waiting for more people to join the space. And also, what I noticed that's been happening in the crypto space and Web3 space, a lot of people that are joining, they don't have the patience to wait. So they want, in a way, quick money overnight. And I'm not sure if you know, but that usually doesn't work. Or if it works just for some, like you're going into a casino. So into a casino, most of the people lose money. And I would encourage anyone to go to a casino unless they just want to have fun, right? Then it will make sense. But if you go to a casino and want to make money, I don't think that's the good mindset and mentality. So I'm saying the same thing to Web3 people or new people that want to join the space. Have the patience, believe in the values, learn about the technology, and understand how it can benefit you and most of us. Because previously, in the past, like the system was usually working for a few people on top, but now it's getting democratized and also decentralized, so to work for the many and not for the few.
And that's really a couple of good points, you know, there. And again, if we go back to frontier tech and creativity, I think the intersection is where the magic is really happening. You know, content is being democratized. Anyone can create anything nowadays. You know, whether it's a film, whether it's a music, you've got AI to kind of support you and assist you there. But more importantly, I think what we're seeing is that platforms like TikTok exploded. Why? Because everyone wants to be a creator. Everyone wants to be an influencer, but really forget the influencing side. It's about creating content. Why do people go on TikTok and spend hours on there watching people? because it's unique, original content. You know, the gatekeepers are kind of all of a sudden a bit disappearing. So creators are becoming the new studios. It's, you know, the studios, that system is kind of falling down because they're not willing to take risks when it comes to original content and storytelling. And then you've got the other aspect as well now where the audience wants to participate and they can't in the current systems. You know, in Cinemania, that's one of the key aspects we've got is we call it the participation layer. And in the participation layer, individuals, fans, ordinary fans, can end up with a cameo in a movie. Or they can visit a film set or actually influence a script and say, oh, you know, I'd like my small brand to feature in a movie. And that's where Cinemania comes in. It's that participation layer. And we're using blockchain, we're using Web3 as underlying technologies. But to the consumer, to the average film fan, do they care? Of course not. And quite often what happens when we're talking about frontier tech is everyone spends hours and hours explaining the technology. I'll tell you now, no one cares. What really people care about is the use cases, is how are people going to use this. The fact that you've just bought an NFT, do people really care? No, because their emotion is, oh my God, I'm going to end up in a movie. I've got a cameo in a movie. It shouldn't really matter about the fact that which blockchain it's on, whether it's an NFT or anything like that as well. And then the other aspect, as you know, just following on from the democratization and decentralization, is really ownership and feeling like they are part of the ecosystem. You know, think about you spotting a new emerging musician and you decide to support them, and all of a sudden they make it big and you're earning royalties because you supported them. That's where the real excitement and magic is when we talk about intersection of frontier tech and the creative industries, is being able to kind of do things like this. And then when we talk about the decentralization is also around the distribution of content. Right now, you could have the most amazing film, you could have the most amazing TV series, the most amazing book, but who's going to distribute it for you? It's the same traditional gatekeepers. And if they don't like what you're doing, or if they don't want to take a risk, it's not going to get distributed. The amount of independent producers, writers that have come up to me when we're at different film festivals and said, I've got an option, you know, I optioned my script. It's been 3 years. I think it's going to be this year. And it's like, nope, they've optioned it. There's no guarantee that it's ever going to see light of the day. And I kind of liken this to sport. You know, growing up, Italian league was brilliant. You know, but the Italian football teams used to buy all the best players and put them on the bench. And then we kind of see that happening in the Premier League as well, where you look at some of the squads and they're just sitting there as substitutes. Occasionally they may get a run out. And I kind of say, well, optioning is pretty much like that. If you're lucky, you might kind of get a look in. Otherwise, the content's just going to sit there. The amount of artists that have approached us at different festivals as well, and they've got some amazing art, honestly, some stunning art. No one's willing to take a risk on them. And this is the world now. Now, when we talk about democratization and decentralization, it adds another D to it, and that's disruption. And that's what Frontier Tech is really doing. It's disrupting the traditional gatekeepers, the traditional systems, the traditional models, and it's allowing the likes of Sebastian and myself to talk about art and film and feel passionate about creativity, right?
Yep, 100%. And let's talk a bit about AI, because some people, you know, I find people that are scared of the AI, and I really don't understand why. Maybe because they don't really understand how the AI works. But in my opinion, AI is great. So for instance, if you're an artist, you can create your own agent to promote your work, or you can simply hire an agent to promote your work. 5 years ago, we couldn't do that, right? We had to pay a lot for marketing agencies, and now it's becoming cheaper and cheaper to promote ourselves. So that's why I'm very hyped, and I love the AI space. It's just that, in a way, yeah, I kind of understand why some people are scared of it, because maybe they think that robots are coming and then they will destroy us like they've seen in the films. But usually films, you know, they love drama, like, and people love drama, you know. So that's why I think it's not good to be negative, and we have to be optimistic about the future. Because if we have fear about the future, and you know, we don't believe that the future is going to be better, you know, maybe that's how it's going to be for those people. But if we are optimistic and we look at the bright side, we are looking to see, hey, wait, what emerging technologies are here and I can use to leverage my work? How can I have another income stream, right? I don't know, let's say I'm an artist, what can I do in a way to increase, my exposure, my sales? Now we have the metaverse. Wow, I can make an exhibition in the metaverse and people from all around the world can see it, right? 5 years ago, I had to do a physical one and then to invite people to come. But now, that's why I mean, with the newest technologies, we have a big advantage. But I'm not sure why not many people are taking.
It's fear. Fear, I think, is the main reason, because they see technology as a barrier. And we kind of look at technology and say it's a toolkit. Embrace the tools that are out there. Yes, you need to be quite diligent and ethical about how you use these technologies, but the tools are there. The systems are already breaking down. We're using artificial intelligence in terms of initial storyboarding, initial poster design, but more importantly, when you look at the film production process, independent studios can't compete with $100 million budgets. But what is AI bringing to the table now? It's bringing the ability for independent producers to have realistic special effects in a movie using AI. We're not asking for them to rewrite content. That's completely outside. And at Cinemania, for example, we firmly believe that the next Hollywood isn't going to be from studios. It's going to be from communities. It's going to be from creators. And we've kind of seen that explosion happening over the last 18 months. And we're excited about the future. We're excited about embracing frontier tech. I think the opportunities are there for original stories to come out, original games, just unleash your creativity. The tools are there. It's over to you.
Yeah, well said. And in my opinion, we are really living great times. Honestly, I'm so happy that I was born like in the 90s, because I'm not sure how I would be if I would be born, 200 or 500 years ago. Like 200 years ago, industrialization was just kicking in. And in my opinion, it was something new for humankind, but somehow I believe that industrialization made us more robotic, right? It made us to be a bit more like robots, because you go to a factory and you just do the same thing over and over again on a daily basis, right? And now the robots are coming and we are swapping places, right? So now the robots are gonna do the boring work, because in my opinion that's quite boring, and what's left us to do is the creativity side, because I tested AI personally regarding philosophy and creativity, and it's not good. Like you can test it yourself, any AI. You can try with OpenAI, Claude, any AI. And for instance, try to give a prompt something like this. So I want to become the new Michelangelo or the new Andy Warhol, and ask the AI to give you like a new style of art. It's not going to do anything. It is going to improvise, but the result, the output it's so bad that when I tested the AI, I said, please test more, because you are so bad at those things. So that's why I believe we are living lucky times. So the AI is not good on creativity. Yeah, it's good in a way to copy other artists, because if you train an AI model on different styles, then it's good at copying. And that's what happened with Sora. I'm not sure from OpenAI, I'm not sure if you know, but they basically had dozens of court cases, and artists were complaining that they were using, the AI was trained on their data without their consent. And that's why probably, it's shutting down. So again, I really believe we are living very, very lucky times, and I'm very happy about this.
So Sebastian, your closing statement on frontier technology and creativity, what's the one statement you would give?
So as I said, in a way, we need to adapt, right? And we need to focus on what makes us human. And in my opinion, what makes us human is the creative consciousness part. Because you can't have a robot or an AI to have consciousness. I mean, some people say that you can have it, but by my opinion, that's quite synthetic and it's just trying to imitate us. So it's not like real consciousness like we are having. And what makes us unique is creativity and consciousness.
My closing statement on that would be that frontier technology, it's something that can turn creativity into something that switch it from something you consume in something that you can actually participate in as well and be a part of. And that's where I think there's a huge magical moment when we kind of fuse and look at the intersection between technology and creativity. Gone are the days where you just buy your ticket and you sit there and you watch it and then complain about the price of popcorn. That usually means you didn't enjoy what you consumed. And so many times you'll go into a cinema and you'll see people coming out and saying, oh my God, you see how much I paid for that popcorn? It's like, you just paid how much to watch a movie and you're talking about popcorn? Clearly those 2 hours of your life have just been wasted. But what you can do is really flip the script. And that's what Cinemania is trying to do as well, is flip that script to kind of say, well, you can help define that creativity, you can help participate in the whole ecosystem, and you can kind of create something that people are excited about and original storytelling as well. So, yeah, thank you. Both of us are around. If you've got any questions about art, film, or creative industries, feel free to connect with us. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
So, I would say this is one of the most... Hello, can you hear me? Hello. I would say this is one of the most interesting panel about industry and how industries are collaborating together with modern technology. So I would invite Mr. Richard Fallon on the stage. I would invite Mr. Halil Bedwi. I'd invite my friend, came all the way from Germany right now, Maximilian. And I would invite Ms. Divya Prashant to come join us on stage in this live event. A very, very interesting topic, the great integration between frontier and traditional tech. We were talking about, so far we talked of AI, talk of robotics, but end of the day, nothing moves in the real world until the traditional technology, traditional manufacturing come and assist you. They got all the access. Richard got all the money and he knows everything. Now their organization has around 5,000 members, pure manufacturing and technology giants, innovators. Maximilian, he already told you all the technologies which I understood none of it. Divya Prashant, she has integrated. She is actually a best example of how modern frontier technologies shall be integrated and why we should love her more, because she got 10,000 tourists to Birmingham, contributing to Birmingham economy. So they have broken the ticketing system, no more queue. And my friend, he's the guy who you used to go for money because he is from Santander Bank. He was the manufacturing director. And now he not only help you get the money, but also guide you to get it. He doesn't sell himself, so I vouchsafe for him. So before we go further, I would, instead of me introducing you, I would like Maximilian from you. Please introduce yourself.
Gladly. Hi again, Maximilian Kusnierz, deep tech founder from Germany, company in London regarding material science and supply chain independence, grid decentralization, and all the fun stuff in the starting phases. So it's quite the honor to be with such an illustrious group up on the stage, and I'm looking forward to diving into the subject at hand.
Good afternoon, everybody! Oh! Woohoo! Hey! Good to see you. Thank you for coming out. It's great to see everybody today. I am Dr. Richard Fallon, the founder of the Technology Supply Chain, which is a group of over 5,000 members, which helps manufacturing and technology businesses to innovate and grow. So we do some amazing things. We co-founded the Innovation Awards, which celebrate innovation. If you're an innovator, innovation-awards.co.uk, go and nominate yourself today as nominations close. Take yourself 2 minutes. Some great stuff there. We've been helping people with AI. We're going to be doing a defence procurement conference in June. So lots going on. And thank you very much for the invite to speak today.
And if you need grants in West Midland, look no further than the man himself, Richard.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I think I've introduced myself a couple of times now. Divya, CEO and co-founder of Journey On. We do train tickets and we work with Transport for Wales. It's a highly regulated market. Just to give you an understanding, in terms of regulations, it's next to banking to have a ticketing system up and running. And we've not just managed to have just another ticketing system, but actually it's the world's first blockchain-based digital wallet and the UK's first subscription. Actually, it's monthly payment and loyalty-based ticketing solution.
And you, please.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm perhaps a little bit different than many people here in that I have nothing to do with software and apps and tech and all that kind of thing. I'm an industrial engineer. I worked in manufacturing sector for over 30 years, making kettles, toasters, aircraft engine parts, spacecraft, and many other things. I have started, since I left corporate world, I started Manufacturing IQ. So I'm a consultant, non-executive director and advisor to companies making things or want to make things, physical things. So happy to be here. Great to be on this panel. And catch me if you are making anything, want to make anything, and that kind of thing. And anything to do with software, apps, and tech, talk to everyone else. Thank you. But Richard, we should maybe talk.
Thanks for saving best for the last. Of course, you would want me to introduce myself. So I'm Abhishek Tripathi. I'm director of FrontierTechX. We want to push the ecosystem, not only locally in the frontier technology, but while integrating. We are not superior in a sense, oh, we are frontier, we are better. No. When you work together, you collaborate, you co-create for everybody. So that's why we are here. And yes, so my first question, Maximilian, and all of you should answer. There are so many technologies, right? And especially saying frontiers one, the AI, the robotics, the threat of quantum, or the blessing of it. So there are so many of it. What technologies are actually changing the manufacturing landscape? And in your experience, not the theoretical one. Go ahead.
Well, I think that's actually a very good framing in my experience, because obviously the hill that I have chosen to die on is the material substitution front, where it's all about getting the right materials for the right application. But obviously there's interconnected layers ranging from AI to robotics, and all that is interlocked. So it's pretty hard to say this is the breakthrough or this is the groundbreaking technology that's going to change everything for the future. I think it's going to be more of a collaboration between all those different future technologies interacting with each other.
It's a really good question, actually, because if you look, robotics is massively changing large manufacturers, but SME manufacturers can't really afford it. So it's not really having that much of an impact. Some of the bigger ones can, but a lot can't. AI is actually an enabler for robotics, and a lot of manufacturers can afford AI because subscriptions to like ChatGPT, Claude, and all of that type of thing aren't that expensive. What we found with the cross-sector stuff we were doing, really interesting, a lot of what manufacturers wanted to do with AI was more automation. It was more, you get AI to write a program, which would then do those things for you, as opposed to needing to use AI itself. But a lot of people like looking at ways they could use it to pull together monthly management reports. There are a lot of people wanting to develop quoting tools, all of that type of good things. I think a lot of manufacturers can use that because it's cheap. Robotics and automation is definitely the future, but trying to find the investment is a struggle for a lot of people, especially with national insurance contributions. Not wanting to be political, but there we go.
Just before you, there was 5 investors, and they were complaining the same. I'm surprised. Yeah. But we in the West Midland, we are trying to create a system layer which will accelerate this journey from very outset, funding them, taking them through a technology stack of multiple frontier and manufacturing technology, sprint run them through till the end and get them investment. So of course we would love to collaborate. But very good answer because it comes from experience. What do you think?
So for me, I leave the manufacturing to the experts in the room, but from the industry I work in, it's very traditional. So when you look at a ticketing implementation, it's just not a ticket, it's the kiosk, it's the gates. So we are having to deal with collaborate. Now we're actually collaborating with a German company. It's a 200-year-old company, what we are a 2-year-old company, as you can see. But that's the scale of the opportunity and also the scale of the challenge as well, because you're talking to these very old organizations who are already set in their ways, but you have to work with them. So with what we do, those are the challenges that I see. And of course, every other industry, AI is becoming a huge enabler, no doubt about it, but the human interaction, the conversations between different types of businesses is really critical at our end.
Thank you. I'll be a bit biased and a bit controversial and say not every solution to a problem is a bigger computer or another app. But at the moment, obviously, AI is massively disrupting many sectors, including manufacturing. And as Richard said, robotics and industrial robotics and automation is a big thing for companies. But also metamaterials, modern materials, they're going to revolutionize what things are made of and things like that. And 3D printing or additive manufacturing, these are the frontier technologies, really revolution. Now, just think, nothing moves without mechanical engineering and nothing gets made without manufacturing. So although AI, computers, all this sort of stuff is really important, you know, they need to be solutions, not just a kind of something in themselves. They need to solve a problem. So I think sometimes people lose that concept. They just create a solution looking for a problem. I think you need to go into a sector and tell them what problem are you solving. Don't just offer them a program and AI and a tech, you know, because they won't understand that. That's a different thing. You need to really spell out to them, what problem can I solve for you, or here is a problem that will make this easier. Yeah, people miss that. Academics miss that. The really computer geniuses miss that because they think they can write you a program to do anything. But, you know, you don't know what you're asking, they don't know what you're giving, and nothing happens. So it's really important to integrate everything so that you're doing something to solve a problem. At least, you know, you can tell them how it's going to solve the problem and tell them how different it is from the others. Because if you're offering something that a million others offer, and you go, okay, you know, but a lot of people come with genius ideas, but they don't tell you what's so different about it, what's so attractive. So you can miss it because we're not experts. You are.
Thank you. Beautiful. So, and you know, most of you have experience here. And this is not the first time when technology is transforming. You know, we can make much brouhaha, like, oh, frontier tech. But honestly, every other decade, there is new technology, new transformation. Now is much faster. It's going to be very fast. But Richard, in your experience, now let's start with you. When you want to talk about transformation of industry and coming from the system where you drive ecosystem, what do you think matter the most? Is it the systems? Is it the people? Or is it technology itself? Or some permutation or combination of it?
I'm really pleased you asked that question because this was exactly what I covered yesterday.
Give it to me, my friend.
On Wednesday, I spoke to the Metals UK. The biggest thing you need to do for any change is bring people on board. Because the thing is, if you don't have people on board, they will sabotage everything and it won't work. The biggest thing I've learned is people need to know their jobs aren't at risk, because if they think they are, they will make sure your project is not a success. So you always have to start with people. And I completely agree with the earlier comment, it is putting in solutions to actual problems. When the laser was invented, that was called a solution awaiting a problem. That's what people said that when that was invented. So, but you've got to have people on board. You've got to have people willing to give you information you need and support what you're doing. The number of times I've been involved in projects, though, where people have said, this is what we want, you deliver what they want, and then they never use it. So even after you've delivered what they want, you still then need to help them to use it and embed it. And it is getting that culture where it's safe to speak up, it's safe to say, I've got some good ideas. A lot of manufacturers do well by saying, operators each week suggest one little improvement. So give it okay for your workforce to say, you haven't got it right here, we could do something about that. People are definitely the biggest thing.
People. Bringing the people together. Bringing the mind together to work for a vision.
Yeah, creating a team that has a single kind of thing they want to do and they want to solve the problem, they want to perform.
You see, I was listening to Prime Minister of my country. And somewhere he said, I may not have a lot of paraphrasing, may not know a lot of education stuff or qualification, but I know how to have a vision and they make everybody believe in that vision, follow the vision. So that's what it is.
And I think
it's very powerful though.
And also, I have also noticed, make it look like it's their idea.
Always.
That's such a beautiful thing, and every time, all the time, bring them all together. And when something goes well, say that was so amazing. Look, it's just because of what you did, and that changes the game completely. I mean, very much so with what we did with Transport for Wales, right? There's no need for them to partner with us, but it was their idea anyway. But we came together in a manner in which we supported each other, and the collaboration was so straightforward and simple, more so because we were bringing a strength that they could lean on, and they could go on to say they are, champions in that, or pioneers in that space. And that's important, I suppose.
100%. Yeah,
that's a really good idea. I like it.
You've got to celebrate wins and losses as well, though. Sometimes if things don't work, there's a celebration for it. You did it. You tried it.
So far, we've not had any losses, so I'm all right.
Good.
Now the same answer, I think, when it will come from your perception, being an entrepreneur of a startup, will be different. What do you think?
Well, it's actually not too different, because basically the common sense, the consensus that we already arrived implicitly here is that the most important factor is definitely the human factor, because from a startup perspective or from an entrepreneurial perspective, every customer is a stakeholder, and thus every employee or everybody who's on your team is also an investor of their time, of their ideas, of their personal enabling factors, and that's basically how it grows, from the individual alignment of what do I want to what do we as a team want to what do we as a society want. And I think since we use the word enabling factor quite often in this constellation already, let's also look at the disabling factors on the other side, because if we can't agree on something, that's already the opposite of an enabling factor. So as long as we can agree on what we use, the technologies that we conceive as a society, as long as we agree on what those should be used for, we can steer the direction that we are heading towards. For example, I was just thinking about Divya's startup or the company that is using blockchain technology for something actually useful in real life. It's not some abstract ape NFT, it's actually something people can use and people can interact with, and that makes it a lot more lived in than it would be otherwise be.
Very good, very good, very good. Very interesting, very interesting. So it's all about human capital, or it's about real capital?
Well, look, success needs lots of things to happen. Sometimes, yes, investment, right people asking for the investment in the right way, pitching, selling, technology. It's a team sport, so that's why things on their own don't work. You need a team or somebody who has multi-skills to make things work. So, and somebody told me the other day, which I really liked, failure is not opposite of success, it's part of it. So there will be failures along the way. I mean, you have to get up and carry on. And as one of the previous panels said, none of us know everything. You have to talk to the people who know, get them involved, ask. That's how you achieve success and growth. So that's all I have to say on that, really. So people factors is absolutely key. Nothing happens without leadership, somebody coordinating things and making things happen. And people ask me, why is one company more successful than other, or one is a failure and the other one a success? The single biggest reason is people, is leadership. Who's running it? Who's coordinating it and making it all happen? People, and different types of people. You can't have all the same types in a company. It's like having a football team with 11 defenders. They'll never score, or having 10 people trying to score and nobody, you need different people. It's the same in manufacturing or companies. That's why some are leaders, some are followers, some are engineers, some are financiers, some can sell ice to the Eskimos or sand to the Arabs or whatever. All these things make a company successful and or otherwise. Just to bear everything in mind, a brilliant solution on a computer disk is not necessarily going to change the world. It may not go anywhere. Even if it may be the best thing, it may not go anywhere unless it's turned into a solution, is sold in the right way. I've been to so many pitches. One pitch, actually, I need to tell you this. I went to this pitch. Beautiful pitch. Questions at the end. I held my hand up and I said, okay, what is your product? What is your product? Because they gave us a beautiful pitch, 10 minutes. I didn't know what they were selling, whether it was software, hardware, an idea, or what. Didn't tell me. So you can't pitch if you're not telling people what is your product and what's different about your product. Is it unique in the world, or it's one of a million, but it's the cheapest, or is the whatever is the best, you should still buy it? I don't know. They need to know that. Otherwise, why would they buy anything from you?
This is so interesting, okay? If I summarize this one, it's so interesting and for all of you to also understand. So when you meet the manufacturing people, you would think that the core of their heart is machine. But here you see, they have humanized the entire talk. The central is the progress of the humankind. The humanity is in the center, and all they are trying to say is you have to synergize, then the tools work. If your mind are not together, tool will not help you. Is it right conclusions, do you think, Richard?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'm very... So tell me something, my friend. Now you tell me. Let's start with you. So you come into the modern technology. It was a hype of crypto. You won the Solana hackathon. You're one of the best ones, right? And then everybody is talking NFT. Everybody is going DeFi, decentralized finance, and there is a lot of cheating also happened that time. A lot of good innovation happened. How come you thought, no man, blockchain is for the sincere application also? So what is the difference between the organization who actually modernize and apply and the one which fall off?
See, I think for me, I'm a technologist first. I'm a data scientist. I'm a developer first, right? And crypto is all great, and I know crypto is all about community and building, and that's not where I wanted to go. And I'm not building though I have a banking background, I was really not keen on building a DeFi system. I wanted to use blockchain purely for its value it brings. Because, see, every time you put a record on chain, it's an audit trail. It's an immutable record, yeah? So where can I bring that application was my sort of first thing that I thought about. And TFW approached us to see if we could create tickets on the blockchain, and I said I jumped at it. I'm like, yes, and then we won an Innovate UK grant to research the idea. And by the end of that research, we actually had a product ready to go to market. Then we said, we have it now, let's go live. And as in an industry which is highly regulated, it at least takes 1 or 2 years to get accreditation. We got it done in 2 months, I think. So we did record upon record, but we knew that we only had one opportunity because the moat into rail is very high. So we knew we had that one opportunity, and we had to make it happen. And that was it. It was using technology for something that it really needs to be used, rather than just for finance or it's just, as I said, I'm a technologist, so I was clearly after a use case which was real for blockchain.
Tangibility helps. Richard, you have seen several codecs of the world falling, maybe in the West Midland itself. So what makes those organizations which are winning innovation award, which are modernizing, which are breaking the barriers, and the one which are falling off the cliff?
Really good questions.
They're all good questions.
So we have members from people who won the King's Awards for Innovation to people who started, nothing's changed since 1967, please help. So especially in manufacturing, we have that complete spectrum of people. It's generally people who want to move. I think some people are happy as they are. and they kind of realize after a while the world's moved on and they really need to run to keep up. And there's other people who are always trying new things, and I think it's an interesting trying new things. It's always experimenting, looking at what's new, what's coming next, how can I improve things. I think it's having that cycle of continuous improvement, which is probably what makes the difference. A lot of the innovation you see, some of the times it's a brilliant idea, and a lot of the times it's just a good idea that's been well done. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, it is that attitude of how do we get better, how do I cut costs, what can I bring new to the thing? Like we had Alucast do a complete new metal, which is really interesting, but they didn't win the award because other people were doing other things. Do you know what I mean? That seems to be, it's a mindset is probably the thing I'd say. It's the mindset the most.
Richard, I didn't know you're this spiritual. Now you're saying evolution over ego, basically.
Yeah.
You have to evolve.
Yeah, if you want to get into that side,
I never saw this side of yours before. Wow. Wow. What do you think, Maximilian?
Well, actually, I think it's quite interesting what you just said regarding the priorities that are being set individually, mapping onto what is given, so that you're rarely working with a blank canvas. So you always have some field that you're orienting yourself in, but you still have the choice to make if you're going to be venturing boldly beyond the horizon that has already been mapped, or if you want to stay in the line of this has been done this way for decades, so we're going to continue doing it this way.
Very good. And what do you think, Mr. Capital?
Well, I'm not Mr. Capital, never have been really, but what do I need to say?
Say, open your heart. Do the expose against Santander Bank. Don't do it.
Talking about integration of technology. Now, I mean, we can use technology it's an amazing thing, lots of different ways. You can be a technologist, you're looking for somebody to come and find you and say, help me solve this problem. Or you have your own product, or you go to companies and say, look, I can help you in this kind of way. What problems do you have? Show me, tell me, so I can tell you what I can do. And one of the things is, we can't eat AI as a technology. It has to be used in something or for something. So, and in other words, applications. And sometimes it's not revolutionary. It's doing something we've done, but we do it faster, we do it better. It helps. It's a tool. It needs to be used in the right ways. So in manufacturing, AI is being used to analyze, a sensor data, whether it's visual, quality, inspection, planning, purchasing, all that kind of thing, is just doing it better, faster, more efficiently. So it doesn't have to come and revolutionize something amazing, but it's helping to find new designs, faster iterations in designs, find different materials, all that kind of thing. So sometimes it's a collection of things that make something really good. Not one thing on its own, but lots of different things. How to coordinate it, how to use it as a tool. So just we need to bear that in mind.
This is so beautiful, right? So two of the panelists, they are largely saying that you do not need to follow somebody because everybody else is doing it, you have to do it. No. You do different things. You do things where you have to actually use the application. Don't fear. Go ahead. Like, be a trailblazer. So, and other two wonderful people, your view is also super interesting for me. So here they are saying that, okay, iterate, change the process, change how you look at it. All this is literally, for me, Richard, what we talked is like you're pointing towards what is essence of innovation awards or essence of frontier tech. It's like you're evolving. You are dropping something which is not working. You're adopting something which may create efficiency for you. And you're continuing only things that actually matters. I wish that's how our civilizations become. That's how our tradition become. Refinement, the continuous distillation of the processes, the continuous distillations of the self of all of us. Right, the last question, okay? Sorry for my philosophy, I just couldn't control.
No, it's good.
So the last question, very important question, a visionary one. What do you think, Maxwell, going forward a decade from now, or 5 years to a decade from now, what everybody in this room, no matter what business, what should they look out for from your perspective of industry? Whether it's technology, whether it's modernization of process, what is that?
Well,
Bring it on.
From a self-serving perspective, of course, watch out for piezoelectric energy modules. But to answer your question on the philosophical level that you just opened up, which I definitely appreciate because I think that's what it all comes down to, tools. And I think that the thing that people should watch out for, not just 5 years or a decade from now, but perpetually, is basically that we have to remind ourselves that if the only tool that we have is a hammer, then every problem we will see is a nail. And on that basis, we should find ways to define our problems in a way that allows us to build the proper tools to address them.
Reframing the entire change of perspective.
Reframing mindset.
Wow. So you're coming from the perspective of creation over destruction. Very good.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't consider myself a creationist, but I still definitely think that that's where innovation lies.
Beautiful. Richard, what do you think, my friend?
I think what we're going to see a lot more of, and get a lot more effective in 5 years, is the use of digital twins and people using technology to kind of say, if I put more people on this process line, if I automate here, if I do this. And I saw this yesterday. You can see it running in real time with people running around, working machinery and all of that, and it's helped manufacturers get things faster. But I think you'll see more of that. Actually, I can iterate quicker using technology, and then I can put it into practice rather than learning from physically doing it and then changing things. So there's that thing. I think you'll see iterations going a lot faster. So you'll see things going even faster than they are now.
So my mentor, Avi, he told me this, the simulation, you're simulating it. So you can simulate anything pretty much, and with the help of technology. Beautiful. What do you think?
I think AI is going to be accelerated. We'll be thinking in terms of 1 week, 2 week, and not 5 years or 10 years anymore. And possibly we'll see more of people doing where AI might not have a massive impact. Those areas you'll see a lot of uptake in jobs, and heavier competition is what I feel. But in the other jobs where AI is already making a change, we will see dramatic changes, over the next couple of months. Just to put it in days even. So to put it in perspective, OpenAI took 10 years to build what they have today. Anthropic took 2 years to get to the absolutely amazing level of intelligence that they have today. At that pace, if you're heading, of course, AI will saturate or not, I'm not sure, but the pace is constantly increasing.
So is this going towards what they theorist physicists call singularity?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They say AGI is not possible. I mean, that's a debate. That whole thing is AGI, whether it's going to happen, not happen, I don't know. I'm telling you, someone who's always been a technologist, when I see the pace at which things are happening and the models, because see, when I started my career in data science, you did logistic regression using statistics, okay?
True.
Today, you are doing it through transformer models. That's a different thing. It's a completely different. Your large language models are completely built on transformers, and the pace at which you can do things with that sort of technology is incredible. And now they're introducing something even more, powerful than transformers. There was a white paper floating around. So as I said, I don't know where it's going, and I sometimes I should not say the word. I won't say it, and I just wonder where it's going. I just sometimes worry. That's it.
Humans must come together then to reframe. What do you think, my friend?
So I think looking at the question is about the future, isn't it? So I think the future, I think, is definitely faster, better, more efficient about what we have and what we do. And AI automation is a big part of that. And the biggest areas these will be used in, I think, are probably 3 or 4 areas. One is biosciences, medical, that kind of thing, food, water, energy. These are the big challenges of humanity that we need people, technologies, and politicians and leaders to address. So, but at the same time, it is also applicable to transportation, whether it's cars, planes, space, defense. Fortunately or unfortunately, one of the things that worry me is a very, very powerful tool, technology, and if you don't use it in the right way, it could be very harmful as well. So let's not forget. Thank you.
this has to be my favorite panel of the day. I have to say something. Only if you loved it, okay? Then from your heart, give a thunderous applause for this boy. Now, we do everything wholehearted. Yeah.
I've been doing panels for years, and this is probably the latest one I've done ever, finishing at 5:30. So thank you very much for being here and staying until this time. I hope it was interesting for you. Thank you.
They can't have enough of you, Halil. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
My pleasure, my pleasure. And the last, but not the least, see, if you do not want to miss on your money, do not want to get prey to, to scammers of the world. If you do not want to fall in the trap of all this, you must listen to the last panel, the small but the best, the cherry on top of the cake. I would request Mr. Ajay Rathod, Ms. Harshini to come on stage. And I think Mr. Martin Krupik has lost his way. Mr. Martin from CyberCat, cat got his tongue wherever he is. Yeah, please, please. So now, because there is nobody, you have me to ask the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Before we move any further, right? Yesterday, my friend lost 1,200 soul in crypto. One click of wrong click, all money is gone. I just wanted to put the pressure we have, yeah? And nowadays, I don't know which link to click, which one not to click. As soon as we come there, I'm like, whoa, shall I? Shall I not? What do I do? So I want this discussion to be very practical, for our understanding. But before we move there, I would want you to introduce yourself. I would want you to introduce yourself, Harshini. What you said yesterday, that you want to be example. And the ladies in the house must give, woo-hoo, okay? She said she had to cancel her medical visit, something like this, just to be here because she stands for women in tech. And she saw and she's like, oh, there are not enough, so I must come. So a round of applause for them. Yeah? So Harshini, starting with you, please introduce yourself. Hello.
Hi, I'm Harshini Carey. I'm from the Hugen Tech Limited. I've set up cybersecurity, 2 companies, one a consultancy and the other one is a gamification app. I have worked in the cybersecurity and geopolitical risk, emerging technology for 25 years. That's me in a nutshell.
Wow.
Sorry.
Hi. Yeah. Hi, my name's Ajay Rathod.
Come, Martin, please. Sorry, sir. That's
right.
Join.
Sorry, Martin.
Late to the party, Martin.
Stopping everyone now. Good. Please.
Yeah, so I'm the founder of ISOS, which is a cyber operating system startup company. So we are building automation for ISMSs, which are the fundamental structures that run cybersecurity in an organization. And we're currently part of Cyber Runway, which is a government program to explore this technology and its applications.
My name is Martin Krupik. I'm the founder of Immersa. We're a AI gaming company, and we came up with some enterprise solutions as part of our synthetic beings offering. And one of them is CyberCat, and that's governance with ML. So we believe that the machine era has arrived and humans are no longer able to cope with the new technology. So essentially, we're defining a new industry. We're defining a new category. It's called CyberCat Squincy. And oh yeah, and maybe I could tell you, I'm a bit of a hacker and a creative person.
Is my mobile safe?
From me, yes.
You're the white hacker. White hat hacker something.
I believe that's where you would naturally progress as a neurodivergent person. Either you go crime or you just go and solve it. So I'm going that way.
Okay, Martin, don't let your inner thoughts come out totally. So, Harshini.
Yeah.
So now you see the organizations and even individual. So dealing with this emerging technology, the governance challenges, everything, the whole landscape is shifting. The mobile have shifted so much, is stronger than the laptop of 5 years ago. So when the changes are so rapid and technologies are transient at this stage, what does the organization or the individual should be aware of? Risk. What are those risks?
So the first point I would say to anybody is trust your people or educate your people. Build an environment, going back to your topic you were talking previously, create an environment where people feel they can talk to you and come and say, hey, I clicked the wrong link, or hey, I made a mistake, so that they can, that's where the problem lies, humans. So if you educate the humans, then we can set up controls, processes, everything in place to make sure that its defense mechanism is in place. I don't know whether you knew, like, for example, 2 days ago, school got hacked. Did you know about this?
Go ahead.
The school had lots of defense mechanisms in place, but it's the operational side that was lacking. So it's again people.
Please, Ajay.
Yeah, so we see this as really a fundamental problem, and it's kind of comes about from what we're trying to address. So people get into cyber from sort of two angles. They've been hacked, they've had an event as an organization, or they're in a supply chain, there's a requirement, an external regulation requirement, and the organization needs to bring on these structures. And as you mentioned, there's a control. And what a lot of people probably don't see is that any major company today will have a really sophisticated cyber program, which will be controls that go into hundreds of policies. Those policies become processes that need to be implemented. And the operation of that is both expensive, it's fragmented, it's difficult, and evolving, exactly as you said. So this is a key challenge, and it's something that we have to figure out, because there was a report only a month ago in finance, something like 50%, 60% plus of incidents are in the supply chain. So the big organizations that have 10, 100 million plus budgets to do this, yeah, they're okay. But the SMEs in the supply chain across financial systems, legal systems, health systems.
Our friends in JLR will not agree, but please.
But this is the real challenge. How do you secure these organizations and this data that's traveling everywhere in an age where it's so dynamic?
I concur. I second of your contributions. It starts with your people. Majority of the hacks happen with the social engineering. Admin gets threatened, coerced. Programs installed to take all the keys that you type in throughout your organization. Passwords like password 123. Okay? So cybersecurity, personal cybersecurity starts with awareness. In a company, it would be to really well train your people. They all need to be on the same page. The second biggest problem is the supply chain you mentioned. So you might want to see where is your supply chain, who is it, what do they do? The update you just received, is it valid? Do I really want that update? Is it a real one? For you, I think the main thing is to watch out for the social engineering that's happening through social media, where you suddenly get a message from a friend, they appear to know a lot about you, and then they want to talk to you on a Zoom link. Right, you click on the Zoom link, that doesn't work, they give you another link. If you go to any sort of cyber conference, you'll get stickers, and the stickers all say, don't click it. So it's really, it starts there. There's a lot of tools, and the social engineering is what essentially we're up against.
Some of my friends, they've asked for money. A lot of my friends have given money. But the same case, it was a WhatsApp hack.
Yeah, you should know.
But what I love is the point you all raised, right? So one of the things which you're saying, that education is very important. People are very important. And then same like if you consider Frontier Tech as a body, the security was an important function and we integrated it. And we have Karen here, University of Birmingham, Karen. So we have Karen here, and perhaps she and FinTech head. So maybe we do a special program for you guys where you come and teach about security. I cannot plant the whole forest, but we can start from the tree, one sapling. So we will definitely do it. And this is how all of you will get trapped. If you're not paying attention, I'll point you out. So
I'll add a point to this. One of the things we're seeing more is that the level of innovation in cybersecurity and that idea of rethinking how things are done is really significant. It's growing at such a tremendous pace that it's been a patchwork sort of approach to solving problems for a lot of time. And I think there is a big amount of scope for rethinking and being really creative in this space and addressing quite significant problems that are global.
So going back to your supply chain, which you meant, Martin, that's another risk that often people don't think about. They tend to stick to their, I'm sorry to say this, the usual asset registry or the risk registry and do the same old, but never think about the unforeseeable risk. So for example, geopolitical risk, we have lots of problem transporting things through the different... Yes, so these are things that people would never think of. And then you flip cybersecurity into it, people get desperate, so they'll try different avenues. So for example, say I'm a manufacturer, hypothetical scenario, I'm a device manufacturer for a pharmaceutical company and I need a particular part. So obviously I can't wait for the shipment, I look at other options, right? So I find a supplier because I'm desperate, I don't do the due diligence, and I just think, okay, I trust this person. That's where the cybersecurity and the other risk categories comes in. So you need to think of all these aspects when you set up your risk registrar and look at from different perspectives. The only way I think this could be done is deploying young people from different backgrounds, or people from different walks of life.
I took an example. I said, for example, FrontierTech is a body, then we installed you here. We put this special panel. So because we talk of body, like for example, human body, right? So when it has a good white blood corpuscle, the immune system is strong, it doesn't fall prey to disease, right? Disease can exist, but I'm safe, my immunity is high. If your immunity is low, you get a host of disease. So what those things an organization or individuals here can do at the very outset to create that immunity, to be that immune in the dynamic. And I'm saying it cannot be foolproof, but at least they don't become easily fallible. What would you say?
So I think this very much goes to the heart of the idea of an ISMS, which is the Information Security Management System of the organization. And it's having this operational continuity. So you have to take this stuff seriously. That's the big start point. You have to understand the risks associated with not having proper controls, but also the implementation. And the reality today is this is an all or nothing sport, right? So cyber is something you can do great in 9 areas, but if you're weak in 10, you're exposed. And that's something that people are becoming more and more aware of, right? Because criminals are getting more advanced, but the opportunities are vast for these cyber criminals. The size of the cyber criminal industry is huge. It's bigger than Apple, Meta, etc. These are massive operations. So you need to kind of see innovation again that's creating solutions to that operational weight that cyber brings into organizations. And a big part of that is education, right? It's getting people to understand this, because a lot of people just see it as a tick box exercise. And that is no longer going to work with the level of auditing. And a big thing that's actually happened recently is DORA. It's a regulation from Europe, and it's come out with the idea of fourth-party risk. Now, this is really significant because it's going to propagate the regulation from primes into their supply chain, but also from those suppliers into their supply chains. So now there's going to be a big connection, right? There's going to be this kind of network effect, if you like, that's going through, where you have to get up to these levels of controls, and it's going to be bound into legal contracts, etc. So this will be significant. It'll be deeply significant.
So it is being inbuilt in governance, which couldn't be better.
It's because, sorry.
No,
it's this data propagation, right? So if you're a prime and you've got data flowing into your supply chain, and that data is being pushed further into other supply chains, at the end of the day, you lose that data somewhere down the pipe. It's the prime that's got the reputational risk. It's the prime that's generated the data. So this is this kind of contagion effect that's going through right now.
Very good. Harshini, what do you think?
So I agree, but equally, there's another aspect that we often forget, the country risk and the cultural risk. Each country is different. We often look at cyber or the financial or the operations, but we don't think each country has their own style and ways of doing things. So that's another aspect we need to think about. So a good example, we did I can't name the country for various reasons. I was helping this pharmaceutical customer who wanted to do some partnership with a company based in Middle East. So we ran the checks and did the cyber side of things, then the board directors, all those. And then one of my colleagues who is from that country said, these people are very famous to stage offices. And said they would stage it, they would get actors, and they would create this situation where you think it's actually a real life office. So I went, as a good person, mentioned this to my client because it's $1 billion deal, said, look, might be mindful. And the client said, no, we met them. We've been there 4 times. We're very happy with the situation, so it's fine. 3 months afterwards, the client said, hey, could you come and help me? It turns out these guys were involved in terrorism. So this is what I'm saying. But they have actually device manufacturing plant, which they do not just terrorism, anti-money laundering, all these things. But when you look at only cyber or any specific risk, you tend to ignore these factors. How we learn is through the cultural country risk.
So you are also saying that geopolitics and cyber warfare, they're coming together, or they're already here?
They're already here.
So the GLARs of the world, for example, maybe it's one of the part of it. Interesting, very interesting, Dick. What do you think? And especially you have this background in blockchain.
I do have a background in blockchain. I wanted to answer, the blockchain
Can it be
is
answered
now
decentralized?
Crypto for people equals scam mostly. That's a sad evolution.
Some people think so, yeah.
I wanted to sort of say that the tick boxing, I think I agree with both of you. The creativity of the teams should attempt to match the creativity of the hackers. The hackers are one of the smartest, most creative people on the planet, right? So that's one. And regarding the ticking of the boxes, I would say at least have the boxes ticked, but that's not good enough. If you're on a run and you just think, I tick the boxes, I'm fine. What we are talking about here is compliance. Be serious about compliance. Have the documents in place. Look into what you're doing and implement 2FA, 3FA, implement quorums. Take it seriously. And also what you're saying, how it's changing, right? It's changing rapidly. What was experienced 20 years ago, now there's a new level of nastiness. And then now I want to answer maybe your global questions. Google got hacked by China. Nobody believed it. It was just a hype. But it was China indeed. And we now have China hacking US, pretending they are Russian. Everybody thinks it's the Russian, but it's the Chinese. We've got the cyber warfare between Israel, who are extremely good at it, versus Iran, Ukraine and all that. So maybe the next war will be about jamming, cybersecurity and drones, or AI perhaps too. But yeah, essentially that would be my advice. Take the compliance seriously, look into what it is, even get someone who will help you and navigate you through the hurdles of compliance. So, do you have a firewall? No? Okay, well, that's maybe where you should start. Do you run a business from a static IP? Get a proper router, not a router that I can hack from outside of your building with my phone. Get a proper router, get the systems in place.
Or be like my mom. Can I just tell you a bit of a joke? So my mom, who's in her 70s, bless her, so she would never get hacked because she's this kind of person who's take the Wi-Fi router out and lock it in the cupboard after she sends the email.
So you do it. Does she have a firewall or fireplace?
Firewall is a cupboard.
She comes from wisdom.
So she thinks, this is funny, she thinks actually hacker is a person who comes to your house and burgle your Wi-Fi route and run away.
That's a good way to do it.
That is. You know, here, this city is also, not this city, but here heard a lot of example. It's pretty notorious how the cars are getting, because it's all the key. I don't know what they do. They break it within a few minutes.
You copy the signal.
You know it.
But I know the principle.
Principle. But you got great branding with the CyberCat, with the Octopus. What are you doing which you think is the answer, solutions for industry? Because somewhere
so
you're placing light.
In fact, what we're discussing with friends is that the current security of internet is non-existent. We could have way better security of all of us. But unfortunately, the governments, they don't want that because they want to swoop on us. So I think that is something that I'll drop here. And yes, we could have way better cybersecurity. I'm tempted to say that some of the biggest actors in the space are in fact government-sponsored hack groups. So I don't know what we're going to do, how we're going to do, where we're going to do. From my perspective, to counter the machine era, the AI-assisted injections and attacks, agentic attacks, where no longer you need a bunch of 10 hackers sitting, smoking weed. You just need one bot.
Doing everything.
Yeah, and so we need to look into the machine learning. Still, I believe that what we're conquering is, or what we agree is, despite having robust systems in place, there is the social engineering part. So it's about perhaps creating an entire protocol. If you get a threatening letter, you're calling me straight away. And things like that. There is a lot that can be done. And I think what it is, we're talking about cybersecurity here, okay? Everyone thinks they're safe until something happens. The way we are looking at it, I believe the way I'm looking at it is we are entering a very dangerous time where I would say that all of you have been at least hacked. There's been an attempt, or there's something on your device or something. So what you can do is perhaps purchase some software like Norton and have at least check your data or something. And then data protection is probably paramount as well. So I don't know, it's all going round in circles, right? You've got the human factor, you've got some clever people with some clever tools, and we're trying to counteract it. But it can be sometimes futile because what we're trying to solve is to discover the present before anything happens. So that's maybe prevention. Prevention is what we can do.
So would I be accurate if I say that now the systems which are being evolved, the processes, the software in the company, they need to be evolved differently as well? Yeah. Where it's just not the system requirement, the additional support to have a cybersecurity, but an inbuilt functionality in multi-layer systems.
So I think it's a really good point. There needs to be a quality of manufacturing process. I think Richard Horne has said possibly the biggest thing that needs to happen, so Richard Horne is the senior cyber guy in the UK, is that businesses need to think about security as part of their revenue design, right? So they really need to embed, because they are at rupture risk, right? If you are building a business model and you have a huge cybersecurity sort of risk inside of that, what does it mean for your business? What does it mean for your risks? Because these attacks they're increasing. And you've really got to be thinking about that cost versus revenue argument and embedding security by design at that level. So I think this is definitely the direction.
But this is also positive revenue. If a company is losing 6 months of business, then it is directly affecting the profit.
Yes, and I think given these regulations that are coming out, you will need to have this in order to maintain supply chain presence, right? So if you're in a supply chain and you're working with bigger companies, it's a matter of time before they sit down and say, you need an ISO 27, right? You have to have this, and we want to see it working, and we want contemporaneous evidence. So you're not going to be able to attest, you're not going to be able to give a point-in-time view. You're going to have to demonstrate that security level.
So tell me something, like for example, with Frontier Tech, we came together. So what organizations like us can do bringing all these frontier people, organizations, companies, entrepreneurs to push this awareness.
What you're doing now, bringing this conversation out and really digging into where this problem has come from, right? We've evolved into this digital age. We haven't evolved, sorry. It's been sprung upon us, right? It's just come about. The data's out of the box. Now we have to figure out how to control and manage this thing, but it's being fueled at a phenomenal level, which we're seeing everywhere, and AI is only going to accelerate data development. So it's a really interesting problem, and I think more talk and awareness will spring more ideas. It will spring more awareness. Getting a commercial view on this early, I think, is really important. You know, we want ideas that we can action. We want ideas that we can deliver.
No security without sustainability.
Hey, perfect.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Love
it's
it.
a tagline.
Yeah.
What do you think, Arshini?
Fuel the young mind is what I would say, because things are going to change. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Quantum's going to change the whole game.
Oh yeah, now you open the Pandora's box. So like, I was like, okay, nobody's dropping it, so you dropped it.
Quantum's going to, unfortunately, we have so many legacy systems that are going to, so from NHS to, I can go on and on and on. So from MRI scanning to your Internet of Things, all these has to be updated to be able for quantum not to break in.
So, you know, it's very interesting. We started this, and this year theme for Frontier Tech is conscious tech. So the technology is getting conscious, so it's now time for humans to be conscious and navigate it consciously.
So the only way I can explain what quantum is, so if you look at, you know, computers have bits, right? So it's 0 and 1. Quantum can keep flipping. Quantum cube. So it's simultaneously keep flipping the 1 and 0. So you can't actually identify.
Place it. You cannot place whether it's 0 or it's 1. It switches. Yeah. Just like electron changing its position all the time.
Correct.
This is the.
So it's a wave and it is a particle at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yep, that's what it is. Okay.
Yeah, these are the conversations.
It's so fluid that it's very difficult to.
These are the conversations that we should be all having. There's no shame in being hacked, rather seek help. And I think people shouldn't be walking around in their pajamas saying, everything's okay, yeah, it's not going to happen to me. No, it's good. Now, think about it, be a bit more serious, you can do. And then regarding the quantum part, so the Emersa name, it means she emerged in Latin, but you can see RSA at the end, right? And that's the current encryption that has been surpassed on a paper by no other than a bunch of really great, talented Chinese researchers, right? So they think that they could crack it. Google, you must have heard about Google's attempts, and they talk about multiverse. Okay, so we're entering an era of machine learning, AI and stuff. Yeah, fair play. But the quantum pods knocking on the door. I can say today that thanks to the SUSE partners, we are offering our solution as future quantum proof, we call it. What is this technology? It's encrypting your data to a point that even a quantum computer won't be able to decrypt it. And that's where we are today. So the other important part that you mentioned was the IoT. So it's very, very popular to hack fridges, hack cameras, all sorts. Like you might have heard that Israel has hacked the cameras in Tehran, and that's how they figured out where the guy is at the moment. So yeah, we've got a whole layer of things that need rapid update, and I don't think that we are even approaching it.
Now wait a second. Until you said hacking the camera, it's okay. But now when you hack the fridge, you are being personal.
So 20 billion devices are connected right now. This is only IoT, Internet of Things.
You see, one of the things I love about this panel, I said the last panel, I love it, right? It's one of my best. But here, now I am doubtful, like, I really love this panel because it started with the security. It went on the commercial aspect of it, that how important it is to be sustainable, that there is, like we call surveillance economy. Now I was thinking it's a leakage economy because they hijack the data and they sell it. But can there be other part of it? This is a positive reinforcement. And now from there it went to the third part, which is pure exploration, where we are talking quantum. So see, science, it's not just for utility, it is also for exploration. That's such a beautiful end to Frontier Tech. Thank you so much, my friends.
Thank you. Thank you very much for.
Ladies and gentlemen, so much of love and gratitude to you, for you. Thank you for coming. Thank you to our friends from University of Birmingham. Please, Karen, come on stage. Henry, please. Thank you. Henry, my friend, please. If I have my friend Olusegun. Olopuvuruku, you, my friend, you. Abhishek, Ajinkya, everybody, thank you so much. Please come on stage. Please come on stage. Please come on stage. Come. And Abhishek, what is your team? I want you to announce who has won. Go announce your...
So just announcing the winners from the Vitamin AI Challenge from last week's hackathon. We have the overall winners for Vitamin AI Dynamos, and that is Noel, Magana, and Nitesh. Congratulations.
I would want you to say something.
Okay, thank you everybody for coming, the ones who stayed right to the end. Well-deserved food and drink for you afterwards, not here, but wherever you're going to. And I think we just had a wonderful day, sort of in this beautiful hall, hearing about the future of technology in all sorts of different perspectives, because it's those perspectives that make it interesting, why we do science, why we encourage the next generation. And as I said at the outset, it's all about moving from talking and collaboration to actually action, to collaboration. And that's what I'm really interested to see as we go forward from another day, another conference. Thanks very much for organizing.
And ladies and gentlemen, on programs like this doesn't happen on its own. It takes a lot of people to work together. They're working day and night. University of Birmingham champions, Karen champion, Francesco, Mr. Ian, my friend Henry. Henry is a very, very... Henry had a full arc here. Very good boy. Yeah? My friends, Optimus, Abhishek. And you know, there is a lot of people sitting from different parts of the world has been helping us. Jack Francis Kelly, he has been helping us. Michael, he helped us. So many people. Chris, I would like to name them. Optimus Prime, Henry, J. Paul, Master, Olo, Sadik, T, G. Miru, GB Miru. Yeah, Joshua, Nicholas. Thank you so much, guys. You know, everybody whom I'm taking the name, not taking the name, EICBI, Maximilian's organization, Stand with Crypto, Super Team. Cannot thank you enough. Thank you for coming. Thank you for giving support. My friend from French class, thank you for coming, man. I love you all. Thank you so much. Namaste. We in India, before I close, and I want to close on this. There is a poem we say, Sarve Sham Purnam Bhavatu. Sarve Sham Mangalam Bhavatu. Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha. Sarve Santu Niramaya. Sarve Bhadrani Paschantu. Ma kaschit dukh bhag bhavit. It is the oldest language, but all is saying, may there be happiness in all. May there be prosperity in all. May none suffer. May all be healthy. May all see what is auspicious. May all be perfect. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Peace, Peace, Peace. Namaste.